Welcome back, everybody, to PFF's coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. And guys, if the final round, or if the round before the final round of golf is called Moving Day, then the round before the final day of the NFL Draft, this is definitely called Building Day for NFL teams. I'm trying, Seth. I'm trying to make the connection here. I'm trying to make it happen. This is when we actually find out what the identity is of teams, what their draft strategies were, because round one, you pick the players that are highest on your board. But rounds 2 and 3, that's when you get into actually what the team needs were going to be and how these teams are going to build out their teams moving forward. Mike, how are we feeling?
Yeah, building day is when GMs prove their worth, because round one, a lot of times you got layups. You know, quite frankly, some of the picks yesterday pick themselves. Like, they are there, you get a good player, you make the pick. Round two, though, round three, that's when you got to sort through some trash. You know, you got to sort through guys who have some issues. That's why they didn't go round one, whether it's some physical, not deformities, but some physical sort of boxes they didn't tick, or whether it's on-field boxes.
Didn't hit.
Yeah, or the on-field boxes they didn't hit. And then once it's day three, it's crapshoot. Like, get to 4, 5, 6, 7, even the best GMs are just throwing darts at that point. So this, rounds 2 and 3, this one really separates the men from the boys. Building day.
New to the desk tonight, we have Steve Palazzolo. Steve, I'm very excited to have you here on the desk to get your analysis and what you think of all these prospects. We're going to see a lot of them come off the board tonight. How you feeling? Are you ready for it? Day two always feels like a little bit of a marathon here after day one. So
I'm ready. This is great. I like it. Building day, and here's the thing. There's a lot of teams that have multiple picks, and teams are going to trade up to get their guys. They're going to trade down, and teams are feeling really good because they're shocked at some of the players that are available. That happens every single year, right? Guys that you thought were going in the first, and they're sitting there at the top of the board in day two. So, yeah, there's a lot of huge moves that are going to be happening today.
Seth, how are we feeling? You made it to the main desk. You called it the kids' table yesterday. I would never call it that.
I had my bar mitzvah. I'm at the adults' table now. I'm very excited. Someone was asking me the other day, like, what constitutes a good draft for a team? And it's kind of to piggyback on what Mike was saying, but just like, hitting on your first round pick, whatever that might be, an athletic guy, just a good football player. But then it's like filling niche holes in your roster after that. Tonight, on Friday night, on rounds 2 and 3, like unique holes. Like, I need a guard who can do this. I need a linebacker who can do this. I think that is winning the draft.
Would you call it building day?
I would not call it building day.
Why not? It perfectly describes what you just mentioned
niche
there.
Hole day.
It's niche hole day.
I don't know. There's an OnlyFans for that.
I don't know if that goes off the again.
We're already off the rails.
We were like 3 minutes into the show last night, and Mike does the same thing here. Let's take a look at those picks from round one, because they're going to set up everything that we're going to talk about here in rounds 2 and 3. At the top of the draft, of course, we had Trayvon Walker going number 1. We had Aiden Hutchinson at number 2. We had 2 corners going back-to-back there, went with Derek Stingley and Ahmad Garner. That was, Steve, what did you think about those 2 corners going in the top 5 there?
I think it was huge. I mean, that was one of my favorite picks, is Sauce Gardner in particular going to the Jets. And I thought the Texans might play it safe, right? Like, we didn't know what Nick Caserio was going to be as a GM. We've got 2 years of him basically signing a bunch of mid-tier players for 1 and 2 year deals, right? And he swung for the biggest home run in the draft, which is Derek Stingley. Now, he came back and took a guard at 15. That's fine. But he has a chance, Derek Stingley, to be the biggest home run.
He might play tackle.
He could play tackle.
And Chris Collinsworth is a big fan of Kenyon Green. He was a big fan of Kenyon Green.
He does. Chris is the voice of the NFL. If the NFL likes him, Chris likes him. You kind of gauge a lot from that.
Okay, all right. 2 really great Giants picks, I thought, with Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal right after that. Ike Ekwonu went to the Carolina Panthers. Drake London, wide receiver 1, to the Atlanta Falcons. And I'm curious what you guys thought of Drake London being the first wide receiver off the board yesterday. Did we think that was going to be the case, Seth?
I didn't think it was going to be the case, but for me, he was wide receiver 1, so I really like it. I think he's dynamic. I think the speed aspect of his game is a little overrated in terms of him maybe not being that fast. I think he can gain separation, and that's enough, however fast he is, to work at the NFL level.
Yeah, I was of the opinion that depending on what you wanted, there were 3 guys that I could foresee I could be talked into as wide receiver 1. Drake London was one of them. If you wanted that guy, a big body, contested catch, ball skills, underneath route runner, separator at that level in your offense, he was the best at it, bar none. Probably the best we've seen in like the 8 years of great. Like, he's so darn good at doing just that role. And now, can he do other things as well? No. Like, there are other guys in this class that are much more dynamic, that are much better down the football field. But in that sort of role, he's going to crush.
But do you think it fits what Atlanta wants to
yes,
do?
yeah.
And I really think it does, given what Arthur Smith was doing in Tennessee before, and I think what he wants to do, having those two pieces, Pitts and Drake London on the outside. I mean, that.
And Auden Tate. I mean, they're just monsters everywhere in Atlanta. That is, they're showing their strategy and what they want. Receiver really is a flavored thing. What do you want? And Falcons clearly wanted that size.
Right. There were a lot of wide receivers that continue to go in the middle of the first round as well. We had Chris Olave going at 11. We had a massive trade up for Jameson Williams going number 12 to the Detroit Lions. You see a couple other ones there. Treylon Burks going 18 to the Tennessee Titans after a big need because they traded away A.J. Brown. Jahan Dotson going 16. I think that was a pretty big surprise, but any names really stand out there from that group, either in a good way or a bad way? Steve, I will start with you.
I'm going to go with the theme here. 6 receivers in the top 18, right? And this entire NFL offseason is about getting your passing game to the next level. And you're either doing that by making a power move at quarterback or by loading up at your receiving course. That's why the Saints went and got Olave. That's why the Lions went and got Jameson Williams. The Lions may have had Jameson Williams as their wide receiver 1. The Saints could have had Chris Olave as their wide receiver 1. I think teams are feeling really good about this receiving class. And then the strategy around the NFL is win in the pass game, and you can see teams are making those moves. And I think that's the theme of this entire offseason.
The big conversation was where Jordan Davis was going to go in this draft. How high he was going to go. How high do you take a nose tackle? Is he more than just a nose tackle? He ends up going to the Philadelphia Eagles in a little bit of a trade up there at number 13. Did we like the spot for him, going at 13 and then going to the Philadelphia Eagles? What do we think?
I like the fit. I mean, what his upside, what he could be as sort of a pass rusher, impacting that aspect of the game, because everyone and their mother will tell you it's kind of a sure thing against the run. Like, this guy is going to be able to impact the running game. But to justify that, you need to be a little more than just a run defender. Even Damon Harrison in his prime was only, a mid-tier getting paid as a defensive tackle. So he has to justify that, and to do that, he's going to be a bull rusher. And the best bull rusher in the NFL over the past decade from the interior was Fletcher Cox. So he gets to learn from the best right there in the Philadelphia. So that's the guy that you hope he becomes in the future.
And as we talk about those picks 20 through 32, that group that was the final guys that went in round 1, was there a big steal that stands out? Seth, when you look at that group, I mean, McDuffie went 21. I think some people predicted he might have gone a little bit sooner. You've got George Karlaftis going all the way at 30. Is there anybody that really stands out for you there?
Yeah, the two that stand out for me is Kyrie Elam, the trade up from the Buffalo Bills, going to get a corner. They lose Levi Wallace this offseason. They've needed that secondary corner outside of Trey White. They go get him. And then, of course, George Karlaftis. He was ranked really highly in the PFF board. He was ranked really highly on the Seth Galina board. And he goes 30th overall to a team that needs an edge rusher. Like, this is a huge need for the Kansas City Chiefs. They filled both of their needs, corner. I mean, we'll see where Trent McDuffie plays, but corner and edge. I think great draft for them.
Please refer to your big board as just like third person like that. The Seth Galina
I'm
big
going to
board,
refer
the entire
to everything in the third person.
Perfect. All night. Do it the whole time. I love it.
And for this run that's on wide receivers, and there was this massive run on wide receivers, edges still get paid more. The guys who produce as pass rushers still get paid more, and even mid-tier edge rushers, even guys who produce even a little bit, are getting paid. Like the Hassan Reddicks of the world are getting paid $16+ million a year. So you can get. I feel confident that Karlaftis can be in that range quicker rather than later.
It was all quiet on the trade front in the top 10. We were like, hey, we see an average of 5 trades per year in the first round. Maybe we're going to hit the under this year. And then all of a sudden, it just started going crazy. So I want to talk about all of the trades that we saw from day one. You had Houston moving. You had Philadelphia moving. Obviously, with the Titans moving a player in A.J. Brown, the Arizona Cardinals moving, going to get Marquise Brown as well. But you can see it on the board right there. Which trade really stands out for you guys? Steve, I'll start with you. I know that you do a lot of research on trade value and how these things really come out from a wins above replacement standpoint. What did you think of these trades last night? Does anyone really stand out?
It was the 2 player trades. So A.J. Brown and Marquise Brown, right? So A.J. Brown in Philadelphia, like who in the first round would not want to give up their first round pick for A.J. Brown plus his contract? You got to pay the contract. I would do that all day. So I think it's an awesome move for the Eagles. And I thought the Ravens did a great job by trading Marquise Brown. Not because he's not a good player, but because they always have the long-term.
Well, if you're getting 23 for him.
You're getting 23 for him, and they picked him at, 18, 19, a couple years ago?
No, they picked him at 25.
Oh, so, I mean, so at a comparable, so listen to that business.
Right.
You drafted him, you get 3 years out of him, you trade him, you get a comparable draft pick 3 years later.
It's like a lease.
And they did that last year with Orlando Brown. If you continue to do that, it's going to pay off. And the Ravens always seem to be ahead of the curve when it comes to that.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, the A.J. Brown trade, I just can't fathom how the Titans got to this point. You know, how they got to this point where they have to trade him, because you just look at what they've done since he got there, which is go to an AFC Championship game, go to get the 1 seed this past year. Like, they have been a different offense entirely since he got there. And yeah, they still rely on Derrick Henry, but this wasn't the same offense before A.J. Brown got there when Derrick Henry was still there for the 3 years prior. So to me, man, expecting Treylon Burks to come in and be that guy immediately, I just don't think it's going to be the case.
For what wide receivers are getting paid now, it wasn't like it was egregious. No. You know, it's not like he was getting paid $30 million a year. Yeah, it's a big chunk of change that Philly's paying for him now, but I'm with you, Mike. It's hard to fathom that Tennessee has kind of had the offseason that they have had, losing a lot of their star power. I feel like they're in for regression. What do you guys think?
And let's not forget about Philadelphia still having an extra first-round pick in next year's draft. Like, they have 2 first-round picks in next year's draft. The world is their oyster right now. This was a great trade. They're going to see, because they've put players around Jalen Hurts. Can you play? Can you play? They're going to have to figure it out this season. But then if you can't, well, you're okay, because you have 2 first-round picks next year.
But if you go to the Titans, right, Ryan Tannehill, for his entire career, was a slightly above average NFL quarterback. And then he goes to Tennessee and becomes, by our grades, top 8 quarterback.
Yeah,
I mean, really good quarterback. Right. Things changed for Ryan Tannehill. And a lot of people like to point, was it Derrick Henry? Was it the run game? Was it just a change of scenery? Was it A.J. Brown? Was A.J. Brown the true wide receiver 1 force multiplier that elevates the average to above average quarterback? And I think we're going to learn more about that, not only with A.J. Brown, but we're going to learn with Tyreek Hill. We're going to learn with Devontae Adams. How much do those true wide receiver 1s elevate quarterbacks? And that is the move for the Eagles to put those pieces around Hurts, as Seth said.
And let's not forget how the Eagles got into this place, got here in the first place. They decided between Jalen Waddle last year and Devontae Smith with the trade back from Miami, and said, yeah, we'll take Devontae Smith. Well, then we'll also take another first rounder from you. And that first rounder ends up becoming, in a roundabout way, A.J. Brown here.
That's a great point, right? Because we talk a lot about trading back and accumulating picks, and it's not because of just the pick. It's what you can do with the pick when the player becomes available. So unbelievable job by the Eagles. And to your point, Seth, again, set up for next year as well.
Right.
So they're doing a great job there.
Let's take a little bit of a step back and talk about our overall winners. Not just singular picks, but draft hauls, or maybe it is singular picks from teams that gained a lot of momentum, if you will, from day one, that they're kind of slingshotting here into day 2, that could have some really great draft weekends when it's all said and done. I'll start with mine because Philadelphia Eagles are heavily involved in it. They are a team that I think navigated the draft extremely well on day 1. They went into yesterday with picks 15 and 18 and came out with Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. That's a massive win. The whole point of draft weekend is to get better football players. Make your team better with acquisition, and they absolutely did that. Another one that I love what the Detroit Lions did. They got Aiden Hutchinson at number 2. I don't think that they panicked there. I have Kayvon Thibodeau as my top edge rusher on Trevor Sikkema's big board to shout out. And so I probably would have went Kayvon Thibodeau, but it's the hometown dude. You knew that they were going to make this pick, and I didn't think they panicked with it. And then they somehow get from 32 to 12 to go get Jameson Williams for. Essentially, they're moving up a little. They're giving up a little bit of positioning with 66 and 46 or 42, and then the extra pick at 34. So I thought that they did a great job as well. Last one, Carolina Panthers. I wanted to pick one team that made one selection because it's kind of easy to pick teams that have multiple picks.
I went with all the multiple selection teams.
I cheated because you love it. But I did want to shout out the Carolina Panthers again. Didn't panic. Ike Ekwonu was on the board. None of the offensive tackles have been taken. Go take your dude. Don't panic about it. Don't think about the other picks. Go pick the good player, and I think they did great.
Yeah, I want to highlight a team that did similar, and it's the Seattle Seahawks, because to me, the board could not have fallen better for them. That too. Charles Cross getting there at number 9. Top tackle on our board, pass protector, and yeah, it's like one of those picks that picks itself, but you still got to take the easy W's in the NFL draft, and this to me was a very, very easy W for them and a great kickoff to this rebuild, the post-Russell Wilson world. So whoever is going to be their quarterback of the future, likely not Drew Lock, but maybe next year, maybe Geno Smith, is going to now
Geno
have...
Smith is the quarterback of everyone's
situation. God.
That is the next question, though. Panthers who you like and the Seahawks who you like. Okay, what happens in quarterback now? So good patience. You got your tackle and all that stuff, but
Sure.
let's figure out that next part.
Who's your three? You talked about it being multiple pick teams in the first round. Who do you
The
got?
Eagles, I'm with you. I love the Eagles. The Ravens came in with one pick, so maybe I'm not cheating there. They ended with the 2 picks, and I thought the Ravens, they worked the board right. They made the Marquise Brown trade. They came away with Kyle Hamilton. At one point, Kyle Hamilton was being mocked at number 2, right? Like, who are the Lions going to take? Maybe Kyle Hamilton. He's a once-in-a-lifetime type of safety. And then they get Tyler Linderbaum. We'll talk about him more later, too. But I think he's another guy that was the best center prospect that we've seen in years. So the Ravens came away with 2 solid players and continue to just build that roster in a smart way.
The Baltimore Ravens just seem good at this.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a wonder why they're always near the top in the playoff conversation, going for divisions, going for deep playoff runs. It's because they handle the draft so well. Again, they don't panic. They're very smart. They understand how to operate the game. Seth, what about you? Who are your big winners from day one?
I really like the Giants, and I understand that 2 really good players fell to them, but I think they were in such a good position. They take Kayvon Thibodeau and they take Evan Neal. And when I look at those 2 guys, and I know I'm projecting a lot here, but I look at those 2 guys, those are the guys who their body type, their play style becomes multiple-time All-Pro players.
Mm-hmm.
So you sit there at 5 and 7, you take 2 guys who I believe can be really good, probably the 2 highest ceilings in that top 10, and you have time with them because you're not picking up Daniel Jones' 5th-year option, which means you're saying 2022 is not our year. We can come back in 2023. We can develop these guys for a season.
Right.
And then come back in 2023 and see what we can do there. So I think that those 2 picks are great for them. Obviously, they just landed to them, but still, I really like what they did.
But there was a lot of talk about the New York Giants wanting to trade back, right? There was tons of talk about Joe Shane not wanting to pick so close together, maybe change 7 or 5 into an additional first rounder next year, right? And where that would have been nice because, as Steve said, we've seen what the Philadelphia Eagles have done over the last couple of years to continue to have that power in the first draft. At the same time, good football players fell to you. And I agree with you, Seth. I know that they entertained trading back, but they picked up 2 really good players there. So was that your big shout out, or did you have another one? I didn't want to.
That was the main one. I mean, I like the Falcons did. I like what the Bills did, but that.
Okay.
Credit to Dave Gettleman. He traded down last year and set the Giants up this year. He set them up. Got that Evan Neal pick. Right?
It was, though. It was a parting gift. I mean,
right?
He left them a lot of other
We're talking about trading Kadarius
but
Toney, the guy that they traded down for. We're talking about trading him for like a couple of days ago.
He stole the extra first rounder. Both New York teams did a great job, though, by picking in their 2 spots. I thought they all picked good football players.
Let's talk about a pick that we are questioning a little bit, where it's just, okay, don't exactly see that this is a home run right off the bat on draft night. Steve, I'm going to start with you.
It's got to be Cole Strange going to the Patriots.
You're going straight for Bill Belichick off the bat?
Yes, with the caveat that, maybe Bill's forgotten a lot more about football than I'll ever know. Maybe that is the case.
Okay.
But
don't sell yourself short, man. I think you know a lot about
I do know. I mean, a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, it's still true, Steve, but don't
Bill
sell
claims they
yourself
would
short.
have taken him at 21.
Just pick a different coach.
Cole Strange would have been there the next time the Patriots picked.
Right.
And even if he wasn't going to be, is Cole Strange so good that you have to have him? We can't take the chance that he's not going to be there coming back around. I think the Patriots do a great job of playing the board as far as moving back and moving back and moving back, trusting their board. That part of the formula, I think, has always been really good. But there's always questionable picks that Belichick makes. Some of them work out, some of them don't. Maybe this one will work out. But clearly a guy that's not, in the 70s and 80s on consensus boards and our board and all that stuff, there's enough there that says he would have been there later and you could have had another player plus Cole Strange at some point.
It's not like they had a long time before they were going to pick again. They pick again. They're scheduled to pick again at 54 in this draft. And so that's just, it was, look, I think that everybody who was on Twitter saw the clip of the Rams show where McVay and Les Snead saw the Cole Strange pick. McVay was like, hey, we thought he was going to be maybe available at 104 when they picked it the back into the 3rd round, and he goes in the 1st round.
But I find that interesting that the way that those 2 guys, Les Snead and Sean McVay, talked about it, because I think they had a very rational response to it, which is like, yes, we did like this guy. Yes, we thought about taking him at 104 if he was there. He's not there, so what? Like, the consensus board tells us that he should have been in the 3rd round. He goes early. Let someone else do that for us.
Sure.
And we're fine with it. We'll go find another player, and hopefully he works out. Like, I think their reaction is very telling.
Who's your guy? Who's your questionable pick that we had yesterday?
Kenny Pickett going to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 20. Hometown kid, I get it. Played at Pitt. My concerns are just, I wonder about Kenny Pickett. As of now, you're putting a lot of pressure on him as a first-round quarterback, even though it's in the 20th pick. 1 year of really good football. And I think his play style of the kind of scrambler, I can be late on some throws. My process is a little weird, but I can get throws off. And this past year, he was very accurate. The problem with those type of players is that you need elite tools to go along with that play style. I don't know if he has those elite tools, whether it's arm strength, whether it's like elite accuracy, or whether it's the capability to move outside the pocket and make plays. He doesn't have that. You're playing behind a not great offensive line as well. I know they grade pretty highly, but it's not a great offensive line. It's scary. To me, it's very scary putting him in that situation. And Mike talked about it yesterday. Outdoor game, small hands. Small hands do make a difference in throwing the football. It's a questionable pick. I think the Steelers, their roster is set up more for a guy like Malik Willis. Now, I don't know who's going to make it big out of these quarterbacks,
right,
but it's the roster and the way that he plays. I think it sets up more for Malik Willis.
Mike, what about you? Who's your third?
Who's your guy? My guy is Jahan Dotson, the Penn State wide receiver going to Washington. You know, they had their choice of Chris Olave. They had their choice of Jameson Williams at pick 11. We don't hate the moving down there, but the difference between those two guys and Jahan Dotson on the PFF board was massive. And also the sort of redundancy of Jahan Dotson to guys like Curtis Samuel and De'Ami Brown who are already on the roster. Like Curtis Samuel's on a pretty team-friendly deal there over the next 2 years compared to the wide receiver contracts at large right now, to where, man, I don't really see how he plays with Carson Wentz either. That's not the type of wide receiver Carson Wentz has traditionally thrown to over the course of his NFL career. He goes towards the bigger guys, the bigger-bodied wide receivers. So if you really want to make the Carson Wentz trade work, this wasn't where I would have gone, truthfully. So
that surprised me too, gonna say.
Yeah.
Dotson right in the middle of the first round.
Now, I got to say, each of your three, I would be more on board with you guys questioning those picks than the one that I'm going to bring to the table. But the one that I do feel like we do need to talk about a little bit is Tyler Linderbaum going to the Baltimore Ravens. Now, I love where he went because he was a top 20 player in the class on the Trevor Sikkema big board. And I think he is a fantastic football player. But he goes to the Baltimore Ravens, and Tyler Linderbaum already had the questions of the short arms, the lower weight, the smaller size. He's known for being more of a quick, fast, on the run, zone blocking scheme kind of a player. That's where he graded out elite for us. He also had a lot of snaps there. He had almost 800 snaps as a zone blocker and less than 200 snaps as a gap scheme blocker. Baltimore Ravens last year ran more than 70% of their runs out of gap scheme blocking schemes. So I just wonder, if you plop him in at center, the scheme fit is I'm kind of not sure about that there. And then the other offensive linemen on the Ravens, they're bigger dudes. They've got a lot of beef. So it's like he just doesn't fit normally what they do. And I trust the Ravens a lot. Like I was saying earlier, they do this so well. They pick the good players and they make the most out of them. But I'm questioning it a little bit here because I wonder about the fit.
I viewed this one a little differently because there was a point in the process where I actually mocked Linderbaum to the Ravens at 14. And I kind of got some of the same answers. Scheme fit, size, they don't like that.
Sure.
I was simply viewing it through the lens of Ravens want to run the ball more than any team in the NFL. They do run more gap scheme. But does Linderbaum open things up for them? Can they now actually get creative? So the same way a pass-first team is going to get a receiver, and he's a weapon for them. You're going to move him in the slot, and you're going to put him outside and use him as a weapon. Is Linderbaum now a run game weapon for them where they can, you could start pulling him into space, and you got Lamar in the backfield, and you actually can diversify your run game in part because you have Tyler Linderbaum. So that was my thought process initially early in the draft process, and I love that the Ravens actually traded down, of course,
right,
and then circled back and got him. And I can't wait to see because I think they might actually use him and play to his skill set and evolve their run game a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with that. Greg Roman, one of the most creative run game minds in the NFL. Like, he will throw the kitchen sink at you in that regard. And so when he does have, a weapon, quote unquote, like Tyler Linderbaum,
center weapon,
he's going to use him. Like, he's going to utilize him pulling to the edge. He's going to utilize him in ways that you probably wouldn't utilize a Bradley Bozeman in that offense. And I actually like the fit because my worries with Tyler Linderbaum actually came in pass protection. I didn't worry about him going head up with nose tackles and, say, a gap scheme and going man-to-man. Because I saw him wrestle Tristan Wirfs in high school and pin him. Like, this guy has special sort of play strength for an undersized center. It was more his undersized hand usage in pass protection. He's going to a place where he's not going to be left on a lot of islands in pass pro. So the pass pro is a secondary thing to what he can do in the run game there. So that's why I like him.
I agree on the creativity. He reminds me a lot of Divo Samuel, you know?
Yeah, I mean, put the ball in his hand.
Same guy. You need a versatile center.
I just had to. Every creative offensive player is Divo Samuel. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, so are we sure he's going to play center?
Movable chess piece center.
I think he should play in the Divo Samuel
role.
The
wide center back role. I think that he's evolving it even further.
It is funny to think about him in like the small player next to those trees that you're talking about.
Right.
Bozeman and Ben Cleveland and Ronnie Stanley and him just being like there.
But
being really good. I mean, that's the end of the day. He's really, really good.
So it is obviously about to kick off for day 2's coverage of the NFL draft. We're about to get to the start of round 2. So let's take a look at who is still available. We did this a lot last night. The players that did not get selected in the first round that we still have on the board, that is their ranking that you see next to them on PFF's big board, not Seth Galina's big board. Maybe we can go over to him and see what the rankings are against that. But Mike, when you look at this list, is there somebody that really stands out to you that's like, man, this guy's got to go early in the first couple of picks here tonight?
Yeah, I think these wide receivers truthfully have to go early. Maybe not necessarily right at the top, but so on the Tailgate podcast, anytime we opened up questions for fans, it was always the ones at the top of this, whether it was the Bears, whether it was the Colts being like, how can we get a wide receiver? You know, we want a wide receiver. Who's going to be there for us? I was like, Sky Moore, George Pickens, they might be the guys there at the top. And everyone wanted them. So I do think you'll see teams clamoring for them early, kind of the way we saw teams clamoring for wide receivers early in the first round.
We had one quarterback go in the first round. Unthinkable in the year 2022 that would be the case. And I think the main attraction here at the top of the second round is going to be Malik Willis. And Malik Willis, he was in Las Vegas for the draft, and he kind of had a funny tweet that that he had last night after he didn't get drafted. As we're going to throw it on the screen right now. What happened to Malik? he gave him the Seth Galina talk in third person last night, and obviously he's got the laughing emojis. But I'd love to see Malik Willis go early. How early do you think these quarterbacks go, Seth? Do you think it was the fact that GMs didn't want to put their reputation on these guys in the first round? Do you think they're going to come off quick? What do you think?
I'm going to tweet the same thing when I pass out in hour 5 before the end of this draft.
Of the show?
Oh my God, what happened to Seth?
Oh my God.
I'm on the floor.
What happened to Seth?
Yeah, I think we're going to see them come off the board because I think you're more relaxed taking them. Clearly, these guys were not viewed as first-round quarterbacks, and I just think you're more relaxed feeling, okay, I don't have to put my whole life on the line for whether it's Desmond Ridder, whether it's Sam Howell, whether it's Malik Willis. So I do think if they come off the board, probably I would say 2 to 3 of them in the first 12 picks of this round.
And that's why I think you also saw just the desperation, the trades that we saw, prior to this, is that no one wanted to be the team that staked their reputation to one of these quarterbacks. Like the more you talk to people, the more you watch these guys, the more you just felt it's a long shot with any of these guys. And not only is it a long shot, there's no guy to really come in and even be NFL ready to say, he can operate an NFL offense. Like, no, a lot of these guys, the learning curve is going to be 2 or 3 years minimum. So that's sadly why they're all dropping down to this stage in the draft.
Well, it's obviously not just Malik Willis, it's a lot of guys. And we've got a handful of quarterbacks that are still on the board. And I'm going to go around the desk, and we're each going to give our order of what we think the first 4 quarterbacks are going to be off the board tonight. Mike, I'm going to start with you. Put it on the line. Let's go 1 through 4, soonest to latest. Who do you think?
I think Malik.
Okay.
Ritter.
Okay.
Corral, Howell.
All right. Seth, what do you got?
Brock Purdy, Bailey Zappi. No, I'll say this pretty much the same thing. I'm going to say Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, Matt Corral. That would be my order.
So you're flipping Corral and Howell. Okay,
Yeah.
Steve, what about you?
I'll mix it up. Ritter first off the board.
Ooh.
Ritter, Willis, Corral to Washington, and then Sam Howell.
Oh, you even gave a team.
Yeah.
you got a little
There's
insight.
a lot of work on him. Well, we've been, the last time Carson Wentz had a second-round quarterback, things went south. I want to see what happens again.
that would
Matt
actually
Corral.
Lord,
Okay,
that's a good pull.
Yeah.
That's a good pull. Okay, we got to take a look at running backs too, because we did not get a running back going in the first round. We figured there was a good chance for that not to be the case, but some
is
good
this
ones
allowed?
to
We can
choose.
talk
Yes,
running back?
the PFF and the position running back on the same screen. I know that's very taboo here, but Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, those are the 2 names that I think we're clearly going to see first, unless we see a big shakeup with somebody like a James Cook, a Damian Pierce, something like that. But Mike, do you think we're going to see a decently large run on running backs? Do you think this is going to be a running back heavy night, or what do you think?
Run may be strong, but I think we see Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall come up shortly. Next 20 or so picks.
Okay.
I think we could even see, his name's escaped me, Isaiah Spiller, Texas A&M running back, come off the board. He's not even listed there because I'm not his biggest fan, quite obviously. RB11 on the PFF draft board. I think we could see him go before the end of the second round, maybe early third. That may be it, though. You may be sneaking into the hundreds, as you see there. Damian Pierce comes up next to the PFF board at 95. That may be where we see running backs start to go. I don't think a run materializes just because this is not a strong running back class by any means.
How do you, as the lead draft analyst, how do we understand here that like running backs, so much of their success is a system. It's the offensive line in front of them. So how do you separate that when you're watching running backs on film?
It's difficult. You have to isolate what they did versus what the blocking is. And a lot of times, you see bad blocking, you didn't do much. You throw those kind of out of your mind and try to isolate when he was doing NFL things, how did it look? Not when he was just bounced out in space with 40 yards to run. Everyone's going to look good in those scenarios.
And then that's part of it too, right? I mean, in today's NFL, do you just want the guy that's going to, create big plays, right? Because teams are getting better at scheming open the run game, right? They're doing a better job of spreading to run. And I think there's a case to be made for give me the fast guy that when we block it up, he's just going to take it to the house because we're trying to create explosive plays in today's NFL.
All right, well, we're about to have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock to start round 2. But before we get to it, got to remind our friends that the second round of the NFL draft here at PFF is brought to you by our friends over at Manscaped. Chris Collinsworth, you better be watching this because this is your favorite ad, and we're doing it once again. The only true guaranteed quality pickup this season, the leader in below-the-waist grooming. With Manscaped's Performance Package 4.0, your skill positions will be sleek and smooth enough for a sub 4.340. You better get a close-up on that. Support us and head over to manscaped.com. Use the exclusive code PFF at checkout for 20% off and free shipping. Because of their ceramic blade and skin-safe technology, your nicks and snags will be reduced. In the season of trimming the roster, Manscaped will make sure that you're cutting the right players and not any important pieces to your D. Thank you for the product placement there, Seth. Appreciate it. Look, fellas, don't fall off her draft board. Ladies out there think that long nose hair is a major turnoff. The Weed Whacker nose and ear hair trimmer is your solution. Why not use the best tools for the job? What are you in?
I got a body wash in my hand.
It exploded.
You have 1 minute.
You do have 1 minute if you want to wipe it off somewhere before we start this. April is draft season, but it's also Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. Manscaped has partnered with Testicular Cancer Society to bring awareness to testicular cancer, men's health, and early cancer detection. Get 20% off and free shipping with the promo code PFF at manscaped.com. That is 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the promo code PFF and turn your Mr. Irrelevant into a first-round pick with Manscaped. I'm sorry, I'm sad that Eric wasn't here to hear me say that again because that broke him twice. he could not help but laugh every time. I think he held it through the whole ad read last night until I got to the very last line, and then he couldn't take that one. It was just the one that pushed him over the edge.
For me, it's the cutting pieces to your D.
Right. Hey.
Fence.
I didn't, that wasn't in the script. I didn't even have to, I just, abbreviated it, one letter. That's all I needed there. You could figure out what I was talking about. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock for now. I know that they were getting calls to move up to number 33 to start this second round. They've got the 33rd overall pick. They've got the 60th pick, and they have the 91st pick here. So these will be their first selections. We're hearing maybe Logan Hall, the defensive lineman from Houston, maybe Trey McBride, the first tight end off the board here. Mike, do either of those really impress you from what would be a first pick for the Buccaneers?
I mean, Logan Hall has some pass rushing traits to project to the NFL. Obviously come from a low college football and kind of a need. If there is a need, there's not many in Tampa Bay, but if there is a need, it is a pass rushing sort of 3 technique. Ndamukong Suh has filled that role of late, but he ain't no spring chicken and obviously may not even be on the roster next year. So Logan Hall makes a lot of sense to me, though. Where I would go personally, Travis Jones from UConn. To me, he's a jumbo 3 technique, pair him next to Vita Vea, and you will not get run on. And obviously, don't get run on initially, but you will also not get run on. And he could also push the pocket, rush the passer, and has some versatility. He can play nose, and Vita can play through.
People look at Travis Jones and think that he is just like this nose tackle that's only going to play behind Vita Vea, and it's just not true. It's certainly not true.
He's not on the team yet. Okay?
It's certainly not true for Todd Bowles, right? But I'm you know what? I'm lashing out. I'm venting a little bit. I put this on the timeline earlier. A lot of Bucs fans didn't like it. And I'm like, I'm giving y'all good football players.
Because Logan Hall is more William Golston. And Travis Jones is more Dominican Sue. If we're like comping for guys on that roster.
True.
Like he would be able to replace, Travis Jones would be able to replace that physical presence that Sue brought in the playoffs, maybe not the regular season.
Vita Vea and Travis Jones standing next to each other?
Different world for the Bucs this year too, right? They ran it back last year, and every pick felt like a luxury pick, right? They didn't have any direct needs. They do need interior pass rushers. They maybe could use another pass-catching tight end, even if Gronk is coming back. So the Bucs have some, short-term work to do as well, more than last year at this time.
They definitely do. The Falcons are another team that's very intriguing at the top of round 2. They've got pick number 43, then 58, 74, and 82. So they've got 2 second-round selections and then 2 third-round selections here. The Falcons, Drake London obviously at number 8 overall. Does quarterback maybe come into play here for the Falcons, or maybe edge rusher? I know that was high on their board when they were picking in the first round as well. Mike, what do you think about the Falcons' plan of attack here?
Yeah, I mean, if Malik Willis falls to 43, that makes a lot more sense than it did at 8, right? I would not hate that whatsoever. Even though you're not going to be great next year, throw more darts, and especially at this point in the draft when there's obviously no certainties. There's no certainties at the top either, but even less at this point, to where that swing makes a ton of sense. And it could feel like something like when Russell Wilson got drafted. They had just signed Matt Flynn, but then they draft Russell Wilson as well, because it doesn't hurt to take more chances when you have not the guy at that position.
Yeah, and they have pick 58 that came from the Titans in the Julio Jones trade. Mm-hmm. As much as I'm all for the shiny objects and the shiny things and the receiver and stuff, this was one that went the other way, right? They got out of Julio Jones at the right time, have the extra pick right now. Yeah. If you're the Falcons, though, you draft one of the quarterbacks and then you just continue to pick the best players. Don't pick one of those running backs that we talked about. There's too many needs on the Falcons roster. You have to continue to get high value positions, build that roster back up, take one of your quarterback shots as well.
Well, they would never. They have Cordero Patterson, the GOAT.
They do. That's right. So they wouldn't do that, but I'm just saying, don't take one of those running backs, Falcons. They're not in position to do that.
Okay. All right. Seth, what do you think about the Falcons' strategy here?
Well, I thought going into the draft that if one of the top 2 cornerbacks fell to them, Ahmad Gardner, Derek Stingley, I thought that would have been a great pick for them. So I could see them going corner here. Now, if you can pair someone really good with their already elite corner and A.J. Terrell on the other side, I think you're cooking.
The other team that I want to talk about before we kind of get things kicked off here, Cleveland Browns. Cleveland is picking for the first time in this draft tonight. Scheduled to pick at number 44. Obviously, things could change. They might move up. They've got 2 third-round picks as well. Got a couple of 7th-rounders, which maybe could go into a trade as well. What are we thinking for Cleveland? Edge rusher? Wide receiver? I see George Pickens a lot to the Cleveland Browns, and if he makes it to 44, I'm kind of getting suckered into that one. I kind of like the thought of that. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I think they could very well be players in this edge class. It's the depth does extend to this point, and they have Chase Winovich, who they just flipped for starting across from Myles Garrett, which you could probably stand to upgrade at that position. But also wide receiver just looks like such a big need. If you're going to go the ship, if you're going to win it all with this roster right now, it's going to come offensively. You're going to have to put up points on the scoreboard. Amari Cooper and then some guys at wide receiver is what they got right now. So if, like you said, George Pickens is there, Sky Moore is there, one of those top guys still there, that would make a ton of sense as well.
There's a fit for Pickens if Amari Cooper is still playing that quote-unquote Z position receiver like I think he did in the Cowboys. Now you pair him with an X receiver and George Pickens. I think that's a hell of a fit for them.
I mean, Cleveland might spend every pick on the defensive line or receiver. If the right receiver falls, as you mentioned, if it is a Pickens, swing for the fences there, but their entire defensive line has been stitched together this offseason. Maybe they bring Jadeveon Clowney back at some point, but interior defensive line too. So those guys you're talking about, Logan Hall, Travis Jones, if they fall too, they would be good picks for the Browns as well.
Tampa Bay officially on the clock. The second round of the NFL draft is officially underway. We'll take a look at their team report here, their record, how they did last year, where they stacked up with some PFF grades. And, we talked about a couple of their targets already. Obviously, this is a very solid Tampa team that felt like all hell was breaking loose when Tom Brady retired, right? Things were going to look a lot different. And instead, I think we get to look at this graphic here and think, all right, probably more of the same, right? It's going to be more of the same. It is still a stacked team. Mike, do you think they're going to invest more on defense or some offensive additions, not just here, but throughout the draft?
I think it's truthfully hole plugging. Like, you're in this position, a unique position with this roster and with Tom Brady at his age in the last year of his deal, even if he does want to continue playing, to where this is it. You know, like, it ain't going to happen after this year, more likely than not, unless obviously Brady does return. So you got a guard need, you got a defensive tackle need. Pick 33 is going to be one of them. Pick 6 is going to be the other. That's why I think they go.
All right.
And they probably traded down because all the guards were gone, right? And a lot of the mock drafts were like, all right, what's best guard available for the Bucs, right?
You know, I feel like they traded down because I think that probably the stronger guards were in consideration for them and they were gone by the time they got there. But I also feel Logan Hall, Trey McBride, Lewis Seen was still on the board as well at that time.
Right.
And when Jacksonville calls you and you know you're only going back to 33, you probably say to yourself, one or more of these guys are still going to be available at 33. So I don't know if it was just guard. I feel like it could have been really just the fact that a lot of guys that they really like were still on the board, and that's why you end up making the deal. So that's kind of what I think about Tampa's strategy there. Do we think they need to add a running back at any point? They got Leonard Fournette. Don't have Ronald Jones anymore.
You know, I don't think they need that running back.
Okay.
I mean, now maybe you get to
All
the
right.
fourth.
I had to ask you.
You get those two fourths. Maybe Kyron Williams makes sense. A pass catching running back, obviously something that they've struggled with, and Tom Brady utilizes wherever he's been. So 106, 133. Then sure, the next 2 picks though, I'm not taking a Breece Hall.
I think they will take a running back.
Yeah.
Probably tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. All
I
right.
thought last year at this time, yes, because Leonard Fournette did not look like he could ever be an effective pass game weapon at all. And last year he did emerge. I mean, in this offense, it's not like the Patriots.
It was okay.
No, he was better. I mean, in this
Come on,
offense,
he's LSU. You
it's
gotta
not
pull him
like
up. Come on.
It's not the Patriots offense where you're trying to create mismatches. You have to catch a check down and turn upfield. And Fournette did that last year, better than he did in previous years. I know it sounds easy, but I don't know if it's as much of a need maybe as it was last year at this time.
Let's go a little bit more big picture. Tampa Bay, Green Bay Packers, Dallas Cowboys, reigning Super Bowl champs, the LA Rams. But outside of that, not a lot of teams that could make a big run in the NFC. It feels like a 4-team race. Am I forgetting somebody? Am I giving disrespect
49ers.
to Arizona Cardinals or the 49ers? Yeah.
I mean, Trey Lance is the wild card here. You know, Trey Lance becomes what they thought when they drafted number 3 overall. They're the best team in the NFC all of a sudden. Like that's a damn good roster, top to bottom. It just is the quarterback position is this big unknown, and then obviously Divo Samuel is the elephant in the room hanging over everything else. So 49ers are legit if Trey Lance is legit. But yeah, I do think the NFC is a lot of haves, or a few haves, and then a lot of have-nots at this point.
Throw the Cowboys in the mix. Throw the Eagles in the mix maybe now. The Eagles are a playoff team that added A.J. Brown. For whatever that's worth. They were a 7 seed, but a playoff team that added A.J. Brown and Jordan Davis for whatever it's worth. So I think there's some decent teams in the NFC, but it's certainly not as flashy as the AFC.
The Saints are putting all their eggs in this year's basket.
That's awesome.
So they're counting on Jameis Winston to be a really good player.
For the 10th straight year.
And hopefully it'll finally work.
Confidence level in Jameis, 1 to 10.
11.
11. Okay, yeah. That's actually probably the only correct answer. Either 11 or -1
Exactly.
is probably the only answers that you're allowed to give.
It's funny
with Jameis
because
Winston.
During his starts. Oh, the pick is in.
Pick is in.
Oh.
That was the music. But I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Got me
You
going.
don't have to stop. You can keep
No,
going.
I'm just gonna say
Play it cool, man.
Yeah. Come on.
The Saints obviously were riding high. They were 4-1, 5-1, and then Jameis gets injured. They go on this poor streak, and all Saints fans, including myself, are like, "Oh my God, what if we had Jameis throughout that poor streak at the end? We would have made the playoffs and everything." But it's and like this revisionist history, because if you go back and look at my tweets when Jameis Winston was playing quarterback for the Saints, they're very negative.
When he was playing for the Saints or for the Bucs?
For the Saints.
For the Saints. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, I have hopes for him. I think he's going to be good.
You have to. Every Sunday is a reset. Well, I officially know the pick here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and it is not too big of a surprise. It was the guy that was the betting favorite going into the day. It is Logan Hall, the defensive lineman from Houston. Mike, you mentioned kind of his fit there, what you liked about maybe his prototype, a Will Golson type for them there. So do you like this pick at the top of the second round? What do you think about the value of Logan Hall here?
I don't love it. To me, he's a pass rushing project. Now, he's one of the few DTs in this class that offers that twitch that you need at the defensive tackle position to rush the passer at a high level. Like, he can get off the ball, 1.6710 split, a great time for a defensive tackle, and he can get left or right on you real quick. He is an agile dude at 6'6", 283. But that's a weird size for a defensive tackle in the NFL. 6'6", 283 is an edge in the NFL.
Well,
that's closer to like a Trayvon
It's an
Walker.
old school 5 tech that doesn't exist nearly as much.
Do you think he'll play more edge, or
He very well may, because holding up to double teams at that size, especially coming from Houston, going to the NFL game is going to be a chore for him. So he's either a sub-package rusher out the gate or probably an edge base end out the gate. And only 32 3/4 inch arms. So this is not Peyton Turner from last year, if you remember, from Houston, goes to the Saints, 35-inch arms, long guy, bull rusher. No, Logan Hall is swim left, swim right. That's his go-to. All he's got at this point. But I do like that he's been playing 3-tech his whole career, even though he was 255 pounds early on at Houston, playing 3 technique in that defense, holding up as that. So maybe he can get it done at the NFL level, being undersized, but would like to see him put on 10-plus pounds, because when he went up against Dylan Parham, guard from Memphis, whose name we'll probably be calling here later on tonight.
I hope so. Good.
Parham ate him up. One pressure all day long, and only on 39 pass rushing snaps. Parham got the best of him, so that was the lone top-tier competition he faced over the course of the season.
Parham could be his teammate later in
that's
this
also
round
true.
because there's that guard need for the Bucs. I mean, it's kind of like last year's pick with Tryon Chayinka at 32, kind of a project, long pass rusher that was eased into the mix.
Tall, not long.
Well, tall at least. But he's eased into the mix here as a pass rusher. I think Logan Hall, there are holes on the Bucs roster, but it's still really good. And, maybe you only get 20, 25 snaps out of him year one.
The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. It is not the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings, little interdivision trade, go back with the Packers. They give up 53 and 59 to move up to 34. Mike, what do you think it is?
I think Aaron Rodgers put in a phone call. That's what I think it is.
So this is the receiver. Is this Pickens? Or Sky Moore?
I have no insight on where the Packers got to go. I've tried to predict. I've gotten it wrong consistently. I've tried to predict a lot of
Which wide receiver?
Okay,
if it's going to be wide receiver. Hold on.
You're an owner.
Yeah.
You are. You actually you have a say.
Okay, this is true.
Call
so if I have a vote,
man.
Yeah, you do.
They're taking it to a shareholder vote. I'm voting for Sky Moore. I just think he's the more dynamic player. I think he's NFL ready in a lot of ways.
Is it Christian Watson?
Well,
And I would cry if it's Christian Watson.
All right. Don't look down at your computer.
Yeah.
I want to hear from you what the wide receiver you would love and what is the wide receiver you would hate, realistically.
Well, I mean, realistically, the options here are Sky Moore, George Pickens, Christian Watson. If it's Christian Watson, I just don't think he's an NFL-ready guy who's ready to make an impact right now. I think at best he's a 2-3 year project and then even then, I don't love his ball skills. I don't know if that gets fixed.
Well, you better hope year 2 and year 3 is good.
It's Christian Watson.
Because it's Christian Watson.
Well, the comp for him.
Okay, here we go. Yeah,
Marquez Valdez.
Now he's got
They drafted 2 guys whose
now he's
comps
got
were actual Packers. So
Is that what you
obviously-
used too?
Yeah.
Because in my notes, I had the same thing.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling's the comp. So obviously they lost the speed threat with Green Bay. With the receivers they have on the roster right now, they are just not a fast offense. Christian Watson ran a 4.36 at the combine. He is the most athletic wide receiver in this draft class. 6'4", 208, 4.36, 1.45-10 split, 11.4 broad jump. The guy is explosive. But he is not too much more on tape. And for all that size that he has, 6'4", 208, he got bodied at the catch point too often. Only 30% contested catch rate over the course of his career. And the number that worries me the most, that I am scared of year 1, year 2, whatever year he's in the NFL, 13.3% drop rate over the course of his career. A ton of drops on his tape.
That is Valdez-Scantling.
The problem with replacing Valdez-Scantling is that you haven't replaced, and it's hard to replace the other guy, Devontae Adams, but you can find a player who can work those similar areas that Devontae Adams does, whereas with Christian Watson, you're only replacing MVS. That would be my concern, really. And you could have done that with Sky Moore and George Pickens, like more of the intermediate, short passing game. I don't know. There's just not enough on tape to tell you that Christian Watson can do that.
So the haul right now for the Green Bay Packers is Quay Walker, Devontae Wyatt, and Christian Watson. They feel like very Packers players. For as much as you might not like the value of where they were picked, this feels like a pretty on-brand draft for the Packers.
They are athletic. I mean, they got a elite linebacker athlete, an elite defense tackle athlete, and an elite wide receiver athlete. They have gotten more athletic. The other worrisome aspect, though, to Watson is just build-wise. There are not a lot of tall, skinny wide receivers getting it done at a high level. In fact, there's only been one Pro Bowler in the last 21 years who weighed in at 6'4", 6'5", and 200 between 200 and 215 pounds, which is the range Christian Watson falls into. Like, tall and skinny is not a good combo in the NFL. Cornerbacks can get their hands on you really easily, push you off your route. So a little worrisome. He's probably just going to be the deep threat in this offense.
Now, we've got the Tennessee Titans on the clock now, but I did want to mention, I said that they were Packers types of players that we mentioned. Devontae Wyatt sort of isn't because he's older, right?
Yeah.
And Brian Gutekunst normally drafts much
Watson
younger
is too.
players.
Watson's about to turn 23.
So, right, and so I guess actually that part of it, the age part of it, a little different here. But we've got the Tennessee Titans on the clock. There's no other way to say it. They're reeling. They're reeling after yesterday. I mean, Mike Vrabel's body language alone from the video that got out from him in the war room where he had to step away from his computer because he was just pissed that A.J. Brown is no longer on his football team. They try to replace him, go a little bit 1-for-1 with Treylon Burks at pick number 18. What do you think this might be for the Tennessee Titans? We thinking defense? We thinking edge rusher? We thinking corner? What are we thinking?
I saw it.
Oh, you did? Okay. Well,
I'm thinking
can't.
corner.
Somebody teach Seth how to do this. I think it could be like a corner from like
Yeah,
Auburn or
right.
something.
You
I don't
got to
know.
just like maybe think.
Just guessing who it
So
could
you
be.
think it's going to be a corner from Auburn? You just said that right.
Short-armed guy, maybe like a Roger McCreary.
Yeah,
that could be the guy.
There's a lot of cities in America called Auburn, okay? It doesn't have to be Auburn, Alabama.
All right. It's Roger McCreary. It's Roger McCreary, the cornerback from Auburn, one of the best cover players in the SEC this past season. And an interesting nugget about him, and I got to sit down and got to know him a little bit more for a feature story, he did not play the cornerback position until he got to Auburn. So this was his fourth year of even playing the position. We saw this last year, and yeah, it was a little bit rough earlier in his tape as a sophomore and a junior, but this past year, man, it really felt like it clicked for him. So, Mike, what do you think about Roger McCreary, the measurables that everybody talks about versus the tape that we were able to watch this past year?
Yeah, Titans going all in on the secondary. You got Farley now. You got Christian Fulton from a couple of years ago. Caleb Farley, the first rounder last year. And now Roger McCreary. So McCreary just giving you more insurance to that secondary. He was a press man outside cornerback at Auburn. And he was battle tested. That's going to be 183 career targets. He is battle tested against the best receivers in college football and put up good tape. Highest grade cornerback in the SEC this past season. Most forced incompletions in the SEC this past season. The guy is feisty at the line. He is the kind of guy you want on your football team, but tiny arms, 29.5-inch arms, well below a lot of teams' thresholds. To hold up like that at the NFL is just going to be difficult against bigger wide receivers. So maybe a guy, a lot of teams were looking at him as a slot at the NFL level. That may be where he plays, and Elijah Molden may be more of a safety now. I'm not sure where they envision both of those. But
he does not have a lot of experience in the slot. In fact, in Mobile, Alabama, the Senior Bowl, they placed him in the slot in day 2 and day 3 just to see what he was like. And it was very awkward for him. I was talking with him a little bit after practice, and he was just kind of laughing. He's like, I'm down to play slot. I haven't played it before, so it's very new to me in how he's moving. So maybe they've got a plan for him. But look, I know there are going to be times where he gives up some reps at the catch point, right? There are going to be times when the short arms show up for him. But in between those reps, I think he is a damn good cover corner. He really understands how to body guys, how to be physical, how to stay in the hip pocket, really just annoy wide receivers. And he did it all year long, especially against even Alabama. Massive game, really great receivers at Alabama, and he was able to play one of his best games against some of the best receivers.
Battle tested is right. I mean, between LSU a couple years ago, Bama, Treylon Burks, they went head-to-head a bunch. So teammates now with the Titans. But historically, corners with the sub-30-inch arms, in the PFF era, the only guys we've seen grade over 80 in coverage, Mike Hilton, slot player. Ross Cockrell kind of bounced around outside and inside. Those are the only two guys. Kareem Jackson, who eventually became a safety.
Right.
But there's not a whole lot of them. And I love Roger McCreary. The way you described him reminds me a little bit of Steven Nelson. Like, he's always going to be there. He could be a solid player. He'll give some up or whatever. So I like McCreary a lot. But the arm length thing, I think, does matter. There's just not a huge precedent for elite success for that type of body.
We've got an inter-city trade. It was the New York Giants that were on the clock. Now it is the New York Jets. They give up pick 38 and 146 to move up 2 spots to go up to 36. And we already have the pick in for the New York Jets. It's running back Breece Hall. So, Mike, you mentioned running back probably going to go off the board within the first 20 picks. You said that Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker probably going to be off the board within that range. Breece Hall going to the New York Jets. I did not expect this with them drafting Michael Carter last year, but they drafted Michael Carter late. So Seth, you're kind of shaking your head a little bit here. What do you think about this?
Like, it's the same that we can always say about running backs. It's just too early. And they have Michael Carter, like you said, so it's just a little early. And I love Breece Hall. I think he's one of the more dynamic players overall in this draft. But unfortunately, he plays running back, and that's going to lower his stock. Good player. Just don't think this is the right pick for him.
Shout out to our degenerate gambler, Eric Eager, who had Kenneth Walker, first running back off the board bets that are
Not
kaput
cashing.
now. Sorry,
Yeah.
Eric. Sorry to bring that up.
Breece, though, the most productive over the course of his career in this draft class. He's been toting the load there for Iowa State ever since his true freshman year, breaking tackles left and right. I believe he had 20 more broken tackles over the course of his career than anyone else in this draft class, 196 total. Just productive behind a bad offensive line at Iowa State, too. Like, when you see a guy run behind a bad offensive line in college and produce, it makes you feel a lot better, about his projections and how he's going to translate to the NFL. So, love his balance. And then he's got that Jonathan Taylor-esque speed where it doesn't look like he's covering a ton of ground, doesn't look like he's chugging too hard, but then he's running past guys. A lot of breakaway runs on his tape.
His
and
40
then sub 4.4
shocked me.
combine.
Very much shocked me.
Yeah.
There. So when you look at the New York Jets running back depth chart now, it is Breece Hall, Michael Carter, Tevin Coleman, LaMichael Pirine. I mean, there's just Ty Johnson. There's so many names there.
Why?
But that's
I don't know.
Shanahan. This happens every year. The Shanahan tree. We say, hey, they can make anybody into a running back, and they always draft a running back, right? But they seem to always draft a running back that runs 4.4 or better because they're like, hey, we're going to get it blocked up better than anybody. We're going to scheme it up better than anybody. We're going to get Breece Hall into the secondary, and then the speed takes over, and he's a good second-level runner. So I could see, I know enough not to draft running backs that high, but I could see how tempting it is if you're the Jets. You put the offensive line in place over the last couple of years. You attacked the right positions on night one with corner and receiver. You got the edge that you wanted to take in the top 10 at 26. All right, let's get the cherry, right? Let's get the cherry on top with Breece Hall at running back. I can understand the appeal, at least for the way the Jets have been building their
Houston Texans on the clock. They took Derek Stingley at number 3 overall, and then Kenyon Green in the middle of the first round, which was a little bit of a shock to us. Wasn't a little bit of a shock to Chris Collinsworth because he absolutely loved the pick. And now we have the pick in, and now I'm seeing it right in front of me. It's safety Jalen Pitre from Baylor. This was a major Senior Bowl standout. He was one of the big winners, if you will, after the week. Goes early in the second round here. He's kind of a hybrid. He's listed at safety, but he plays a lot of slot corner as well. Mike, what do you think about him, his fit? Lovie Smith defense now in Houston.
Absolutely love this guy. He was the third-ranked safety on the PFF draft board, but he only played slot, though, at Baylor. So calling him a safety, I don't know what you really want to call him. I think you just plug him in at slot and don't even mess with it. Like, you honestly want to keep him on the field as much as possible and stay in nickel because he is a better run defender than your linebackers. He is going to play the run better than the guys you have in the box. We talked to Cole Turner, one of the tight ends from Nevada at the Senior Bowl, and asked him who the hardest guy he had to block was all week. It was Jalen Pitre.
Wow.
It was a 5'11", 198-pound slot corner because this guy is a dynamo to pin down in space. You are not going to be able to touch him, and he attacks with a ferocity that is just different. I mean, he had 25 pressures this past season to lead all defensive backs in college football, 50 stops. I'm a massive fan of this guy. Maybe he's not your ideal do-it-all coverage player, but what he can bring to your defense is something no one else can in this draft class.
I think if he hits, this is the new generation of outside linebacker, nickel type of player. Because not only did he play nickel and have to defend the run, I mean, he was playing outside linebacker. They would not take him off the field against a lot of base personnel. He's playing outside linebacker on the line of scrimmage and taking on tackles and tight ends and doing a great job at it. So if he hits, now going to the NFL maybe it means he's just a nickel. Maybe it means he won't come down to the line of scrimmage as much, but still, really dynamic player, and like you said, feisty, aggressive, has everything you want from a mentality perspective.
Parts to his game reminded me of his new teammate Desmond King, who plays the slot for the Texans. King played outside at Iowa, but in the NFL has been a zone slot, essentially. Just a good, he hasn't played as well in recent years, but I thought there are elements of Pitre's game, and man, the Senior Bowl was incredible. He was everywhere, just making plays everywhere, as you guys said, so really good football player.
A lot of praise for him down in Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl, no doubt about it. We got the Atlanta Falcons on the clock right now because they traded up with the New York Giants. Another trade down for the Giants here. They go from 38 to now 43, picking up 114. So Joe Shane out here wheeling and dealing.
Why do I even look at the draft order before we started the second round? Like, I don't think it's gone. Like, it doesn't even matter.
It never happened. It never.
Well, hold on. Wait. We talked about the Bucs. They made the pick.
Okay.
We talked about the Falcons.
They did.
Here they are. Falcons are about to pick again. And we talked about Cleveland.
Okay. So is this the quarterback then? Are the Falcons making a move for a quarterback? They have Marcus Mariota as their starter.
Jumping Chicago, I guess jumping Seattle. So Seattle was kind of the team that...
Seattle with the back-to-back picks. I call it the Drew Lock spot. When you have back-to-back picks in the early 40s, you take a quarterback. That's what you do. That's what the Broncos did.
Dalton Reisner spot.
If it's not quarterback, it's got to be edge rusher, right? Because that was the debate with them at number 8 overall. Are they going to go with the wide receiver they love, or are they going to go with some sort of edge rusher, George Karlaftis, Jermaine Johnson, something?
Seattle is also an edge rushing needy team.
This is true. This is very true.
Could be the same thing.
This is very true. So I think that it's going to come down between those two positions. Mike, do you have a guess?
Oof, I'll say Abikadi.
The pick's in, Trev. Pick's in.
Just waiting for the music. Now we hear the music. It is. It's Arnold Abikadi. Did you see it?
Did you see it?
No, I didn't even see it. I swear to God, I didn't even see it.
You're right.
You can check my...
You nailed it.
Now it's up.
I don't want to see your computer. Don't show me that. All right, so Arnold Abikadi. And actually, Seth, I think this would have been a pretty decently high target for the Seattle Seahawks as a really explosive edge rusher. You talked about him as a top 15 player on the Seth Galina big board before the show.
Seth Galina big board, he's number 1, actually.
Number 1?
No,
wow.
He's a top, to me, he really, I'm not just saying that, he really is a top 15 player based on what he put on film. Now, the age is concerned. He didn't really start playing until a few years into his career at Temple. But when he goes to Temple, has some really good years, 2 really good years, transfers to Penn State, and explodes onto the scene here.
Yeah.
Technically, he is a top 3 pass rusher with his hands, with his ability. He might be one of the he might be one of the bendiest edge rushers in this class. He gets around the corner so good. I hate saying it as a Saints fan, I love this pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
That's a good one.
He has a fantastic build for the edge. 6'2", so he's not tall. So he has good leverage, but he has 34 1/8 inch arms. So long, really long arms, but I will say he is still a little undersized. So at 23 years old, an older guy, 5th-year guy, didn't actually start until he was a redshirt junior at Temple. Then that was the COVID year, transfers to Penn State, breaks out in a big way. So he's older and still undersized, which is always a little worrisome for NFL teams, probably why he falls out of the first round, because he's not a power player. Now, he has strong hands. I like it when he connects. He knocks offensive tackles' hands away, but he is not a go-through type of player. He is a edge bender, an edge winner. I think he'd still do that at the NFL. I like the way he uses his hands. His pass rush plan is as good as it gets in this draft class, to where I think you could still be a productive edge rusher, just maybe not a hard edge setter, maybe not a big run defender, but this guy can still rush the passer.
I love the combination of what you guys said, though. You're talking about a guy in the second round that plays well technically, but also if you just looked at the measurables, you're like, that's first round measurables, right? So
I thought he was a first-round player.
That combination is great. And I think he is good at all the things that project at the next level, both production-wise and from a measurable standpoint.
It's funny, we're getting to the point of the draft where until Malik Willis is picked, Malik Willis is basically going to be the user pick for people in the mock draft simulator every single time. So like for the Texans, people wanted Malik Willis. For the Falcons, people wanted Malik Willis. I don't think Malik Willis is going to be the pick for this next team.
I'm going to put it in.
Is the Chicago Bears. Okay, put your vote in for Malik Willis just to make sure that we give him the pub here. But
get some competition in there.
I wanted to talk about this in the pre-show, and I want to talk about getting help for Justin Fields, not the competition here. What direction do we think they need to go? We've got wide receivers in need. We've got offensive line as a need. Mike, when you think about the board where it is, Bernard Raymond is still there, Sky Moore is still there, George Pickens is still there.
I mean, his fellow Bulldog, George Pickens, would be a hell of a pick for that. I mean, you have a guy, your number 1 right now is ideally a number 2.
I'm sure all the Ohio State fans love it that you just called Justin Fields a Bulldog.
But George Pickens is that alpha dog. He is the number 1. That's like kind of what's missing from that offense with Allen Robinson now gone. That could be Justin Fields' go-to guy for the foreseeable future. Darnell Mooney, love him, fantastic player. Not going to be where you're looking first on a 3rd and 6. Like there are certain routes that you're just not going to feel comfortable consistently targeting him at. And so George Pickens fills that need of those routes.
Let's take a look at the Bears. Let's take a look at the Bears and what they were able to do last season, their record. Justin Fields' first year with the club, 6-11. Not great. As you can see, the PFF overall grade just was not a good year for the Chicago Bears. They're out of head coach. Now they've got Matt Eberflus in there, Ryan Poles, new general manager. So it is a new era. It is a totally new era. I think this is going to be some help. Well, we believe that this was going to be some help for Justin Fields, and it is in the form of an offensive weapon. Oh, wait. No, I think I got fooled here.
Defensive weapon.
I initially thought that it was Sky Moore because I saw that somebody tweet about Sky Moore, and it is in fact Kyler Gordon. It is a cornerback, so maybe defense helping the offense. I don't know. I got no transition.
This is the problem with the Bears. They have one wide receiver locked up beyond this year. They have one above-average offensive lineman using PFF grading from last year. And corner's still a need, right? You still needed a corner in Kyler Gordon. You could still go defense. The Bears roster has just been destroyed over the last couple of years.
I love how you said here's the problem with the Bears. They're bad. Like they have bad players on the roster, and they do. And I like Kyler Gordon. As a sort of project at the cornerback position, you can't do too much better than this guy. He's 5'11", 194 with just the smoothest moving skills in this draft class. 10.8 broad jump, 39.5-inch vertical, and had the fastest short shuttle and fastest three-cone of any of these cornerbacks at the combine. The dude can move. But played a slot a lot this past year. They moved him around a lot. He's physical, but still rough around the edges. He is not your stick-with-a-guy man-cover corner. Is not an instinctive corner whatsoever. That's why I really preferred his teammates in the first round, Trent McDuffie, to Kyler Gordon. But 2-3 years in, and this Matt Eberflus defense is not asking you to be the super instinctive player. It's just asking you to play fast football. Kyler Gordon can do that.
I think the fact that when they needed someone to go into the slot last year as a Washington Husky, it wasn't Trent McDuffie, now obviously a smaller player, Kyler Gordon a bigger player. It was Kyler Gordon who went into the slot, played some man coverage. Was it the best man coverage reps you've ever seen? No, but I think he's still a good player. I even put in my notes, he's got some swag. He wears a lot of wristbands, but I think it's cool.
That's a good note. That's a good note. Seth Galina.
I wrote Dancing with the Stars hips.
There
He's
you
got
go.
great hips, man.
Wow, that's
and
good.
I just love
that's
the way
way better than oily hips.
Right? I'm trying to get some better one-liners here in my scouting.
That's good. You're doing well.
Right? Some other scouts do a better job.
Anytime you have any of those in your notes this evening.
All right, if I have anything good, I'll throw
Please.
them out there. But he's good with his eyes, off coverage, playing zone. That is a scheme fit. So I do think that works. The Bears still have a lot of work to do. Trade down, get a million more picks.
It just, come on, help Justin Fields out, please.
It's tough.
Do they
not believe in Justin Fields?
Do they not like Justin Fields?
That's a real question here. Because do they not believe? Listen, the roster has gotten worse. The problem with everything last year wasn't the coaching, part of it, but the roster has gotten worse. Yeah. 2018, they won the division. The roster has gotten worse every single year. It's bottoming out right now, and the Bears don't have the draft picks. That's why they traded Khalil Mack, because they had to get something to rebuild this roster. They need to continue to trade down, try to get 10 picks in this draft, because you can fill needs and for the rest of the draft here, because there are so many issues on the Bears roster.
I agree.
Who was playing receiver for them?
Huh?
Who was playing receiver for them?
I mean, they just got one-year deals of St. Brown and, of course, Mooney, but and
Byron
Pringle. But Mooney's the only guy they have beyond this year. Yeah. But it's a multi-year rebuild there. The problem is maybe by the time they figure it out, Justin Fields is also ready for his fifth year.
If it's a multi-year rebuild, take the players that you expect to be there on offense for a long time because you have the quarterback. I don't know.
I agree. They should trade him to Tampa. They should trade Justin Fields to Tampa. I agree wholeheartedly. I think you are right on the money there, Seth. That is some great analysis.
Put words in my mouth.
We've got the Seattle Seahawks up right now, 40-41. They've got these two picks. Do we think they make both of them, or do we think they're moving on one of them? What do you guys think? Do you think that Pete's looking to wheel and deal? Do you think Schneider's looking to wheel and deal here? Or do you think they're going to make these back-to-back?
I still think there's strong talent here.
I do too. I would normally say, hey, trade down, but
it's another roster that needs everything. So go. My question is, this is going to really be telling about the QB evaluation here. Not so.
Totally.
There's no way they love Drew Lock. So now they're putting Drew Lock against the second best quarterback on their board. Presumably, or maybe the best quarterback that they have.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are they going to take him? Do they trust that quarterback with one of two picks?
I would very much doubt that Kenny Pickett was consensus QB1 on everybody's board.
Easily could be
their QB1 could easily still be here. I totally agree with you. What do you guys think?
Edge and QB. I think that's what's.
What QB would you love to see in Seattle?
I think Desmond Ridder. I mean, I want to see Desmond Ridder go off the board. I think he's my favorite quarterback to watch. But at this point, 40th pick or 41st pick, whatever, I don't think you can go wrong taking a stab at Malik Willis.
I mean, if you're Pete Carroll and you want to run the ball like crazy, you take Malik Willis, you build the whole run game around it. That is part of the Malik Willis lure, right? I mean, that you want him there because you could build the run game while you're developing his passing game.
The only difficult decision there is you get Malik Willis. Year one is he's not going to, it would be difficult for him year one to show enough to really be okay, that's the guy, right? So then you're heading into next year's draft. Say you're drafting top 5, and a quarterback's there.
Take another one.
Take another one, and then you're just sending Malik Willis like that. But it's going. That's what it's going to be, though. That's almost I'd say put it at a 95% chance right now that's how this is going to go if you do draft Malik Willis. And then so you have Malik Willis there in the fold, you have Drew Lock on his way out, and then you have a top 5 pick quarterback in the fold as well. Obviously not the worst thing. We would say that's not the worst thing in the world for an NFL head coach, though. Trying to balance that is not something that they've done traditionally.
Is there a corner that's still left on the board that could be an option for the Seattle Seahawks? I didn't mean to cut you off, Seth.
No, I was just going to say, to just on Mike's point, that Pete Carroll's also not a spring chicken anymore.
This may be it.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know how many years he has left.
So you're saying he wouldn't want to draft a young quarterback?
I'll tell you what,
I don't have an answer for that. I don't have an answer for that.
I didn't think.
I mean, all I
you were bailing him out. He was thankful that you just jumped in.
Coach.
It's a tough thing because I didn't think Pete Carroll would want to move on from Russell Wilson either, right?
Exactly
and here we are.
That's right.
Knowing Seattle historically, Tariq Woolen from UTSA with one of the most ridiculous workouts in NFL history.
At 40?
Corner. I'm just saying, that would be the type of guy that they would love. Andrew Booth, for us, there's a drop-off from Andrew Booth to the next corner, about 40 spots on our draft board. So Booth from Clemson, but couldn't you see Seattle trying to take that?
I think Boye Mafe would also be somebody who's going to be pretty high on the board. I mentioned
Benito,
Arnold
Mafe.
Bikadi.
See, they've taken all these edge rushers, though, in the late first to the second, and just none of them have panned out.
Right, but it's a
spot.
Seattle
But they don't take
thing.
the guys that they take there are not close to the consensus. We're trying to give like
That's
our
also true.
consensus picks. They're taking guys from 70 and 80 on the consensus board.
Yeah.
For whatever it's worth, Seattle they have a style. And yesterday they didn't. I mean, it matched up with more of the consensus. That's rare for Seattle in the first round, and now early second.
What do you guys think about the compensation for Russell Wilson that they were able to get back? Handful of first-round picks, obviously, for him. But I think at the end of the day, you probably shouldn't have traded him. But I feel like they got a decent haul for him, especially in a disgruntled situation where Russ clearly didn't want to be there anymore.
They did. They can't. Like Seattle fans can't feel great about right now, right? The pick, the biggest pick that you got was pick 9, and it's Charles Cross, top tackle on our draft board. But he replaces Dwayne Brown, right? I mean, he's not better than Dwayne Brown right now. It really is a wash, and you lost Russell Wilson. So like, it's a rebuild in Seattle. It's where we are.
And it's kind of like you trade Russell Wilson now because it didn't matter if he was there. You weren't going to win the next couple of years anyway. Yeah. That's why you're doing it right now, is because he, accurate or not, he has a play style that may not age well, that people around the league would think won't age well with how much he scrambles, how much he's utilized as a runner. So I do think with how bad that roster got, with all the trades you made for trading away first-round picks for guys that didn't pan out and just whiffing on the first-round picks you did have, if you were ever going to move on from, this was the time right now. So I do think what they got in return was what you had to do. I am surprised, though, that they're staying kind of status quo with the head coaching spot there and not just cleaning house in the coaching staff, trying something new. Because Pete Carroll, you could be 2 years into this rebuild, and Pete Carroll's like, that's enough for me.
I will say that they have, they got Shane Waldron last year to run the offense. They've been going through offensive coordinators quite a bit, but now they have a youngish guy to run the offense. The defense is going to be manned by some younger coaches. So I think there are, in that kind of, Pete Carroll might just be there as the head and not doing so much of the day-to-day schematic innovation. So I think they've done a good job. I think the funny thing for me is, if you look at Malik Willis, which quarterback does Malik Willis remind you of the most? To a certain degree, it's Russell Wilson. It's a guy who does not access the middle of the field, who will scramble a lot, and who has kind of a cannon, moonballs, shots, cannon. So it'll be interesting to see if they go and try and take the same, what would end up being the same type of player. Now, is he as good as Russell Wilson? Is he as accurate as Russell Wilson? Probably not, but it would be interesting to see that type of player go to Seattle again.
I kind of want to continue the quarterback conversation here because Seattle, we haven't gotten the news of who the pick is yet. Which
I'm putting it in for Malik Willis again.
Makes me believe that they're trying to move on, right? If they were
they got back-to-backs, they can just announce them at once.
They're taking time. They're taking their time, I think.
Yeah. Right, but I think that they might want to move back at this point as well. Like if they're taking all this time, I feel like we would have heard it already with one of them. You could reset the timer and whatever you want to say there. But Seth, I want to go back to you for a quarterback thought, because these 4 guys, Howell, Willis, Ritter, Corral, what are their ideal systems? Like if you have ideal teams in mind, great, but you mentioned, okay, I hear pick is in actually. What, Seattle, Boye Mafe. I called it, baby. Nailed it. Let's go. One on the board. I call this one. I figured that they were going to be in on him because it makes a ton of sense with his measurables. He was a 90th percentile athlete in so many different categories. He checked a lot of the length boxes, the things that you mentioned it and kind of laughed at it before. This is a Seattle pass rusher that hasn't worked out in the past, but this is their type.
No, he is a linearly explosive athlete. This guy in a straight line, what he could be as a bull rusher in time is special. He's 6'4", 261. You know, not an undersized guy like we're talking about with Ebiketie. He is a jumbo edge, but still has issues against the run game. But he ran 4.53 at the combine with a 42-inch vertical. The guy can straight up get off the line of scrimmage. Now, he didn't start at Minnesota until his redshirt junior year, and that was the COVID year. Full-time starter this past year because he has issues in the run game. His play strength in the run game is poor. He may be a DPR, designated pass rusher, early on in his career because he can get moved off the ball one-on-one by even tight ends, which is surprising given what this guy is capable of physically. But you see that explosiveness getting off the line of scrimmage, and you see it in his hands. When he goes for that swat, he knocks hands away with such ease. You saw at the Senior Bowl, he actually had the highest pass rushing grade of any edge throughout the week of practice at the Senior Bowl. So that's what you're buying into, is that high-end athleticism. But he is an older guy, 23 years old, probably why he's falling to this point in the draft.
You hope that the best is still ahead of him because he's been playing football a long time, but his story is so unique, and it's such a cool one. And this is another guy that I had the chance to sit down and get to know a little bit better for a feature story that we did over at PFF.com. And both of his parents are Nigerian. They're from Nigeria, and they have had all of their children at least do 1 year of boarding school in Nigeria when they were growing up. It was normally around their 8th grade year, and that was the thing for Boye Mafe. He actually discovered football right before that, ends up doing the year abroad, if you will, to the boarding school in Nigeria. Not a lot of football going out of Nigeria. There just wasn't. He said, we played a lot of soccer. He's like, I tried to get my friends to play American football. They didn't really want to have anything to do with it. So instead of kind of taking it, pushing it to the side when he got back to the States, when he got back, he was like, I want to get back at it. This is the sport that I want to play. And he is such a unique athlete in what he is able to do. Mike, you highlighted it really well. It took him a little while to kind of find his place and find his strength within that Minnesota program. But even with him being a little bit older of an age, I think he is exactly that player that they want here.
A huge need for the Seahawks, by the way. Pass rush has consistently gotten worse. Yeah. Third worst PFF pass rushing grade last year. And so even if he is just a designated pass rusher, huge need, because that's what has gotten worse in Seattle the last few years.
And they've taken shots. Darrell Taylor, Alton Robinson, L.J. Collier. They've tried to address edge. None of those guys really hit yet. Can't stop trying at a position like edge. You can't just say, oh, those guys will develop. No, you need to keep throwing weapons at it, because the worst thing that can happen is you get 3 guys that become good, and then you're set. Like, that's what you want. So I do think that the need is still pretty massive there.
Well, for pick number 41, I can't remember who it was on this desk who said it, but Pete Carroll likes to do what?
Run the ball.
Run the football.
Oh, no.
Number 41.
God.
You're joking.
Kenneth Walker III.
A back that runs. So earlier I had...
Mike, you look at...
My quick rant earlier
like this was such a wonderful move for the Seattle Seahawks.
What I said about the Falcons earlier, you're rebuilding, don't take a running back, also applies to the Seahawks.
I mean, I love Kenneth Walker. He was running back 1 in the draft class.
Is Boye Mafe and Kenneth Walker at 41 and 40 not just the most Seattle Seahawks thing
Really
of all
is.
time?
It really
of
is.
all time.
You're not going to fix that running game with a running back. You had a first-round running back in the roster, and actually he did pretty well last year in Rashad Penny. You have a guy, Chris Carson, who's done pretty well there. You have options. You do not need a Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker, by the time his rookie deal is up, 4 years from now, is when your window's open, and that's like then the downside of his career. So, I love this guy. We got to talk a little bit more about Kenneth. 89 broken tackles this past season. He's my favorite running back in the draft class because he ran behind an offensive line at Michigan State that had no business producing a 1,600-yard rusher last year. I mean, what he did against Michigan, one of the best run defenses in college football, was one of the better running back performances I've seen in a single game in the past since I've started being a draft analyst. Like, he is willing to run through the tiniest of crease at completely full speed and get to the next level, 4.38 speed. I mean, to me, he is better than the guys that went in the first round last year at the running back position. Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, as a pure runner of the football. Now, in pass protection, he was disinterested. That was not where his bread was buttered. He knew that, and he did not put forth the best of effort. But You're drafting him because of what he can do with the football in his hands, and that is, in my opinion, the best of any running back in the class.
This tells you all you need to know about the quarterback class, though. Hold
on. It's also Seattle.
Right.
So, like, you know, like if it was literally maybe any other team, I think I might fully be with you. But I'll push back a little bit and say, this is shocking, though. You've got all of these guys on the board. Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis. Shoot, Matt Corral could have been their cup of tea, their flavor. And they don't pick any of them. They had 2 picks back to back.
They still have Chris Carson and Rashad Penny on the roster for 1 more year each.
Chris Carson is so good, too.
But they still have Chris Carson and Rashad Penny. Rashad Penny was averaging over 6 yards per carry during the second half of the season. So it's not like is this just a future-looking pick? Not that we would take a running back here, but a future-looking pick that, hey, we're going to get the quarterback next year, and we want to give him a running back because we're losing Carson, we're losing Penny in their last year of their contracts. Maybe. I mean, again, we wouldn't do it there, but yeah. What it is.
And this is why Seattle's where Seattle is right now, truthfully, is because they've done this consistently in the draft over the past half decade. They did not, I guess, learn from why they became who they became.
Can we paint a picture on that roster?
Please. Yeah.
Go ahead. The whole roster's bad.
Richard Sherman, which was talented edge rushers, which was Michael Bennett, which was Cliff Averill, which was Earl Thomas, Cam Chancellor, and Bobby Wagner. You know, that's why you became who you became, not.
The offensive line hasn't been good in a decade and a half.
Yeah.
They added Charles Cross. So that's a good start. So the offensive line needs work. They got awesome receivers. Drew Lock's their starting quarterback. They tried to. It sounded like they were trying to convince people that he was the guy. Maybe it was true. They actually believe he's the guy. And so Drew Lock's your starting quarterback. You're already starting with a deficit. He's a bottom 3 starter in the NFL right now. So that's not looking great. And then defensively, I mentioned the 3rd worst pass rush. So you had Boye Mafe there. And the secondary's been, depleted. And you just released Bobby Wagner. So you went from position of strength at linebacker to, middle tier linebacker. There are holes all over this roster. It is very difficult to add a running back to that type of roster and get better.
I think the linebackers are going to be okay. I really like Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton.
Okay, good.
Bobby Wagner had lost a step, I thought.
You're right, I hated on their linebackers, I'm sorry.
But other than that, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, this is just not a good roster. And
they have premium wide
receivers. It did not get
receivers.
better on offense right now. They did not get better on offense with pick number 41.
Yeah. I mean, if he's better than Chris Carson, that would be. It's just rarity. Like, that's a rarity in the draft.
What does that matter?
What does that change
If
he's
he's
better than him?
Exactly.
It does not change a lot. We've got the Indianapolis Colts on the clock here at 42. You can exhale there, Seth. I saw you were stressed out for a second.
I've been working at PFF too long now
think
that
the
I'm getting
Vikings
mad at
traded
running
up
back
here
picks.
Vikings been moving back left and right.
Wait,
and
yeah, Vikings are picking now. Vikings moved up.
Analytics GM Kwesi is moving back up for a player.
It's just, you know what? This guy is just. He's road mapping the whole thing, man. He's just going all around the country. He's picking up a little bit here, a little bit here. And now I see who the pick is.
Oh.
Cornerback Andrew Booth from Clemson, a player that we thought had the chance to go in the first round. I think he's probably still available here because there's some injury concerns. He's had, I think, sports hernia surgery twice now, which not ideal. But when healthy, Mike, what would the Minnesota Vikings be getting here?
Yeah, this guy has the best feet of any cornerback in the draft. His balance, the way he can mirror at the line of scrimmage is amazing to watch. And to me, he's a better man corner in the NFL, but really in Clemson's scheme, he wasn't playing a lot of man coverage. Like, he is backing out into zone coverage. That's not necessarily what he is best at. He is best at pure match and mirror ability. So TBD on how that fits in to Ed Donatell's defense there in Minnesota, but he is a talented dude, has some of the best highlight reel picks. The way he attacks the football in the air when he gets eyes on it is like a wide receiver. So a guy who is not supposed to be here in the draft, a guy who has talent much, much higher than this. I know Austin Gale's not on the set here, but he was a top 15 player in Austin Gale's draft board. And so this guy, what you could be getting for a true junior, I guess probably a redshirt sophomore coming out of Clemson, the years are all screwed up with COVID and whatnot, is a high-end type of cornerback that could be a number 1 cornerback on your team. He has that kind of physical ability.
It was funny to me watching him how many clips you kind of have to throw out because he's playing under a psychopath of a defensive coordinator, Brent Venables, who's like the best, who's like amazing, but he's also a psychopath.
Explain.
Well, he's blitz happy, and he'll leave his corners out there on islands with no safety. I mean, cover zero-ish type stuff. So you have to take those reps with a grain of salt if he's getting beat on the post when he's outside leverage. There's no safety. But I agree with you. Better in off coverage. Even when he was pressed, it was like press bail type stuff. So he wasn't like press man. Nice little one-hand press. Again, first round player with clearly injury issues that push him down.
Back-to-back picks now in the secondary for the Vikings.
And
this is what's fun.
And Andrew Booth.
Yeah, and that's what's fun, like when you get a new GM or whatever, even if it is Seattle making their picks, like you just get into what they value and everything, and it looks like the Vikings, who still have questions as far as pass rushers go, they're going to build their defense back to front. And Lewis Cine at safety, Andrew Booth and his upside at cornerback, and I think we're starting to understand a little bit of the strategy in Minnesota now.
We've got the New York Giants on the clock. For now, this is a team that's been doing a lot of moving. Joe Shane's been doing a lot of moving here. Really great first round for the New York Giants. This is, going back to what I said at the top of the show, if it's building day, they have a really great foundation.
I thought it was moving day.
No, moving day's in
That's
golf.
That's golf.
Now listen to the analogy.
That's Saturday.
Building day here in the NFL draft. They've got Evan Neal. They've got Kayvon Thibodeau. Those are two great building blocks for them to continue to move forward. What do we want to see here for the New York Giants? Could this be quarterback?
Nakobe Dean.
Ooh, that's who I would like to see, too.
I would love it.
Nakobe Dean in wing defense? Be nice. Okay, you're voting for Nakobe Dean?
That will only happen because it is a completely new world with the Giants. After 40 years of never taking a linebacker smaller than 6'4" with the long arms, they're going to take little Nakobe Dean maybe. That would be completely different. But a great production pick. If you added him to the mix to go with their first two picks, I mean, that is a haul of three really good football players.
I know the pick.
Oh.
It's not.
Didn't see this one coming.
Oh, boy. They picked Cole Strange again. Another team picked Cole Strange.
No, but the pick is strange.
Kadarius Toney replacement.
It is Wan'Dale Robinson, the wide receiver from Kentucky.
So they really are getting rid of Kadarius.
I mean, Kadarius has got to be on the chopping block at this point.
Because they are realistically the same role. I mean, they are guys who need to have they're slot players who need to have freedom to work in the middle of the field, whether it's option routes, that sort of thing. Wan'Dale Robinson had the smallest arms. Once he hits the NFL, he'll have the smallest arms of any wide receiver in the NFL. He has a limited catch radius, but the dude is dynamic. 20 broken tackles last season at Kentucky. Was a gadget player at Nebraska to start his career. 2 years there before transferred to Kentucky, and they made him a real deal wide receiver. He had over 13, I believe, deep receptions last year. The guy can get down the football field, has some legit speed, but again, it's kind of like the guys who got drafted in the second round last year. Tutu Atwell, D. Eskridge. Like, he is in that mold of a player. You're not expecting him to be a 100-catch, 1,000-yard type of wide receiver. He's filling a specific role. He's more the Cole Beasley in this offense here.
My issue with these type of players is I'd rather take a receiver who in college gave you a fuller route tree, a fuller depth of target, and then work down when he comes to the NFL level, rather than a guy who is already low depth of target and trying to just be that. Because I also think that we have this idea that, you'll take a Kadarius Toney, you'll take, and Wan'Dale Robinson's a really good player, and you'll take these type of players, and we'll just put the ball in their hands and they'll break up a million tackles. And the numbers just don't back that up. Short throws, stay short. Short throws, get tackled short.
And a lot of
remember the plays when they don't, when the guy breaks 9 tackles, but that just doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, and when you're 5'8", 179, how many guys are realistically breaking a ton of tackles at that size in the NFL? It is the 200-plus pounders who break a ton of tackles, who make those home run plays, or the guys who run high 4.2s, low 4.3s. And that's not Wan'Dale Robinson. He's a low 4.4s guy.
So that's what's interesting, is to see what does the new regime want to do with this receiving core, because they paid a ton. Well, this regime didn't, but the Giants paid a ton of money for Kenny Golladay last year. He did absolutely nothing last year. Kadarius Toney had one game where he looked like a future superstar, but that was it.
Right.
It was one game.
Most uncoverable man in the NFL.
He was unbelievable. I mean, that changed my whole world on Kadarius Toney and what he can become. But they want to trade him, so Wan'Dale probably ends up replacing him.
I would say he's getting traded at this point. I would be hard pressed to see him.
Yeah, I mean, you don't.
Possibly.
That report doesn't get out if there's not some sort of fire to the smoke.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, I think that's definitely in the cards there, and.
We're throwing logs on the fire with Wan'Dale Robinson.
Right. If Wan'Dale Robinson's the pick here at the top of the second round, then I think there's a good chance that Kadarius Toney might not be on this roster for very long. Let's take a look at some of the picks that we have had here early in the second round. Logan Hall, top of the list for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 33. We got Christian Watson. To Mike Chagrin, I'm sorry. Going to the Green Bay Packers at 34. I'm not that sorry. The reaction was great. Roger McCurry, Breece Hall, Jalen Pitre, Arnold Ebiketie, Kyler Gordon, Boye Mafe, Kenneth Walker, and Andrew Booth. Outside of the Seattle Seahawks selections, is there one that was surprising to you? You can't say Watson because Watson wasn't surprising.
Well, I'm surprised what they gave up. You have both their second rounders to go to the top of the second round.
To go get Christian Watson?
Was a little surprised in that, but
I wonder how far George Pickens is going to fall at this point.
Yeah.
Well, we got Cleveland. Is Cleveland on the clock? Are we about to be on the clock? Cleveland
is
is on the clock. So, oh, wow. 11% of users like the Wan'Dale Robinson pick. Yeah. That is low. Most PFF users put Nakobe Dean, Seth. Was that just you? Did you just vote the whole time?
Yeah, I have a lot of tabs open right now.
Okay, all right. You got a lot of PFF accounts. Yeah. And you've signed up for Elite for all of them.
Yeah.
So you're actually paying this
money
company
left.
more than they are paying
that's
you,
it.
Which is a bold move.
Wan'Dale Robinson, what is this, 83 picks above where you had him in the big board?
His
Yeah,
stock
it's a
was
lot.
a lot of people.
Wait, is
liked
that bigger
him.
than the Cole Strange gap?
yeah, I guess that's bigger. It's just I saw him as a gadget player, which I.
A lot of
there's
people
not a
liked
massive-
his game, but not 43 overall liked his game,
Yeah.
right?
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's
Similar to
thought
2-2
Wan'Dale-
last year.
Yeah, it's like those guys.
Yeah.
They seem a lot better in your head than in practice. Usually, it's like when you're upside, when your high end is still a probably 75 catch, 800 yard guy. I would just be hard pressed to see him ever become more than that.
But this guy, I mean, if we're going to trash the running back pick, if you're going to draft a gadget player without a real wide receiver 2, then it feels like you're getting ahead of yourself too. I mean, this is a guy that you want to add to an already pretty good. I mean, it's like adding Rondale Moore to what the Cardinals had going into last year's draft. Say.
But then Rondale Moore was like a low 4.3s, 40+ inch vertical, like high end athlete.
And I think a better player down the field than Wan'Dale Robinson.
Whereas Wandale's 4.44, also smaller than even Rondale, and like I said, 27 5/8 inch arms.
The catch radius thing is underrated. I mean, because you have Jelani Woods, who's 6'7" and just an absolute monster. It does matter for the quarterback, throwing to a much bigger target because you just can't do as much. You can't target that guy down the field nearly as much with the small radius.
NFL, sure.
We were just about to preview the Cleveland Browns, but we can't because they just traded the pick to Houston. So the Houston Texans now back on the clock. Nick Caserio, for as much as, I felt like Nick Caserio was talking down on the draft during his pre-draft press conference. And I went back and I watched a couple of interviews with him with the Patriots to try and see if I could get some tidbits on where he might be leaning, how he's going to be a GM. And the whole time he was just like, yeah, draft's a crapshoot. Yeah, draft's a crapshoot. We never know. We never know any year. So I guess this makes sense with him moving up and down, doing plenty of trading. So we've got them on the clock. But wow, I already see. I'll say the trade compensation first, and then I'll get to the pick. Trade compensation, they gave up 68, 108, and 124 to move up all the way to 44. So that's a decent jump for them. And at 44, they're taking Alabama wide receiver John Mechie. Going to Houston.
We have our first Canadian off the board, baby.
There it is.
A Brampton man.
There it is. I'll let you talk about John Mechie then.
This might be a little rich for him, but honestly, I think he is one of the more dynamic. He's small, but he's one of the more dynamic route runners in the class. I think he explodes out of his breaks. He's very clean when he has to run a harder breaking route. His post routes, he explodes off that one step. He's a really, really dynamic wide receiver 2, right? I think at that size, to me, is going to be one of the best wide receiver 2s in the league.
So you think he's got a wide receiver 2 ceiling? There's some people who would say like wide receiver 3, he's going to be a depth guy. I think he's got a really nice all-around game. I'm with you. Look, he's not the fastest dude in the world. He's not the biggest dude in the world. But he runs really great routes, and I think he blocks his ass off, too. You don't play right away for Nick Saban unless you can do the little things well. And he was getting playing time in that offense with Jalen Waddle, with Devonta Smith, with guys like that, because he did the little things to get on the field. I like John Mechie a lot. I seem to be pretty high on him.
So this is where I would have drafted him had he not torn his ACL in the SEC championship game. It is kind of the elephant in the room here of what are you going to get when he comes back? Because he relied a lot on that kind of suddenness out of his breaks, as you mentioned. Like, he is a crafty route runner. To me, he's almost like a poor man's Chris Olave in that he is one of the more advanced route runners in this draft class. And yeah, he's not super big, 5'11", 185 to 190 range, but I thought he got a lot bigger from his sophomore year to his junior year, or at least more physical, broke a lot more tackles, 20 broken tackles this past year after 5 in 2020. I do think you're getting a high floor player. Now, what's the ceiling? As Seth said, probably a number 2. That's probably what you're getting. But I think he can be, as he also said, a high-end number 2. I think he can be that, Calvin Ridley type guy in your offense.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just repeat whatever Seth says here. But I do that's what he's a very, very nice complementary piece to a passing offense that you can rely on to get open on a lot of different routes.
That's high floor, but a number 2 is a high ceiling second rounder. That's a good second round pick, So I think, everything you guys described was great, and I think when you look at what the Texans are doing with Stingley and what he could become, Mechie, I think they're starting to put the pieces or attack at least the right places after a very slow start.
Are they all SEC so far? They got Stingley. They've got Kenyon Green. No, Jalen Pitre. Jalen Pitre.
Oh, they got Pitre.
Who is the only Big 12 player, I believe, off the board so far.
Is he?
Which, 5 Georgia defenders, 1 Big 12 guy.
Wow.
One guy from Chattanooga.
One could say that it just means more.
Yeah. We had
if you want to.
Did you need to trade up for John Mechie though?
They were really far. They were really far down though. They went from 68 to 44.
Yeah. I just think with a lot of receivers kind of falling now, like we only saw Christian Watson, Sky Moore is falling, Pickens is falling.
This is where it gets fun though. This is where the boards diverge in whatever we think, even the consensus.
Right.
It's 32 different draft boards. They're going to be all over the place.
Like if you like what John Mechie brings to the table, who else is really bringing that to you with the guys that are left? Sure. There are things to like about other players. Calvin Offs is really fast. Alec Pierce is really explosive. George Pickens is all around, but apparently he's all over teams' boards. So at that point, you're sitting there with them at 68 and you go, damn, we really want to get another wide receiver we like. We love Mechie. They're going to pull the trigger. That's why I think you trade up. So I don't even mind that part of it. I really don't. Any other words on Mechie before we move on? No?
I'm excited. This is good.
Seth's excited. Good.
Caserio, quite literally, when he got the job, has not done a thing. With no draft picks, with no real free agent capital, with Deshaun Watson hamstringing them in their decision-making in their future, he did not get to actually do his job, up until now. And now he's finally starting to do his job. And if I'm a Texas fan, I like what I see.
And if you're saying, Mechie's got the injury and all that stuff, and Stingley's a huge question mark, these are the first moves where you're looking to like 2024 that they could pay off. And that's what the Texans need to be looking to. Like, how good are we going to be in 2003 and 2024 and in the future? And they're finally starting to look to the future in Houston.
Ravens here up at number 45. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, this could have been another second-round quarterback type of position, and they bypass a quarterback.
Right.
The fall is crazy right now.
It is.
The Ravens take Malik Willis.
It's getting ugly. Lions at 46.
I'm going to put it in right now.
Lions at 46. Well, Malik Willis was, of course, the fan pick for the Houston Texans, so the pick was there for him.
With Lamar Jackson and his play style, Malik Willis as purely a backup to what he does make a lot of sense.
Do we need to change the Malik Willis evaluation? He's not a first rounder anymore.
Well, I'm just saying, as a runner, though, if you evaluate this guy as a running back, he'd be like RB3 in this class. So his floor is where he would be taken off the board as a running back in that regard. So for that offense and what they do, and obviously, if you want leverage in Lamar Jackson's contract situation, drafting Malik Willis makes a ton of sense here.
It is pretty crazy.
They have a Malik Willis at home. His name is Tyler Huntley.
I know.
That was Tyler Huntley slander, and I'm glad you didn't let it slide.
Tyler Huntley's arm is like the SpongeBob memes. Tyler Huntley's arm.
Listen, no, we're not.
Malik Willis's arm.
We're not slandering. We're not slandering here. We've got the Baltimore Ravens on the clock now. We can take a look at the Baltimore Ravens pick history. Traded back, moved around a little bit, got themselves Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum. Those are a handful of picks. Look at all those fourth-round picks they have. They've got 6 fourth-round picks, 2 third-round picks. Man, this is a team that is loaded to continue to move up and down this draft. They're probably going to trade and get some extra draft capital next year as well, because Lord knows they're not going to make all those picks. Not all those guys are going to make the roster. I don't even know if they've got the cap space for it. But we've got the pick in here. Ooh, I love this.
Oh, yeah.
Man, what a Ravens draft. David Ojabo, the edge rusher out of Michigan, going to the Baltimore Ravens here at the beginning of the second round. That means their draft haul, Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, David Ojabo. If you tell me that Ojabo is going to be back to form after that Achilles injury, what a draft this is for the Baltimore Ravens.
He was a top 20 player prior to it, but tore his Achilles at his pro day at Michigan. More likely than not going to miss his entire rookie season if he comes back at all. Timeline's looking like, last 4 or so games of the season. So that's a wash. That's why he falls to this point in the draft. But talent-wise, this guy only started playing football at age 17. Grew up in Scotland, was a soccer player, moved to the United States. Obviously, at 6'4", 250 pounds, was a little big for a soccer player. Football coach said, hey, we got a sport for you. Takes to it like a fish in water, and obviously goes to Michigan. 2 years there of riding the pines, 26 snaps in his first 2 seasons at Michigan this past year. Breakout, monster year. And what I love is he actually uses his hands so well. He actually has a number of different moves already, which, you think of like projects and like having to teach them a position. I think he has an innate feel for the position, but just hasn't played enough to really have the physicality of the position. Like they played him in only, 30 snaps against Georgia because they knew they were going to get the run game pounded on him all day long, and he was not holding up to that running game, to a guy like Jamari Salyer on that offensive line. So issues there, but if this guy's developmental curve is pointing up the way it was this past year, the tools are there for he went 4.5s at the combine. The tools are there for a high-end pass rusher.
97% of people like this pick.
Nice.
It's the highest number that we have had for any draft selection so far, which goes along with their other 2 selections in the 90th percentile with Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum.
So you talk about him not having a lot of snaps, not being where I think Michigan wanted him to be in his first 2 years there. What happened in his 3rd year? They went and they got a new defensive coordinator. His name was Mike Macdonald. He came in. Jabo has this unbelievable year. Where does Mike Macdonald go? Back to the Ravens as their defensive coordinator, and they take the guy who he developed, right? He helped develop. So I think that everything makes sense from that perspective. He's going to go and try and continue on that development path between DC and defensive end here. Like you said, he's raw, but he's freaky. He's got bend. You can mold him in any which way you want because he's just a blank slate. And he tries stuff on the field too, as a pass rusher, which I like. So it's a good pick.
I love it with the Ravens. Look, you said at the very beginning what makes a good draft. I think if you come away with 2 or 3 good contributors, it's a pretty good draft. You already have those, I think, at the top, like Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum. You have a guy like Ajabo. Now you take a chance on what the payoff can be. And pairing him with Odafe Owe from last year and that athleticism off the edge, I think the payoff could be incredible here for the Ravens.
Detroit Lions pick is in. It is Josh Paschal, the defensive lineman from Kentucky. He was a fan favorite as of late. A lot of people really got to his film a little bit later in the process, and they loved what they saw amongst a really deep defensive line group. Seth, you were nodding your head pretty feverishly there about the good tape. So you like him?
Well, first thing I was going to say is there's another quarterback landing spot off the board.
This quarterback class is just
crazy,
absolutely tanking.
They're
Josh,
now 3rd rounders. By the way,
basically
the QBs. They're 3rd rounders.
They're 3rd round.
Very soon.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I like Paschal. I think it'll be interesting to see if he plays edge, if he plays inside. He played both at Kentucky. He's a bulldog. A little unrefined, but he's a bulldog. He comes after it every play. He just kind of sometimes just bounces around trying to find the play. In a good way. I'm not saying the derogatory way. I think, and he's been a riser as of late. I think more people have watched his tape.
He's got a unique build. He's 6'2", 270. That is a rocked up defensive lineman, and spent the majority of his snaps inside at Kentucky, which is why I think a lot of people were low on him early on, because it's like, what is this guy? But he still produced at a really high level. PFF grade over 90 last year, despite playing at a position that's not where he's going to line up in the NFL the majority of the snaps. Now, 3rd downs, obvious pass rushing situations, he can get the job done in the interior. He had a sub 1-6-10 split at that size and a 38-inch vertical with 30 bench press reps. This guy has all the tools to be a bull rushing monster at the next level. This Lions defensive line, now this edge group with Aiden Hutchinson, now Josh Paschal, the Akwara brothers, and Charles Harris, a Steve Palazzolo favorite, along that defensive line. They got options. That 3rd down package just got a lot better this offseason.
He's bigger than the old school Sam linebacker, but he kind of reminded me of an old school Sam linebacker that just beats up tight ends in the run game and is going to be a very good run defender. And the Lions do like to run those odd fronts, and if you have Aiden Hutchinson off the weak side and all the other edges that you mentioned, just a lot of versatility there. Reminds me a little bit of Devin Kennard, who's made a nice living in the NFL, just being a better run defender than pass rusher, but has some versatility and just a good solid player. That's what we're getting here in the 2nd round. It's good solid players. And I like
he
it.
fits niche roles. That's what I'm saying.
That's
Like,
what you said. Yeah, it's
And I'm
niche role day.
I'm gonna say it every pick from now on.
Where was
Niche role day.
he on the Seth Galina big board? Top 15, right?
He was
High.
top 15.
High to quite
There
high.
was
I'm just
300
saying
players
every
were top
player-
15.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is going to be the bit that's going to continue, not just tonight, but also tomorrow night.
At
too.
least
So
they're
we're
coming
gonna-
off the board.
We're going to go back to that.
Some
Man,
people's top players don't come off until day 4, you know?
as you guys probably expected, the user PFF picks was Malik Willis, and it's going to continue to be Malik Willis for forever. But we got the Washington
Even when
Commanders.
Malik Willis gets picked, I'm gonna hack the system and make Malik Willis the favorite to get picked.
We've got the Washington Commanders up right now. They took Jahan Dotson. In the first round, I think a lot of Mike, you said it was one of your question marks. It was a little bit of a reach. I think a lot of people like Jahan Dotson, but man, at 16. So that was kind of a questionable pick there. This is another pick. I'm seeing it here for the Commanders that is going to raise some eyebrows. Darian Mathis, the defensive lineman from Alabama. Ron Rivera has his guys. And that is the way that he drafts. That's the hauls that he is going to get there. We see it now. Darian Mathis coming off the board at number 47. Jahan Dotson, Darian Mathis. Mike, what do you think about him?
He's one of the best two-gap run defenders in this draft class. He uses his hands exceptionally well, can get off the line of scrimmage, get into offensive linemen's pads, and control blocks. I think this is your kind of Daron Payne leaving insurance, because Daron Payne, obviously on the 5th-year tag this season, TBD on if they sign him long-term, but if he's not, this guy can slot into that role and be a competent run defender at pretty much any interior alignment. I don't think you're getting much more than that, but that's what he's going to be.
Is that player worth 47?
He wasn't on the PFF board, but some schemes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's worth 47, but he's a day one starter.
Yeah.
Because of what you just said.
I
He
do
stands
think he's
people
very
up.
underrated.
He's very underrated. He stands people up. He controls blockers. I think he does also have a little bit of a quickness in his pass rush moves, like getting a first step. It's not his game, right? He's not a pass rusher specialist, but he starts right away day one because he is strong enough to deal with, I think, NFL guards and centers and holding them up and making plays.
I think when you look at the current depth chart, though, it's smart because, like Mike said, there's no way they could pay Daron Payne after this season. You're going to spend all your money in Washington on Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Jonathan Allen in these coming years. You got to get younger. Tim settled. They lost some depth this offseason as well. So it's a way to keep that defensive line intact and strong in the coming years.
Yep.
And he better be NFL ready because he turned 24 on Tuesday. So.
I mean, he's been playing at Alabama, so it's basically just like the NFL minor league anyways. So you figure that it's going to be a decently easy transition for him moving up to the pros. You've got the Chicago Bears on the clock now. They took Kyler Gordon. Seems so excited for it. They took Kyler Gordon with their earlier second-round pick. Look, Seth, Bernard Raymond's still there. Sky Moore is still there. George Pickens still
Any
there.
offensive player. Any offensive
We
player.
got options.
Any football player.
Well, look at the Chicago Bears, what they
football
did
player.
last year, and it was bad. It was bad. I don't know how. Steve, am I reading?
that's-
Reading the rankings correctly?
Yeah, low's bad.
Okay. All right. And there's only 32, correct, out of those numbers?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. Then it seems pretty low. So then, yeah, it's not really great for the Chicago Bears. We've already talked about it a little bit. How the roster has gotten consistently worse. You know what, guys? I'm saying it. This is the pick. This is the pick. It all changes.
Malik Willis?
From this moment on. No, gee, come on. You can't do that. We're on a show. People are freaking out in the chat probably. This is the pick. Changed everything. From this moment forward, I'm calling it. I don't even see who the name is. I haven't been put it in yet. From this moment forward, the Chicago Bears are only going to get better. They're only on the rise.
So Ryan Poles wanted the 3-tech for Matt Eberflus' defense. You know, you saw in Indy, they traded the first rounder to get Forrest Buckner because it's such a massive part of that defense, getting penetration at that spot. They wanted to sign the Bengals defensive lineman, Larry Ogunjobi.
Right? Yeah.
They wanted to sign Larry Ogunjobi. Obviously, he failed his physical. Would be curious to see, obviously, Logan Hall comes off the board, probably one of the better options as that like penetrating 3-tech in this class. There are some other guys. Would be interesting to see if they still attack that in this draft, or if they basically say, you know, we want to do a little bit better than maybe a second, third round 3 technique for this defense and look in the future to go there.
Could Travis Jones be that guy? At that size? Completely different
I forgot
body
Travis
than
Jones
Logan
is still on
Hall.
the board.
He's
I
still
feel like
hanging
he
out
shouldn't
there.
be there.
Travis Jones could be that guy.
Interesting.
Or do they go? I mean, the offensive line is rough.
It's bad.
It's gotten worse since last year when everybody trashed how bad it was. So, again, if you're rebuilding this team, do you focus on one area? Like sometimes you just want to focus on one area, but they do need a little of everything, right? So you can't just go all offensive line or just go all offense. The entire roster does need help. So Keep taking the best players. Or, I mean,
But
ideally you trade down and get more picks.
what if they take no offense? That would be bad, right? That would be bad?
Probably at some point.
Then
yeah.
let's do it, man.
Yeah, at some point.
Just
Wait,
saying.
be
Back,
bad?
take.
You're saying be bad? Just steer into being bad?
I want them. I like Justin Fields. I love his game, but it's going to look close. I mean, he'll get better this offseason, with a real offseason to develop, but it's going to look bad like it did last year unless they fix this. Unless Telvin Jenkins becomes this unbelievable tackle, like, it's tough.
What are they, bottom 5 in terms of offensive talent in the NFL? Maybe worse, like maybe bottom 3?
Maybe worse than that.
Yeah.
It's not great.
It really is tough.
Let's take a look at who we got available. Let's take a look at the updated PFF Big Board. We haven't done that in a couple of picks here. Bernard Raymond sticking out like a sore thumb, it feels like. So is Nakobe Dean. We got Travis Jones right there. You guys talked about him a little bit. Some new names that we have on the bottom of the list because some guys have already gotten picked. Leo Chanel, Nick Benito, Jaquan Brisker. Any of those newcomers options you think for Chicago here, Mike, or what do you believe?
Yeah, I think the secondary, Jaquan Brisker could be an option.
I love Brisker there.
Brisker's he's just a really good football player.
Yeah, he's an exceptional tackler, a physical presence to that defense that, if you're looking for a leader of the secondary, whatever, but he can be that guy. That's what he was at Penn State. And just a real safe, like a safe W to get. You know what you're going to be getting. You're going to be getting a good player. Could be an option.
Well,
that's what it is.
It is Jaquan Brisker.
Oh.
And I don't trust you, so I think that you saw it before you brought up Brisker's name, so I think you're a fraud. No, but you had a little bit of a scouting report there on Brisker. I think he's a really good football player, right? And he made an impact right out of the gate in that Wisconsin game, that Penn State-Wisconsin game. He was able to show up big time with that game-sealing interception there at the end, and it felt like it was just a great year for him afterwards.
Yeah, 3 straight seasons of producing at Penn State, and it really was. This year, he really took it to another level with his playmaking, the way he saw the game, making plays on the football this year. And they needed someone next to Eddie Jackson who could tackle. Eddie Jackson has gotten lampooned by Bears faithful, Lance Briggs most famously for his tackling or unwillingness to do so. Brisker is a willing tackler. I mean, I think he missed only 3 tackles a couple years ago back in 2020. The guy sticks his nose in it consistently, and they had DeAndre Houston Carson slotted in there to start. That was not going to be an option. That was a non-starter. They were going to find a safety at some point in this draft.
Now, this is interesting, right? Because we're talking a lot about Justin Fields, right? The Bears are only going to go as far as Justin Fields goes. And you go through the entire head coaching process, and we always seem to do this. You got a young quarterback. Who's the head coach you're going to pair with the young quarterback? And we always think offensive-minded, and they brought in a defensive coach, and Matt Eberflus. So how much is this influencing that strategy for the Bears? 2 defensive players in Kyler Gordon, and Brisker's not playing that true single high or anything. He's an Eberflus type of fit, right? He's going to play 2 high safety. That's where he's going to fit. Kyler Gordon's a good fit for what they do, but they're going defense first with a defensive-minded head coach. I love Brisker as a player. Again, I just think we're starting to see the strategy unfold for what the Bears are trying to do.
And and it was the same thing in free agency. When they signed Ogunjobi, it's definitely Eberflus's fingerprints on it saying, I need this guy for my defense. I need that guy for my defense. I need the Kyler Gordon on the outside for my defense. It's if you brought in an offensive-minded head coach, chances are where his thought process would be is, I need this guy for my offense. I need that guy for my offense. So you're kind of seeing that play out. And obviously, to Justin Fields' chagrin.
The receivers that Justin Fields has to throw to right now. Darnell Mooney, okay. Starting off with the good. Equiminius St. Brown, Byron Pringle, David Moore, Daz Newsome, Cole Kmet, James O'Shaughnessy.
A lot of wide receiver 3s right now.
I mean, those guys couldn't crack targets for the Packers or Chiefs.
It's not ideal. It's not ideal. We're seeing the numbers on Brisker right there. We already kind of went over it. Just a really good football player, and he's a guy that I think Matt Eberflus is going to like. Objectively, I think this is a good match with him going to the Bears. Just him versus some of the other guys that are on the board. That's obviously what we have a little bit of an issue with. We got the New Orleans Saints up right now. Going straight to Seth for this one. They picked Chris Olave, who I think you were excited about.
Love it.
Loved it at 11. Trevor Penning, who you were not excited about later in the draft at number 19.
I wonder which tackle they're going to pick to replace Trevor Penning.
Is this Malik Willis? Is this Malik Willis?
No, because I think you're too far gone to take a quarterback.
You pot committed with Jameis?
Yeah, I think you're pot committed with Jameis. So I think regardless of my evaluations of Chris Olave and Trevor Penning, they did what they were supposed to do, which is get a receiver and get a left tackle. They did that. Hopefully they both work out as a Saints fan, obviously. So I'm cool with that. I don't like that they traded up again for Chris Olave, but regardless, they got the 2 positions that they needed. So they could go a lot of different places now because they've done that. The interior of the offensive line was not very good last year. Obviously, you're getting Andrews Pete back, but he's not the best guard. Cesar Ruiz has not developed yet. Hopefully, looking for a third-year bump. And I didn't think Eric McCoy was the great player that he was 2 years ago when he came back from injury last year. So they could go interior offensive line and be okay with that. Defense is pretty good. They don't have a ton of holes there. Obviously, Brisker would have been an interesting pick as they just lost Malcolm Jenkins. But so safety there, interior offensive line, something like that, it'll be none of those players that I talked about because I'll never write about this stuff.
It's, it was interesting because there were whispers of them potentially taking a corner with one of their 2 first-round picks. Andrew Booth, they had him in for a private visit. Obviously, Booth no longer on the board, but I wonder how strong of an option corner might be if they were considering that in the first round.
I like what Paulson and Divo gave to them last year.
I did too.
I did too. So that's why I'm not sure that they'll go that way. Obviously, you have Marshawn Lattimore on the other side too. So I think they're okay at corner. They're okay at slot corner with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They signed Marcus May as a safety, so they're okay. Linebackers should be fine. Pete Werner played pretty well last year. Obviously, Demario Davis is top linebacker. So I think they're okay in a lot of spots. Maybe interior, defensive line, edge, they're okay. So it's going to be Malik Willis.
That's what,
Don't
I got to stop doing that.
Defensive line, whereas if the Saints look anywhere beyond this year, if they do get out of that tunnel vision, they only have 2 defensive linemen under contract beyond this year. So you do have to, not be completely depleted in that spot a year from now.
Travis Jones, is that who we're thinking could be a defensive line guy for them? I don't know. I haven't seen the pick. Haven't seen it.
I think that would make a lot of sense. And that's like a spot where snaps are available on this roster. There's not a lot after those first 2 picks where it's availability where you're going to be able to see the football field.
What do the Saints believe they are right now is my question, right? I mean, a team that if you plucked mid-career Drew Brees on this team, they're one of the best in the NFC. If you put Jameis on the team, it's all right, if we get better in a couple spots, we're competing for a playoff team. Is that what they believe they're, a playoff team? Where they're just going to fill those few needs and then go make their run. Beat the Bucs a couple times and then see if they can make the playoffs.
I think they believe they're a playoff team.
Yeah.
I think that's where the Saints think they are. It's hard for the Saints to tell themselves they are not a playoff team, certainly after the last decade that they've had. So I don't know if they're ready to give up on that. I do see the pick.
I saw it too.
It is, in fact, cornerback. It's Alontae Taylor going number 49 to the New Orleans Saints. Mike, this is pretty early for him, right? Where's he ranked on the big board?
He was ranked 138 on the PFF draft board. Not a massive.
So now this
going at 49 here.
So now this is the biggest discrepancy, right, between our big board and where a guy actually got selected. But talk to us about it.
I will say he may end up as a safety for the Saints. He played corner for 4 years at Tennessee, started as a true freshman, 4 years, had a bit of a breakout this past season, put himself really on the map, was kind of a fringe prospect, seen as prior to that. He's got legit speed, 4.36. He is a physical tackler. His best plays come against screens, coming up, making plays against ball carriers around the line of scrimmage, not necessarily purely covering wide receivers down the football field. So that's why I think in this defense, and just maybe the physicality plays with them, maybe that's what they like about his game, but I also think maybe they like that speed and that willingness as maybe a possible safety convert.
Yeah, look, it's a little surprising.
The film over here.
Yeah, we got the film over
Oh,
here.
you got the clicker?
I'm trying to.
You got the clicker? Show
I'm just
the people
catching
the
up
clicker.
on some plays here. Alontae Taylor.
The man is grinding the tape on the draft show, people.
I'm going to report each play as I see it.
Okay, all right. Seth will talk, and then you tell us what you see from the 3 or 4 plays that you get before.
Well, I do think that now they did sign Daniel Sorensen in the offseason, who is the best safety in the league.
That's good.
But so they are looking for this versatile piece because I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson can do some stuff. Daniel Sorensen can do some stuff. I mean, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is a really good player. I'm not saying that. But they can all do a little piece. Marcus May can do some stuff. So now you're looking, and if they move this Alontae Taylor to safety, then you have another guy who can be physical, match up against. They don't have a tight end matchup player right now. That was Malcolm Jenkins. So it could be interesting. Obviously, when I look at it, the reach from our big board and most people's big boards, I'm not into it, but it is what it is.
112 on the Athletics consensus board, which is an amalgamation of all draft media's big board. So I'm not the only one particularly low on it.
Well, the Saints March to beat their own drum. They truly do. They're one of those teams. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, and that's just always their identity. Some teams I feel like are a lot closer to the consensus. The New Orleans Saints seem like they are not.
And now the Saints, they don't pick till round 5. They got some time off here.
Right, they do.
This is part of Mickey Loomis's game plan is to have as much time off as possible.
Kansas City Chiefs on the clock. Fellas, George Pickens is still on the board.
Now, have you heard about this quarterback from Liberty? Because I just put him in for my pick.
Look, Patrick Mahomes failed to make the Super Bowl last year. Could be going backwards. You're right. Could get Malik Willis in there and get a little competition. Right, Steve? That's got to be the way to go, huh?
Get Malik Willis in?
Yeah. For Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, the last time we saw Patrick Mahomes,
he's got to focus in.
it was one of the worst halves of football that we've seen. Maybe he's completely lost it. Get the next guy.
That's how it works too. You just lose it like that.
You just lose it.
You know, I cannot wait for people to just clip this.
Patriots drafted Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's it.
Patriots draft Jimmy Garoppolo in the second round. Brady wins 4 Super Bowls.
Wow.
Aaron Rodgers, they draft Jordan Love in the first round.
Oh.
Aaron Rodgers goes back-to-back MVPs.
I'm sorry.
All right, what
the
really
Saints
happened?
are actually back on the clock.
Whoa.
You said they're not picking till the fifth. They just traded the rest of their draft.
No. Wait, the Saints?
The Saints have traded.
Did
for
they trade the
50th
rest of their
overall
draft
pick.
again?
The Saints have, according to Albert Breer, the Saints have traded for the 50th overall.
So they're not done. 2 years ago, they traded
Hold on. Tom Palazzolo just said the Patriots traded number 50.
Okay.
So we got conflicting reports
Okay,
here?
yeah, so Breer got it wrong. Garofalo saying Patriots run.
Patriots are trading up.
Seth was sweating. I could physically hear the sweat glands opening of what they were going to have to give to get from the 5th round
Well, it was going to be
number 50.
They had like a 3-year stretch where they gave up future picks.
They don't have a first-round pick next year, though, because they
so.
traded it for this first-rounder.
Yeah.
So that would have been
No, my favorite Saints move is when they got rid of all their picks and then came back in 2 years ago. Who did they?
Like Ian Book or something
No,
like
no,
that.
it
The other
was
quarterback.
It was a quarterback. Yeah,
it was a quarterback. Who was
The
it?
Penn State.
No.
Tommy Stevens.
Tommy Stevens,
Tommy
thank you.
Stevens,
Thank you. Yes, Tommy Stevens. Because wasn't it because they called them and he was going to sign with a different team as an undrafted free agent. Then Sean Payton's like, the hell you are. And then
Sean Payton was
back
like, you're the
up
best quarterback that's ever lived. You need to be on the Saints.
I just love it.
Sean Payton forever, man.
Patriots trading up. They never trade up. What are they trading again?
That's unique because last year they did. They drafted Christian Barmore and that worked out.
Right, they don't do it often.
What's the most Patriots pick this could possibly be? We've already got Cole Strange off the board.
They have a draft board of like 50 players every year.
Patriots were picking at 54, so they only pop up 4 spots, so it doesn't cost them too much.
I want a downfield receiver.
Malik Willis.
So they're jumping the Eagles.
It's a safety. They love second-round safeties.
Eagles
it's be a safety.
Eagles have the linebacker need.
Oh boy, it's not a safety. It's Tyquan Thornton.
Oh,
The
there you go.
That is
speedster
not the
from
most Patriots
Baylor.
player.
I don't know much about him, but he's speedy. He's speedy.
Look,
but this was
I
an
too
issue with
watched
them
He's fast with
last
ball
year.
skills.
They just didn't have.
There you go.
They went and got a lot of big body to play, and Jacoby Myers smaller body, but he's more of an underneath type of player. They just didn't have this type of player. Again, is it a little rich for him at the 50th pick? Maybe, but this is 100% the type of player they need in that offense right now.
Is George Pickens not going to go on day 2?
I think the problem is he's just probably off so many boards.
Boards, right?
And so 10 teams
at
might
this
love
point,
him, but they know he's off boards, and you can play it.
So everyone made fun of the Patriots for, didn't have a wide receiver that ran sub 4.6. That was 2 years ago. Obviously, I had Nelson Aguilar. They have a sub 4.6 receiver now, and they have a sub 4.3 receiver now, Tyquan Thornton, who went 4.28 at the combine, 10.11 broad jump. He is linearly insane. I mean, this guy can fly, but turns like a Mack truck. He had a 7.253 cone, which is abysmal for a wide receiver, especially a fast wide receiver.
What percentile is that?
That is low, and he is skinny. I mean, this is a lot like the Anthony Schwartz pick last year, but a whole round higher, where you're just drafting a guy because he can fly. Can he play wide receiver?
Oh my gosh.
Not especially, but if you want a speed element, here's a speed element.
This was old. They got Chad Jackson back in the day. Historically.
Well, that was a first rounder.
Belichick's been there forever.
Yeah.
They've made a few of these speed plays, but they do not have the best history of any non-7th round receiver that is a former quarterback actually turning out to be good.
He has 8 1/4 inch hands.
Yeah.
It's second percentile. What?
He's fast and he attacks the ball. To me, that's like get that in round 3 or 4, and hope something comes of it.
Okay.
But
All right. Well,
they're getting it here.
Interesting.
They
couldn't separate last year. that was the issue with both the tight end and the receiving
You are
core.
correct.
They
You're
could
right.
not separate, and they're going to try and get a guy who can separate, and in this case, vertically down the field.
We've got the Philadelphia Eagles up now. Linebacker, Nakobe Dean is still there. Come on. Would Howie do it?
Sense.
Yeah,
Would
that's
Howie do
that's
it?
Too much sense.
Chad Muma's also there if they don't, I don't know, like Nakobe Dean's size, because I feel like that's got to be the only reason why he's falling down boards at this point.
I mean, this feels like last year with Nick Bolton. Super productive SEC player, undersized, not particularly the highest end athlete. I mean, that's Nakobe Dean to a T, but Nick Bolton was the guy who saw things happen before they happened. Like, he sees the game at an incredibly high level. That's Nakobe Dean. Nick Bolton had an awesome rookie season. The Chiefs make that pick 10 times out of 10. A lot of teams are kicking themselves for passing on him with what he did as a rookie. I think it's going to be the same for a lot of teams with Nakobe Dean right now.
You guys
The
agree?
Eagles?
Online? No. He didn't officially go to the Eagles. We would love for him.
No,
I
but you're
would
saying
love that.
I'm saying.
a fit to the Eagles would be
Yes.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Would Howie do it, though? That's always the question. Corner is still on the board for them. Safety
I
is
think
potentially still on the board for them. There's a lot of good safeties that are still left. Well, not a lot, but
I mean, besides maybe corner, I mean, they could go anywhere. Obviously, they filled the interior of the defensive line with Jordan Davis. They could go really anywhere on defense, and I think you'd be cool with that at this point. But Dean's one of my favorite players in the draft, so I really hope they get him.
I think it's just interesting the way teams handle these rounds differently. But the pick is in. For
the pick is in?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it. I don't see it yet. Somebody else.
The draft tracker has it. PFF draft tracker. That's
Somebody
what I
else-
get. It.
Nebraska center, Cam Jurgens, your ultimate Jason Kelce replacement,
Wow.
That's exactly
and
Nice.
was deemed a poor man's Tyler Linderbaum because they're similarly sized. And truthfully, Cam Jurgens tested out more athletically. This guy can fly. He explodes off the line of scrimmage. I mean, one of the more athletic centers you'll ever see at the position, but also very out of control. And you see that in his grading profile. Like, him locating guys, plays at one speed and does not get under control. Only earned a 71.4 overall grade last year. So he's a project. High on NFL boards because of you can't coach those athletic tools and what he's capable of. But in 3 years as a starter, 44.1 overall grade, 42.7, and then 71.4. Like, yeah, he's trending up, but he still has a long way to go before I trust him on an NFL football field. They have that luxury with Jason Kelce. This is obviously a forward-thinking move to learn from him. But, yeah, like I said, still a center project.
We talked about Tyler Linderbaum potentially being a target for the Eagles back when they had 3 first-round picks before all that movement. And there's a lot of comparisons to Cam Jurgens' game with Tyler Linderbaum. It's just a lot of people were like, hey, we see these prospects kind of similarly, but everybody would say if Tyler Linderbaum's a round 1 guy for this, Cam Jurgens would be a 2nd or 3rd round, maybe just day 2 selection for this. So I think this makes a ton of sense from what we have been projecting. If Philly was going to address the offensive line, this is the guy to do it.
Very, very Howie Roseman move. He does tend
Classic
to get
Howie.
Right. You fill the offensive line need a year early. Now it doesn't always work out, but they got Andre Dillard a year before Jason Peters was finishing up. Get Jurgens before you get. Before Jason Kelce is either going to hang him up or move on or whatever it might be, but just continue to get that offensive line depth. And we know the Eagles, how much they just believe in the trenches. They've consistently, under Roseman, had a top 5 offensive line, top 5 defensive line almost every year for the last 10 years. That has been their calling card in Philadelphia, outside of a couple years with injuries and all that stuff. So continuing to add there.
Pittsburgh Shield. Oh, go ahead.
I think you can mold him. He's almost a blank slate to a certain degree, and I think you can mold him and get him to that level. And then again, you can't teach athleticism, which he has. So it's an interesting pick here.
We've got phone just dropped. Sorry for anybody who just heard
You
that.
can pick it up. It's fine.
No, I can't. The show must go on. We've got to adapt.
gonna unhook your
Pittsburgh
casting.
Steelers at Pittsburgh Steelers at 52. Malik Willis here, right? Right.
Man.
Picks in.
Do it,
Quarter-
Seth.
I have it.
Quarterback competition. I'll let you do it. Go ahead.
It's a receiver.
Who is it?
It's George Pickens. Going to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wow, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay, what do you guys think about this? We talked so many different potential landing spots for George Pickens.
This was not one of them.
And I feel like this was
no.
definitely not one of them. What do you think, Mike?
There was a need. I mean, they play 3 wide. They obviously lose James Washington. He's now gone. Deontay Johnson in a contract year. TBD on the reports are they may not want to re-sign him. And from a hands standpoint, it's night and day between Deontay Johnson and George Pickens. He had the best hands in this draft class for my money. Only 2 drops his entire collegiate career, a 92 catchable. Now, only 35 routes last season after tearing his ACL last April. So a year ago, tore his ACL, barely played. Tape, throw it out the window. You have to go back to his freshman, sophomore year, where probably the best freshman tape of any wide receiver in this draft class. So that's what you're banking on, that talent, that physicality, but definitely comes with off-field issues, definitely comes with some personality issues with fighting and other stuff. Sprayed water on a Tennessee player as a sophomore. Like, he has some things around him that teams had to vet and why he fell this far in the draft.
Water.
That part's fine.
Water.
We think. I wasn't there to test it.
Okay, got it.
I don't know.
I love it, man. I take the chance on George Pickens all day. What I'm wondering is, what do the Steelers think of Chase Claypool on the roster right now? That he's kind of had this up and down career. He shows the flashes. He's never really taken that next step. Is Chase Claypool actually? Are they ready to move on from Chase Claypool? Of course, you could coexist with George Pickens and Deontay Johnson.
You should be able to. Yeah.
Absolutely, but there's been some ups and downs with Chase Claypool. If you're the team like the Packers, maybe you're making a phone call about Chase Claypool's got a couple of years left on his
Man, you were putting quite the arsenal around Kenny Pickett, aren't you? I'm a little surprised that this wasn't an offensive line pick because Bernard Raymond's still there, so I figured.
You're putting good players around Mitchell Trubisky.
Sure, yeah. Right. Of course. Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth, Najee Harris, right? I mean, like, you've got a lot of guys on that Steelers team.
Who's stopping this offense?
Who's stopping this offense? Who is stopping this offense?
Can we get the PFF social team on that, please?
So their next pick, Steelers' next pick, later in the third round at number 84. We've got the Indianapolis Colts up at 53.
This would have been a good place for Pickens.
Yes. You know what? I think it's a better pick would be Sky Moore.
Yeah.
Sky Moore, too, because, look, Pickens can play that X receiver role, but they've already got Pittman in Indianapolis. But Paris Campbell, he's dealt with injuries, hasn't exactly panned out the way that they wanted him to. Sky Moore is that guy. And if Paris Campbell works out and you've got two great guys who are yards after the catch players of speed, fantastic. You'd love that. But, man, I'd love to see Sky Moore here. This is my pick for the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, I think Sky Moore or one of the tackles. You have Abe Lucas from Washington State. You have Bernard Raymond from Central Michigan. Now, Raymond has knee issues that are dropping him down boards. This is why he's falling here. It's probably off some boards. But Abraham Lucas and Raymond, both high-end athletes to replace left tackle where Eric Fisher, I believe, he's still unsigned, right? Yeah, still out on the market.
Pigs in.
It's a receiver.
Ooh, it is a receiver, not Sky Moore. Alec Pierce. Didn't think Pierce was going to go ahead of Sky Moore. Man, Sky Moore's on a little bit of a fall here. So they go with the athletic, big-bodied, vertical threat in Alec Pierce. Seth, you and I were talking a little bit before the show about Alec Pierce, and you like him, right? So what do you think about him going here to the Indianapolis Colts?
Yeah, I think obviously they need a receiver. What I like about Alec Pierce is he's a little raw still in terms of his actual route running. When he has to break at between 6 and 12 yards, out breaking routes, even in breaking routes, sometimes his feet can get tangled up. Not perfect. However, against press, he's off the line in a second. He's unbelievable against press, and his vertical speed is out of control good. He is so fast. And you saw it play again against Alabama, the best defense that they faced in probably 2 seasons. I mean, they did play Georgia the year before, but he is getting down the field in a hurry. I think you can use him in a lot of ways, and you can mold his footwork, and his breaks as he gets to the NFL.
Colts head coach Frank Reich a couple years ago was listening to his press conference after they drafted Michael Pittman. He said, when you're drafting a receiver, you want them to make cornerbacks feel something. You want to feel strength or quickness or whatever. I think Pierce makes corners feel the explosiveness. He makes it, you mentioned what he does off press. That's a nice compliment to Michael Pittman on the other side, who is more of a power player. I just think the Colts always needed to throw a ton at the playmaker position. That's the way they're going to take the next step. So love taking a shot on an explosive playmaker like Pierce.
Mike, what do you think about Pierce?
Yeah, to me, the comp in the draft guide was a bigger Emmanuel Hall, the Missouri wide receiver, also kind of Jeff Janesy, and just a pure, explosive, vertical threat. Is he going to ever be more than that? Probably not. I mean, that's why he only had 873 yards in his best season with, Seth's QB1 over here. Because he is not a guy that you can pump some easy targets to, let him create after the catch, those sort of things. He is a pure go post type of wide receiver in an offense. That's fine. That has a role in today's NFL, and that's a valuable role if you can be elite at it.
It's a niche even.
The problem, it's a niche. It's niche day. But that's why
it is niche day.
I'm a little lower on Alec Pierce just because I do worry, once he gets to the NFL, is he that caliber where he can just, like DK Metcalf caliber, where you can consistently just run that tree? I'm not so sure.
Let's recap the first 20 picks of the second round, because pick number 53 means that we are 20 picks in here. Very top, we got Logan Hall going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 33 to kick us all off. As you can see the list, we've already kind of run through those. I think Arnold Buccaneers going to the Falcons got a good reaction out of us. Of course, Boye Mafe and Kenneth Walker extremely on brand for the Seattle Seahawks. And then the next 10 here, Wan'Dale Robinson, John Mechie back-to-back there. David Ojabo just continuing to strengthen the Baltimore Ravens draft class already. And then we've got some, a little bit of I don't want to say confusing, but just picks that we were not expecting. Jaquan Brisker, which we think was a really good one. Alontae Taylor, which was kind of reach on our big board. Tyquan Thornton. Finally, the Patriots getting some speed at wide receiver. Cam Jurgens a Kelsey replacement there. And then we just had George Pickens go at 52. Alec Pierce go at number 53. Scrolling down here. Who's on the clock?
Chiefs pick is in.
Oh, the Chiefs pick's already in.
And it is Sky Moore.
It is Sky Moore.
Whoa. All right. Sky Moore finally off the board.
Yeah.
Sky Moore getting to work with Patrick Mahomes. Look, you could say any wide receiver's name getting to work with Patrick Mahomes, and it would be a really easy, cheesy transition for me as a host. But I'm going to do it. Sky Moore getting to work with Patrick Mahomes. What do we think here, Mike?
Yeah, this was, I mean, the Chiefs are operating off the PFF draft board here. They got the 10th player, the 11th player, now the 22nd player.
Eric's playing the
Sky
seat.
Moore.
All at positions of need.
And yeah, all at positions of need. Now he's 5'10", which is kind of the biggest war. 5'10" and played against lesser competition at Western Michigan. That's the worry with him. But he's 195 pounds. He's fairly solidly built. Went 4.41 with a 1.46-10 split. He can get off the line of scrimmage. For my money, like him getting off the line, and yeah, I get they didn't play against top competition, but as good as it gets in this draft class. And then he is shifty. He led the FBS with 20 broken tackles this past season. And what I love about him is that he got recruited to go to Western Michigan as a cornerback. He played quarterback and corner in high school, never played wide receiver, only gets there, and as a freshman, goes for over 800 yards, starts immediately, goes for over 800 yards. Great hands, only 6 drops his entire collegiate career on 176 catchable. Like, I was super high on this guy, and Chiefs seemingly are as well.
His route running is so clean because he didn't have any bad habits going in. So they just molded him as a pure receiver, and his route running is as clean as you're going to get in this class.
The receiving core right now, by the way, PFF NFL podcast partner Sam Monson has compared him from a movement skill standpoint to Julian Edelman. Reminded him of Julian Edelman, the way he runs routes and moves. And you made it in the draft guide as well, so sorry. It was you that actually did it. Well, you guys both came to that separately.
Independently.
How have the Chiefs replaced Tyreek Hill? Look at this receiving core, all different skill sets. So you described Sky Moore, right? You've got Marquez Valdez-Scantling as your deep threat, monster at 6'4". Mecole Hardman underneath, speed, but also vertical speed and shiftiness, and then Juju Smith-Schuster, a big-bodied slot type. I mean, it's 4 completely different types of receivers. So now we're going to see how you're going to replace Tyreek Hill. Plus, you have Travis Kelce. But how are you going to replace Tyreek Hill? With everything. Let's throw everything at it. Let's build the basketball team and have unique skill sets instead of just Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce. I'm not saying it's going to work out necessarily. I still love the idea of one Tyreek Hill making everybody else better. But it's a strategy that the Chiefs are trying.
A little different than the Packers strategy at this point for replacing Devontae Adams.
Which is draft Georgia defensive players.
The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock here, and they did not pick in the first round. They did not pick at number 23 because they traded that for Marquise Brown. Their first selection here is in. It is tight end Trey McBride, which is interesting because they had trench needs on both sides of the ball. Edge, interior defensive lineman, no Chandler Jones, needed to upgrade the interior offensive line, and they come away with their first 2 picks being Marquise Brown and a tight end in an already tight end crowded room.
Let me just interpret this for you.
Go ahead.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Because sometimes
Please.
I'm almost in Gen Z, so I need things interpreted for me. When
You
Kyler Murray,
definitely scream Gen Z.
Yeah, I'm a Zennial, so sometimes I need things interpreted for me. When Kyler Murray deletes all of his Instagram Cardinals stuff, right? That is a power move
It is.
in today's generation.
Yeah.
The way an NFL team comes back, their response is, hey, Kyler, here's Marquise Brown, here's Trey McBride, here's all the playmakers. That is the Cardinals' response. Please, Kyler, stay with us. Don't delete the Instagram.
Put me back in your
here's
bio.
here's all the pass catchers. That's how you respond if you're the Cardinals.
I wish MySpace was still around for the top 8 for this very reason.
Kyler Murray is operating the Cardinals draft right now, like straight up. That is what's going on.
Aaron Rodgers
Aaron
is
is
jealous.
so jealous.
Yeah, right?
So
Yeah.
jealous.
This is it.
I like Trey McBride a lot. Of
course.
I don't know where he fits schematically
Correct.
in this offense.
Correct.
That's the
It's
concern.
like
You already
Ryan
have an
Miller.
off-ball tight end.
Yeah.
But that's
Zach Ertz.
isn't that a good thing though? Like year 4 of Cliff Kingsbury's offense, like stop looking the same. And last year they took a step forward when they added more wrinkles, added more playmakers, used the middle of the field more, used the intermediate range. They need to take the next step. And if it's different types of playmakers that help them do it, then I'm all for it.
It's just I feel like when you have 2 tight ends that you really like and want on the field at the same time, they can't both be like pure pass catching guys. You know, in Philly with Ertz, you had Dallas Goedert, who's become a really good receiver, but he's also a good blocker.
Yeah, but Trey McBride is that.
He's a solid blocker.
Trey McBride is a really solid blocker.
Okay.
I don't get the tight end prioritization over either trench need for this team, because this feels like, and unfortunately it feels like the picks that they've made over the last couple of years, especially the Collins pick last year at off-ball linebacker, this is almost like a luxury pick for them. And that's the part that I don't get, is that I feel like they've got to be, Alex Clancy, a friend of mine who covers the Cardinals, he says that the Cardinals don't eat their vegetables enough. They don't make those picks where, okay, this might not be sexy, this is the pick that we need. He said they don't do that enough with the Cardinals. And I'm afraid that this is another pick where I'm with you guys. I like McBride a lot. I think he's a damn good football player. I don't think this was the right pick for the Arizona Cardinals. I just don't.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I think if you want to compete with the sort of offenses around the NFL, though, this gives you weapons. Like, you really didn't have a lot of weapons at this point, and you didn't have speed. Like, for as good as Zach Ertz is, he does not have Trey McBride speed. He is a 4.6 guy at his pro day this past season, and I've never seen a collegiate offense run through the tight end more. He accounted for 38% of their passing yards the last couple of seasons. Like, he was pumping him targets. He, in a game earlier this season against Toledo, had 109 receiving yards. They had 110 passing yards as a team. He had over 99% of their yards receiving in that game because he is that dynamic at the tight end
That's
position.
you at flag.
No, but he is that kind of guy who is just a very natural receiver. Not super dynamic after the catch, but great hands, can make all the catches outside of his frame and enough speed to run whatever routes you want him to run. I wouldn't put him, physically in the Kelsey tier. Doesn't have that kind of wiggle, isn't that as a route runner, but is going to be a productive tight end in the NFL.
I mean, they really have 3 tight ends. Don't forget about Max Williams. He's one of my favorites. When he's healthy, that dude can block and play.
Had
too.
forgotten
They also
about
signed
Max
Max Williams,
Anderson.
Zach Ertz, Trey McBride.
Who'd they sign?
Steven Anderson from the Chargers.
You sound very excited about
Well, it's just they actually have a lot of tight ends.
That's like
now.
his 10th team. Anderson.
Jeez.
DeAndre Hopkins, AJ Green comes back, Marquise Brown is in, and they also have Rondale Moore. I am all for that's
got a lot
7
faster.
playmakers there that you can
I
throw
would be
to.
interested if they don't sign AJ Green, who played outside for them. If they go in this new direction where they're starting to move their receivers around, which is something they don't really do in that air raid quote-unquote system, now you can start playing with these guys. And now that McBride pick is really great. If you're just plugging him into the system that's already there, I don't see it. But now you kind of don't have a choice now.
I'm
You
with
have
you,
to
yeah.
start moving people around. You have to maybe get away from some of the tenets that your philosophy is based on. If you Cliff Kingsbury, then I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I'm playing the psychology of it, which is like, come on, Cliff,
Yes.
use all
Yes,
these guys,
sure.
right? You
Right.
can't just
Yeah.
line, Hopkins up at the left wide receiver the entire time, right?
All right, we got the Dallas Cowboys on the clock now at 56. Took Tyler Smith in the first round, which Jerry Jones wanted you to know.
You see Jerry? Yeah, he's showing the board. again.
Jerry he holds up the draft board and he said, "Can you see this?" And
This is
he moved it away from the camera. He's like, "Zoom in on this," because he wanted to prove that they had Tyler Smith ranked above Kenyon Green and Zion Johnson, so that it wasn't just we sat here and waited for somebody to come on our board. They wanted to look like they got their guy all along, and in doing so, he basically just showed them what the
Just whipped up the draft
was.
board. See?
So, all right.
Is this like the 7th straight year the Cowboys have revealed at least a part of their draft board? It's always like an Easter egg in the back of a picture or something.
Pick's in. I don't see who it is yet. Did you guys see who it is yet?
I did.
I heard a sound in my ear.
Sam Williams, a treasure from Ole Miss, going to the Dallas Cowboys. How do we feel about it, Mike?
He's an interesting player. He ran sub 4.5 at the combine. Has an insane get off for a guy 6'4", 261. Like, he can fly. but is kind of just a one-speed rusher where it is he hits you once, and if it doesn't work, it's over. Like, he is trying to hit you with a speed move and win. I'm not so certain he is this, every down defender. I don't necessarily think they need that in that defense, though, with kind of what they do in their third down packages. But with him and Micah Parsons, you have the fastest edge rushing duo in the country now, or in the NFL country, whatever. Any team.
Some people still say
have.
country.
The country. So that's what he gives you. I thought he took a massive step forward this past season, just in terms of the moves he had at his disposal. But he is on the older side, 23-year-old rookie, another guy, a lot in this class who had these kind of late-year career breakouts that have these warts to them. That's this entire second round, it seems
Feels
like.
extremely on brand for the Cowboys on day 2.
Cowboys, it feels like they cycle back and forth between filling needs and taking the best player, right? A couple years ago, you grabbed CeeDee Lamb when you didn't technically need a receiver. Last year, they picked Micah Parsons when they had just signed 17 linebackers, whatever. Now you can tell they want to replace Randy Gregory. So even bringing Dante Fowler in, that's not necessarily doing it. They want to have that flexibility for Micah Parsons. They don't want him just to play edge. They want him to be uber edge / linebacker. So you have DeMarcus Lawrence, you bring in Sam Williams to be that pass rusher, maybe to just directly replace Randy Gregory and keep that flexibility on the defense.
Yeah, keep the flexibility, because I don't think you go into a season where you have, when Micah Parsons comes down to the edge from the off-ball linebacker position, they still want to keep DeMarcus Lawrence on the field. And he kicks into 3-tech, which means you still need another edge on the other side, so this is that selection.
Buffalo Bills now on the clock at number 57. They traded up a little bit to go get Kaiir Elam at number 23. Oh, okay. Well, I just had somebody in my ear tell me that the Buccaneers have actually traded to number 57 with the Buffalo Bills. So the Bucs are on the clock now. Don't know who they're picking because they wanted Trey McBride. I know they really like Trey McBride, and with him being off the board now, maybe they'll still look tight end. Maybe it'll still be
tight end, or is this the guard?
I don't.
Do they care about guard at this point? Are they going to just sign somebody late?
No, I think they would. I think that they would care about guard. Like defensive line. No, because they just went Logan Hall. I totally forgot that Logan Hall was the guy at 33. Maybe there's a corner that they like.
Secondary depth.
I think the secondary depth is probably going to be where they look, but I don't know who's on our board who would be like a glaring standout for them. So I think secondary, but
Cam Taylor-Britt might be the best fit for them, the Nebraska corner.
Jason Light did go to Nebraska. So he does like his Nebraska Cornhuskers, and he's watched a lot of Nebraska football. So if he believes that he is good, then is he the next corner?
That is the next corner on the PFF draft board.
Okay,
so.
all right.
And right in this range of the draft.
I'm always interested with the Bucs, like how much are you mortgaging the future, literally filling needs to make a run with Tom Brady, and versus balancing the future, right? You have a guy like Jamel Dean in the last year of his deal. You're going to be able to pay him the same money you're going to pay Carlton Davis, or do you want to get the next corner?
It was for the guard.
Who is it?
Luke Gedeke.
Oh, okay. All right. Was this a little?
That was my fave. I love Luke Gedeke. It goes ahead of Bernard Raymond, his teammate at Central Michigan.
Okay.
But you said guard?
Guard.
You think he played tackle at Central Michigan. You think he's more of a guard at the next level?
I think most people thought that he was a guard, right?
Yes. So this guy started his career.
T-Rex guy.
Let's hear about him.
Tight end.
Give us the breakdown.
At Wisconsin Stevens Point. He was a tight end. Goes to Central Michigan, eats 7,000 calories a day on an insane diet.
Did he break down the diet?
Been there.
No, he didn't have the shake.
I wanted to see it. Yeah.
Gets up to good size. This 2019 first year as a starter. 2020 has an injury, misses the entire season with a torn ACL. 2021 comes back as one of the best tackles in college football. Elite grade this past season. I love his balance. I love the way he climbs to the second level. Is so powerful. They would do these sets in goal line or short yards where they put him and Raymond on the same side, and it was just carnage. They would tear apart that side of the line of scrimmage, either the right or the left. And this guy can move people. I think he is a day one starting guard. The comp in the draft guide was TJ Lang. I think that highly of him as what he can be at the NFL level.
You know, he had some issues with speed guys on the outside, especially in the bigger games they played last year. Now you don't have that concern as much if you're going to move him inside. I do think he could be an okay tackle, but I do agree that he's probably should play inside.
Bucs like to have those swing position guys. They really do. They thought that Robert Hainsey could play multiple spots for them as a backup interior offensive lineman and maybe even potential tackle. So really, with a spot to fill along the interior offensive line, this is probably I mean, this is not probably. It is. It's a very on-brand pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that makes a lot of sense there.
I just have nimble mover with target lock. Second level. Attacks the second level. It's not as good as Dancing with the Stars hips, but
Target lock.
Would you call him a dancing bear?
no, he's not bearish.
No?
He's too small.
Okay. All right.
So after the guards that went in the teens in this class, this was my next favorite guard. This was the next best guard in the PFF draft board. I think he is going to be that good.
76% of people like the pick.
Some of the work when you look at production plus measurables and projecting players forward, even just comparing him to recent tackles, because that's where he played. Similar profile to Tristan Wirfs, who obviously became one of the best tackles. I'm just saying it's not going to be that type of player necessarily, but that's the type of production that he had in college, plus projectable measurables. Really good player.
Falcons are now on the clock. They went Drake London, Arnold Ebiketie. Man,
They're good, man.
Malik Willis is still here.
Fair question here. Does every directional Michigan offensive and defensive lineman start at tight end? Throwing it out there.
Yes.
Do they all start at tight
If
end?
you played football in Michigan, then you started at
Western,
tight end.
Eastern, and Central Michigan, you go from
That's
tight
just
end
background.
to the trenches. You do the 7,000 calorie a day diet.
When you think about it, tight end, very versatile position. You know, you've got a big frame.
Yeah.
You're not O-lineman big. You're not wide receiver small. You can do a lot of different things.
Yeah.
You're either going to
There's
bulk
great-
up to tackle or
Right.
bulk down to receiver.
Right.
There's no better hotbed for NFL offensive tackle talent than growing up in Michigan or in Wisconsin and playing tight end.
Playing tight end.
That's
true. This is true.
If you're 250, trust me, you'll
insane.
be 300 plus soon.
Yeah.
So we've talked about it here. Oh, wow. Okay, Atlantis, their pick is already in. It's linebacker. Troy Anderson.
Oh,
Above Chad Muma. Above Nakobe Dean.
got to be medicals for Nakobe Dean, I guess, at this
Oh,
point.
man. Nakobe Dean's sitting right there. That's almost like the hometown dude. University of Georgia, coming back to Atlanta.
Yeah.
I
It's
would have
gotta
thought
be.
that would
It's
have been the
gotta
pick, but I think Seth's right. I think it's got to
has
be
to be.
medicals at this point with Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, it has to be. But Anderson's.
Yeah, tell us about Anderson, please.
I love this dude. This guy has.
You were super high on him.
Yeah,
I
he's
asked you last
51st
week.
player on the PFF draft board. I think he could be a special linebacker, like all-pro type of ability. I mean, in terms of his athletic testing for the position, so at 6'4", 243, he ran a 4'4", 240 and had a 10-foot, 8-inch broad jump, a sub-7'3" cone, insane athlete. And this is a guy who went to Montana State. He starts his career off as a linebacker, but they have a need. Running back gets hurt. He plays running back as a freshman. The quarterback gets hurt as a sophomore. He plays quarterback as a sophomore. Doesn't play linebacker until this past season full-time to just focus on linebacker because he was playing both positions early on in his career and racks up stops in that defense. Still rough around the edges because, well, he hasn't played a lot of linebacker, but athletically, the closest athletic comp to him is Ryan Shazier, a first-round pick, obviously, who, before tragically getting paralyzed, was one of the best linebackers in the NFL. What he can do from a coverage perspective is scary, and to me, the guy is an ascending prospect. We could be talking about, one of the best linebackers in the NFL if he figures it out.
How do we feel about the Falcons Hall? Seth, what do you think about this?
Yeah,
You
I
guys
mean-
athletes, man.
My note for Anderson was just like, he's really good, but not a linebacker yet. So you're looking at him, you're the coaching staff there, you're saying, hey, we can mold him in whatever type of linebacker we want because you have all the athletic traits there. So I do think it's a good pick for him. Obviously, I clearly would have went for Nakobe Dean here because you have an already formed linebacker in him or Muma or someone else like that, Chanel. But yeah, I think, and just in general, what the Falcons have done has been pretty good, man. Like, can't fault them for any of these picks. They're not reaching on anybody. They're going and taking really good players. What I think are really good players with each pick.
Outside of not taking quarterback, I mean, it feels like that's got to be Do you know any medical issues that Nakobe Dean had?
It's just what I've heard.
He
Just
didn't work
medical
out.
issues.
He
quote
didn't
unquote.
work out.
And he's
Yeah.
5'11" and undersized. I mean, that's like the only measurable data points that teams have other than, computer vision player tracking,
Yeah.
which half the league has.
It was reportedly a pec and a knee is why he skipped pre-draft testing. So
Interesting.
undisclosed exactly what they were.
Minnesota Vikings back on the clock. Took Lewisine at the back end of the first round after a massive trade back with the Detroit Lions, and then Andrew Booth. So it's two secondary selections. They've still got interior offensive line as a need that they could address. Edge rusher, perhaps. feel like those are the two that really stick out to me. I don't know. Does anything else stick out to you guys? I mean, maybe quarterback. We talked about that as potential if they want to take a flyer on it.
To me, I think they're in shaping the roster mode, though, right? I mean, you're trying to shape this into your image, and you're not just plucking needs. I don't think if you're Kwesi, taking over here. And I think what we've seen is they want to build back to front defensively. That's where the value was. They want to continue to accumulate picks and play the draft board. So I think we're just going to continue to see them shape the roster into how they want it to be and try to take it from, this mid-tier 8-8 type, 9-8 now type of team that's going to be, more of a playoff contender.
Heard the music. The pick is in. It's Ed Ingram to the Minnesota Vikings here at the back end of the second round. Seth, thoughts?
Day one starter.
Day one starter?
I feel
Day one starter.
Do you have any notes? Is that your notes?
My notes say my notes just say LSU.
You set him up, right? Because that's what he told us before the show.
I totally forgot that's what he said. It was his notes.
He was before the show, he was so proud of his notes that he goes, wait, Ed Ingram, LSU.
LSU.
Forgot to actually write something.
But he's a mover. He moves people. He's really good at pulling and knocking people on their butts.
At LSU.
At LSU? He played for the Louisiana State University Fighting Tigers. But he's big and he's a mover. I really think you can put this guy in day one, and he just sits there and he's really good. He needs some work in pass pro, but really good a run blocker right away. I think he's a really good pick for them.
Yeah, so he started his true freshman year in 2017. Was off the team in 2018 after was charged with 2 counts of aggravated sexual assault of a minor. Gets reinstated after I believe the charge got dropped in 2019, was split time in that national championship season at guard. Not his best year after obviously missing a full season of football. 2020, his best season, only 11 pressures allowed this past year. I thought he looked good at the Senior Bowl, one of the better guards in attendance. I would have gone Jamari Salyer if we're debating between guards at this point, who's top on the PFF board.
Yeah.
But I still like Ingram's game. I still think he is, as Seth said.
He is there already.
If they're running the Rams offense, though, Kevin O'Connell coming in, fit-wise, is that better than Salyer anyway? Or is that
Salyer's much more of a power guy.
Yeah.
So
I will say
Ingram's
this is kind
probably
of
giving you a little bit more
damning
athleticism.
of Wyatt Davis, their third-round pick last year. Ohio State obviously came in with knee issues, why he fell to the third round in the first place, but basically saying not a vote of confidence for him.
Right. Yeah.
Offensive line depth in Minnesota, regardless, was, they have to get better there. And I think when you take the 2 players in the secondary, they're probably going to start. And then you add a potential starting guard. I think it's it's not the most exciting draft for the Vikings, but it's a good, solid foundational draft here as they move forward.
Now we've got the Buffalo Bills here on the clock. I tried to intro them before, and it was a quick trade with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We've got 5 picks left here in the second round. Buffalo Bills are currently on the clock at number 60. They go with Kyer Elam, the top of at the back end of the first round. So they hit a cornerback need. We weren't sure if they were going to commit to that CB2. They end up doing so. Running back was also whispered as maybe a position that they were going to address at the back end of the first round. Both Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall off the board. I don't think they're going to go running back here.
It would surprise me if we see a running back before, the middle of the third at this point.
So what are we thinking? Wide receiver, defensive line?
I mean, how many wide receivers have gone, though? I'm trying to think
I
of
was
the next
told
best
that there's
available.
numerous and that you can get plenty in the second and third round.
Jalen Tolbert's actually
Jalen Tolbert.
legit. I would like that as a pick, but after that,
I don't think you need a Jalen Tolbert if you have a Gabriel.
Yeah,
Davis.
there's similar.
What about-
to
Gabriel Davis, if he keeps looking like Jerry Rice in the playoffs, is going to be really expensive in a couple years. Listen, if you're the Bills and you're going to be competing with the Chiefs for the next few years, you keep your foot on the gas and you continue to add playmakers and you continue to stay explosive. So it could be Jalen Tolbert.
What about a Calvin Austin?
I was going to say,
replace the Cole Beasley.
if they want to
with
replace
a lot
Cole
more
Beasley,
speed?
Calvin Austin, Cal Phillips from UCLA, Calvin Austin Memphis, Cal Phillips UCLA would be that kind of wide receiver.
Okay.
Just to follow up, Nakobe Dean discussion and everything. If you looked at Bob McGinn's pre-draft article with all the anonymous scouts and all that stuff, about half the league was calling him a third rounder. This wasn't maybe just medical. Half the league didn't like him, and then that could have just been. There are teams that still just have height weight standards, right? And if half the league doesn't like him because he just doesn't fit a couple measurables, again, if he's off that many boards, then you can fall.
If it's just because he's small, you're getting a damn good football player in the third round. Like that, I think that's
if that's
plain and simple.
if there are legitimate medical concerns, then
fine,
understood.
Then it's obviously different because then it's measurable concerns and injury concerns. But like if it's just the fact that he's small.
But this is also the time.
Bengals have traded
Bengals
up.
did trade up. Yep. We got the Bengals trading up. They traded pick 63, so they weren't too far away. They moved up to 61, so they just pop up a couple of spots. 63 and 209, so not a heavy price for them to move up a couple of selections. They went Dax Hill at the back of the first round. That one, I love Dax Hill as a prospect, but I was sort of confused about the role because he's not taking the slot role of Mike Hilton because that's all Mike Hilton does. He's a slot specialist and he's really good at it. And the other versatile role that Dax Hill would play is Jesse Bates' role. And Jesse Bates, currently franchise tagged, not really happy about it. Is this just a we're drafting Dax Hill so we don't have to pay Jesse Bates? Because if so...
Well, it's going to get even more confusing after this. They drafted Cam Taylor-Britt, the Nebraska corner, who I like as a possible corner safety transition guy.
Oh my goodness.
One of the most physical corners in this draft class. He attacks the football and attacks ball carriers like a safety. He comes up and he'll hit you right in the mouth. He ran a 4.36, I believe, at the combine. He has special explosiveness for the position. I love the way he attacks. It is a little iffy in the chances he takes on tape. Like, he will jump routes that he has no business jumping.
He's playing outside corner for them, though.
Yes.
Right? And this...
Eli Apple has 1 year left and has been just okay. Right?
But it negates the theory that you brought up last night of why Dax Hill could still be a good pick for him, because you believe that Hill had the athleticism, the ball skills to potentially be an outside corner in the league. This truly starts to make it look like it is a Jesse Bates replacement.
But I don't think
Lou
so. Anarumo just wants versatility.
That's it.
You think that's all it comes down to?
That's why they got rid of William Jackson and brought in Chido Awuzie. They want guys who can do a number of different things, because that defense, 1 week will do one thing, the next week will do something completely different. Like they are a true week-to-week versatile defense, to where I think he just wants as many options at his disposal. And I think that might mean Dax Hill stays in the slot, because he's a much different type of slot than a Mike Hilton. Mike Hilton, 5'9", 175. You are what you think of when you think of a slot corner, whereas Daxton Hill is now your long press type of slot corner that can handle tight ends as well. Your tight end racer, Steve's favorite guy. So I do think this now gives the Bengals matchup options for the offenses you'll be matching up with in the AFC.
That's very true.
Our hometown Cincinnati right now. This is what the Bengals are doing. Their roster is so solid across the board that they're building their roster to compete with the Chiefs, right? To say we got to beat the Chiefs every year, right? We got to be able to match up with Travis Kelce and all these receivers that they're throwing out there.
Sure.
You mentioned the versatility. They will play. They did it against the Chiefs. They're like, that's it. We're rushing 3. We're sitting back in too high zone. Dax Hill can do that. Jesse Bates can do that. Von Bell can do that. Get a whole bunch of guys that can do a whole lot of different stuff. I love the strategy here for the Bengals building that secondary.
Hey, I don't want to seem like a hater, because I hope that you guys are right. I hope it is just creativity, because if that's the case, you're right. They're throwing resources in the secondary. We saw what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did with that over the last couple of years. That made all the difference in the world for them when it came Super Bowl time. So I love it. I really hope that the Hill pick doesn't mean Jesse Bates isn't going to be on the roster.
I just spin everything positively.
I want to be with you.
You could be right, too.
I want to be with you. I really do. Trust me. I want to be in that seat. So, you know what? I'll choose to be positive about it. Good job, Cincinnati. We're building one hell of a secondary.
I think it also tells you that they feel comfortable with what they did in free agency on the offensive line.
Totally.
Because it's like, yes, they got some good players, but they got a lot of medium-level players. Now, those medium-level players might be better than what they had last year.
That's how you do it, though.
But then they feel like they're comfortable there. And then maybe, look, they might take a guard or a center in the next couple of rounds. But right now, it feels like they're comfortable with what they did in free agency to protect their prized assets.
They made all the right moves in free agency.
Yeah.
That is that allows you, much like the Chargers last year.
That's the thing. Just like the Chargers this year, it's like, that allows you to be free in the draft to take really good players because you feel already comfortable what you've done this offseason.
I'm kind of surprised that this pick wasn't Travis Jones, because I felt like the interior defensive line was also on the table for them at the back end of the first round. Travis Jones slips to you all the way at the back of the second round. And with him being on the board, the Taylor pick is fine. I'm a little surprised that it's not Jones, but Jones sitting here.
They just have a lot of investment in B.J. Hill, DJ Reader. and
They
even
do.
on the edge, and Sam Hubbard and Trey Hendrickson. I mean, they do have some depth there on the defensive line, but this is, again, where the Bengals roster is, right? We are talking about third and fourth pieces on their depth chart because, not that they're perfect, but they are a much better roster than they were just 2 years ago.
One of my favorite players in this draft just got taken by the San Francisco 49ers. It is USC pass rusher Drake Jackson. I love it. I love him going to the San Francisco 49ers. What do you think about him, Mike? I don't think I've talked to you a lot about Jackson. What do you think?
At this point in the draft, I love the swing. I mean, the guy just turned 21 years old and has been producing since his true freshman season at USC. And you've mentioned his bend. It's exceptional. Like, for his size, like the tools you're getting don't last to this point in a lot of drafts. But he has weight concerns. He fluctuated 20 pounds from the combine to his pro day, and it was not a good 20 pounds that he put on between then. He is a guy who looked like in the 240s on tape this past season, had no real strength or power element to his game, but yeah, the talent is, 5-star type of talent that you're getting at the back end of the second round for a team that just invests at this position.
Seth?
Again, like this is the type of tackle that you, if you've been listening enough to me today, these are the type of edges that you like because they have hands, they know how to use their hands, they have a lot of bend. He is one of the top 3 bendiest edge rushers in this class. You see flashes of a first-round pick. Whenever you whichever game you watch, you see flashes of a first-round pick. It's not there all the time. Like you said, the weight thing is a problem. But at this pick, what are we, 61? I mean, that is awesome for this player.
Drew Rosenhaus had him as a first-round player.
So did Seth Galina, big board.
Oh, was he top 15 on the Seth Galina big board?
He was one of the top 15
He was top
players.
15 on the
So
Seth Galina board.
fun fact about Drake Jackson.
Okay,
on
let's
his
hear it.
birth certificate, his dad wanted to put
Oh, yes.
USC, Drake Jackson, USC outside linebacker, 265 pounds.
Crazy.
Now, he never quite made 265 pounds until his pro day, and his mother talked him out of actually putting that on there, but he was destined to be a USC outside linebacker.
I like this for the Niners. I mean, they look back to their Super Bowl run when they had 4 and 5 legit pass rushers, and some teams just that is their blueprint, right? And D Ford, your D Ford replacement in a year, and you just continue to flood the field with pass rushers. You still have Eric Armstead, still have Nick Bosa. That's good. I like it.
I'm a big fan. I think you should have gone earlier than this.
Me too.
But I think the 49ers got a fantastic steal as their first pick here in the 2022 NFL Draft. That puts the Kansas City Chiefs back on the board. Chiefs just went Sky Moore. I don't want to say shocked everybody, but maybe it was a shock that Sky Moore was there as we take a look at their
we
draft
add to that?
this point. What did we get?
I was going to say,
They traded back to do that, right?
Yeah.
They traded back with the Patriots, who got Tyquan Thornton, who was in the hundreds on our draft board. For whatever it's worth, the Chiefs traded back to get Sky Moore at 22 on our draft board. So obviously, we're thrilled with what the Chiefs are doing now.
yeah, they've followed the draft board to a T basically here, which would mean they're either going to draft Bernard Raymond, Jacoby Dean, or Travis Jones here. At this point, they're the top 3 guys. I think they're going to do it.
Maybe they're
would all
watching the
fit.
show.
I mean, Raymond, you can
right?
eventually play right tackle for them potentially.
I mean, compared to Lucas Niang, I'd rather have him out there at right tackle right now.
Let's take a look at the Kansas City Chiefs big board. I mean the PFF big board here on the show and get a little update of the players
Willis,
that we
of
have
course.
here. Yeah, Malik Willis, of course.
I'd go Nick Bonito,
could be
man,
an
and
option.
just add another edge.
Yeah.
They need pass rush there, and he probably needs a little help, and he'll have a little bit more help with Chris Jones, and then the fact that they've added Karlaftis and just different styles.
Them keeping all these picks, they already had 11 picks in this draft, and then even adding more with this trade down tells me that I think they feel like they could get some players that are depth players now that are going to have to take over because their roster is going to be expensive for a long time here, and they're just going to keep taking players. They're going to go and draft 12 players today and tomorrow. So I think to me that tells you, because they could have packaged a couple of them to move up and got a player that I really liked, but seems like they're still getting good players.
I just can't wait for this NFL season to see this all happen, right? Because my whole theory
It's only
is
round 2. We got a long show.
I know.
We got a long show.
But I'm just saying, I love flooding the field with playmakers, and I think Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams, I think the wide receiver 1 has even a bigger impact than we think. And really good football teams have moved on from those guys. And I think lesser football teams, we're going to see the impact that those guys have. So I just can't wait to see these strategies unfold. The Chiefs made it a point to say, we have Tyreek Hill, who's an absolute game changer, but we have to spread the wealth around the rest of the roster. And we're starting to see that in the draft. And they're going to be a contender, but is this going to? You're not just trying to contend; you're trying to win championships every year with Patrick Mahomes. And we'll see how the Chiefs play this, because these are their Tyreek Hill replacements here.
Kansas City, I definitely want to talk more about the wide receiver discussion when it comes to this upcoming year, because I think it's a big one, and it might be a big swing in the wide receiver marketplace of how teams are prioritizing, where they're spending their premium picks, where they're spending their money. But the Kansas City Chiefs select Brian Cook, the safety from Cincinnati, so they add to their secondary here in Kansas City. Mike, what did you think about Cook?
I'm a big fan of his game. He was 71st player on the PFF draft board, kind of right in this range of where he would come off. Only 1 year as a starter at the FBS level, actually started his career at Howard, where he played for 2 years. Transferred to Cincinnati, 2 years on the bench because they had a couple NFL safeties there at Cincinnati. Takes over this past year and had a monster year. I mean, he was fantastic. One of the, like I said, one of the best tacklers. Missed only 7 tackles on 100 attempts all last season. Runs in the 4.4s. Now, we didn't test pre-draft with an injury, but we had Luke Fickell on, said he was one of the fastest players on the football team at 6'1", 206 pounds. Just a very sound, all-around player. Very similar to a Jaquan Brisker, who went a lot earlier in this second round, and could obviously be an upgrade from a guy like a Daniel Sorensen, who played the dimebacker role. That could be something that he definitely fills in that defense.
You think he can play closer to the box and stuff like that,
Yes,
or is he more of a deep?
Yeah, he's a box kind of safety.
So you have Justin Reed, you have Juan Thornhill. They do throw 3 safeties, safety by name. They do use those types of players. I'm interested in Trent McDuffie and L'Jarius Sneed, right? You have an outside corner and a slot body and a slot corner and an outside corner body.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
But that is more versatility, I think, in the secondary, much like we're talking about with the Bengals.
Look, the Chiefs got to get some resources in there to make sure they can stop the Chiefs. I mean, like that's what I think they're
trying to stop the Bills.
Right, they are trying to. Yes, right. I do got to give away from the joke. I got to give the Buffalo
and the
Bills
Bengals that beat them, right? You got to stop the Bengals.
This is true. Buffalo Bills are on the clock, and I've had plenty of practice here introducing them. Kaiir Elam was their first pick in the first round, and they've traded back a couple of times here in the second round. And so we've kind of previewed a little bit. Wide receiver, maybe something they could still go for. We discussed a couple of options that they have there. A Logan Hall in the defensive line, maybe an edge rusher if they want to get those guys. I'm curious, Steve, when you look at the contracts for the next couple of years, they're pretty depleted on the defensive line, right? I don't think they have a lot of long-term contracts, do they?
I mean, you have Von Miller, and I thought last year, I mean, the Bills roster has been so good that last year they drafted like a Gregory Rousseau as a project, right? And they drafted project-type players last year, and they got return, or even early on, right? You got Boogie Basham last year, but Gregory Rousseau was good. So I think they kind of anticipated this, and that's what makes the Bills' team-building strategy pretty good, right? They've got good players, and then they have good players waiting in the wings with youth. I think always offensive line depth and just making sure that you're not dropping off anywhere offensively around Josh Allen, though.
I think I was thinking interior defensive line before free agency because they signed Phillips, they signed Jones,
they added a couple. Yeah, they added some.
There's a lot
there.
of names that they have around there.
They like to rotate a lot,
right?
There, so they need a lot.
Going into free agency, I think there was not a lot of options for them. So I had that in my head. The defensive line was there, but maybe they won't go that. Maybe they'll surprise us and go a completely different direction here. Mike, what do you think? Any guesses?
I know what position it is because it just came in.
All right, I'll let you announce it.
And it's running back. This is where the running back comes off the board. It's James Cook from Georgia.
They did it.
Dalvin Cook's brother, who is very much like the Bosa brothers in that he moves like Dalvin Cook moves, like no one else on planet Earth moves. Those two guys have a way of running, a style, a way of cutting that is just different. It's unique, and it works. It works for the running back position, obviously. The only problem is he's about 20 pounds lighter. Listed at 195 this last year, or 190 this last year, came in at 199 at the combine. 4.42 speed. He is a home run hitter. Probably your pass catching back in that offense. I mean, only one drop on 68 catchable his entire collegiate career. He got vertical consistently in that Georgia offense. They would run him on wheels. They would even split him out wide. And when they got mismatches against linebackers, they were going his way in the passing game. So that's kind of who he is. Now, he's not going to be, he is more of a scat back. He's not going to carry the full load there for you, but a decidedly different type of running back from what they have on that roster.
Right.
You've got 2.46 guys. This is a low 4.4s. To me, the fastest running back in this draft class. I don't care what the 40 says. On a football field, he's the fastest.
Seth, how do we feel about James
No, I
Cook?
think that's the main thing. And I had done, when I was doing mock drafts this past couple of months, I had mocked a lot of faster running backs to them. And James Cook is one of those players because that's really what they don't have is just a speed back, whether it's out of the backfield, whether it's on handoffs inside zone. They're going to create space for the running backs given how they play, though. Their scheme did change as the season went on, but they're going to create space, spread to run type of style. He could fit really well in there, I think.
How much did the Bills just rely on Josh Allen for everything? Not just passing, but it was like, all right, it's 3rd and 4, QB power, QB sweep. Like, we're going to rely on Josh Allen. James Cook, not going to be that guy necessarily, but you can rely on maybe more Devin Singletary and Zach Moss in more pointed roles. Let James Cook catch passes. J.D. McKissick's there too. But this is a well-rounded offense, and they're just adding those niche role players. Absolutely.
It's niche day. It's building day.
Before we get to the next pick, I have a question for you guys. It has been bubbling in my mind for a couple minutes now.
Great.
Yes.
With the Brian Cook going to Kansas City, now we've seen a bunch of these safety type of players go to teams that we would say already have those type of players. Are we going to see finally the dime revolution in the NFL? Are we going to see like an increase of dime by 5 to 10%?
Just one backer
forward?
Out there.
Yeah, like is
secondary?
I know we've done studies about looking at dime and saying that you can still stop the run in dime, you stop the pass better in dime, and it's not killing you. Like it's just not killing you that much being in dime against the run. Maybe. We're
Probably
seeing
depends
with a few
what kind
teams.
of players you have, right? I mean, like if you have enough secondary players that can hold up against the run, then maybe you can get away with it. But
you're trying to find these versatile pieces.
Right.
I mean, Daniel Sorensen played as the dime backer for the Chiefs.
Right.
And okay, yes. He's okay at it, or below average, but like at the end of the day, like you can get away with it sometimes.
Right.
So if you find a better player than find a better player than Daniel Sorensen, maybe this is where the league is going.
I'm very excited to see Brandon Staley next year put 0 linebackers on the team. Just cut all of them, and it's just secondary players because he knows where the league is going.
That's the way to do it.
The final pick of the second round is in. It's the Denver Broncos, and it is Nick Bonito, the edge rusher from Oklahoma. Big shout out to Sam Monson. I know this is Sam's guy. How high was he on your board, Mike?
His 38th overall.
Wow,
I think
so
as a
big.
pure speed, third down rusher, he brings a lot to the table. I mean, athletically, 4.5, 4.40, 10-foot broad jump, 4.23 short shuttle, and that short shuttle is a high-end time for an edge rushing position because that's where he wins. He is a guy who will get you going up the football field and then duck right back inside. That's why he earned a 93.6 pass rushing grade in 2020, 92.6 this past fall, highest pass rushing grade in the country over the past 2 years. Some of his moves aren't going to work as well against offensive tackles in the NFL. He relied a lot upon that just athletic advantage, but he can still get to the edge, bend around back to the quarterbacks, and I think his pass rushing plan, the way he sees offensive tackles, their sets, and then counters off of it is about as good as it gets in this class, this edge class. Now, is there a power element to his game? Not really. Are you going to play him on early downs? Probably not. But your draft, that's why he's falling to this point in the draft. But he's like a Hassan Reddick. That's the comp from the draft guide. And Hassan Reddick gets paid in the NFL and racks up sacks in the NFL because everyone's looking for that pass rush.
I think against the run, obviously it's not great like you said, but I think he can do a good job of using his quickness to get inside blockers and make plays in the backfield. Once in a while it's going to happen. He's going to have to rack up some TFLs. I agree with you guys. I mean, he is a pass rusher. He's a really good pass rusher. He got a great speed, dip and rip move, got some inside moves as well. He's got full package as a pass rusher. Again, not great against the run. This, is around later than I would have had him on the second big board.
I think he's a specialized player, but I mean they've got a pretty decent defensive line there already, right? Randy Gregory's there, Bradley Chubb is there. You hope those guys are going to stay healthy, and if that's the case, you're going to have plenty of specialized situations where you can also throw Nick Bonito out there and hopefully get a lot out of him.
Yeah, that's some juice across from Randy Gregory.
There's not a ton of spots where I would have loved Nick Bonito, but certainly at the end of the second round, I mean that's a lot better than some people were mocking him potentially in the first round. I thought that was a little bit rich. I like this spot for him, both for where he went in the draft and the team that he went to.
I like him a lot. Undersized a little bit in college. Seemed like he bulked up for the combine. You mentioned Hassan Reddick. I got some Joe Schobert vibes from him. Remember Schobert in college was an elite edge rusher, but then both of those guys became linebackers. Is there any chance that the NFL sees Bonito as either hybrid or a potential linebacker?
I could see that. Obviously, that's the bigger need if we're talking about the Denver Broncos roster right now. But I mean, we saw what happened with Hassan Reddick when they moved him to linebacker.
It doesn't always work out, and with Schobert, it's been hit or miss.
And then when they moved him back to edge rusher, that's when he broke out and had all those things.
Yeah, I just always have this vision of linebacker, and you isolate him on running backs and take advantage of that pass rushing. And it doesn't always work out, but the NFL seems to see that sometimes too.
All right, 32 picks down. We got about 40 more to go. Second round is in the books, and now we begin the third round with the Jacksonville Jaguars. We've got Trayvon Walker, Devin Lloyd. Those guys are already off the board, and then this is the next pick here. Did not have a second-round pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars because they traded up. They were at the top of the second round, pop up to get Devin Lloyd in the back of the first round. So this is their first selection since. And I think it's all defense. I'm wondering if they go offense here. But before we get to the Jacksonville Jaguars pick, got to remind people that second round was brought to you by Manscaped. Guess what? Third round is also brought to you by Manscaped. This is the only guaranteed quality pickup this season. The leaders in below-the-waist grooming with Manscaped's Performance Package 4.0. Your skill positions will be sleek and smooth enough for a sub 4.340. Support us and head to manscaped.com. Use the exclusive code PFF at checkout for 20% off and free shipping. Because of their ceramic blade and skin-safe technology, your nicks and snags will be reduced. In the season of trimming the roster, Manscaped will be sure that you are cutting the right players and not any important players to your D. Right, Steve?
Fence.
Yeah, fence. Right. Of course, yeah. Look, fellas, you don't want to fall off for a draft board. Ladies out there think that long nose hair is a major turnoff. The Weed Whacker nose and ear hair trimmer is your solution. Why not use the best tools for the job here? You got them here at manscaped.com. April is draft season, but it is also Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. Manscaped has partnered with the Testicular Cancer Society to bring awareness to testicular cancer, men's health, and early cancer detection. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code PFF at manscaped.com. That is 20% off with free shipping, manscaped.com. Use the code PFF and turn your Mr. Irrelevant into a first-round pick with Manscaped. There you go, Eric. I know you're watching the show. Shout out to you. Thank you for the product placement, Seth. Appreciate it. That was great.
Always.
That was good stuff. I don't think the Jags pick. They did pick Luke Fortner, the offensive lineman. Luke Fortner, their interior offensive lineman, goes before Darian Kinnard. That's kind of shocking to me.
Yeah, I'm a big Kinnard fan. I thought he would be going.
Darian Kinnard. Is there some injury concerns with him?
There might be. But
it might be a positional thing too. Like
he
is
played
he a tackle? Is he a guard? That's very interesting.
Who cares? He'd be good on the interior.
Shot at the heart.
He was fine at tackle. I'm with you, Steve. I'm a Darian Kinnard guy. Luke Fortner, I like as well. I thought he got up for Georgia. Now, granted, it was Georgia, so he got a couple of times by the best defensive line in the country. But I thought he had good tape against Georgia. I don't mind the pick here.
He's a well-rounded football player, I think.
You calling him fat?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. He does this above average. He does that above average. He does the other thing above average. So at the end of the day, it's a good pick like that. He's got above average strength. He's got above average quickness, above average understanding of the game. Good pick.
Any offensive line depth, I think, is good for the Jacksonville Jaguars, who just re-upped Cam Robinson yesterday for good measure.
They did indeed. Minnesota Vikings, we're probably going to go rapid fire or a lot faster here for the third round. Vikings are on the clock and already have their pick in. Mike, I know you're a fan of this guy, linebacker from Oklahoma, Brian Asamoah.
Yeah, I just think he's such an easy mover at the linebacker position. Like he may not be everyone's cup of tea because he's only 6 foot 226. You know, he is undersized, but he has a wingspan that's like 6 inches bigger than that. He has one of the bigger wingspans in this draft class, over 33-inch arms. And so you see him take on guys like Trevor Penning at the Senior Bowl, and he can do it still. He can take on blocks and get off of them. 3 forced fumbles this past season. When he goes to hit a guy, he comes in violent. To me, that's what you want if you are going to be an undersized guy in the NFL. If you are going to be on the lighter side, you better play a violent brand of football, and he does. And to me, he was a guy who didn't start at linebacker, was a safety, is obviously a linebacker convert who was only starting to learn the position. And I thought I saw the light switch start to turn on this past year. And in the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl, when he's guarding tight ends, when he's guarding running backs, no one was better in those one-on-ones. So I like this guy fitting next to Eric Hendricks. You got 2 sideline-to-sideline running linebackers there.
What do we think about the Minnesota Vikings haul right there? With they got Ingram, they've got Asamoah, they've got Lewis Seen, they've got Andrew Booth. How are we feeling about it? They missing any positions for sure or what?
I mean, I don't mean to repeat myself earlier, but they're building a defense from back to front, right? They're building with corners, safeties, and linebackers. They're thinking about coverage versatility and range and athletic players. And again, I think their strategy is coming into focus and how they're going to build this team, particularly a defense. right, that was stagnant in recent years with Mike Zimmer, right? They'd had their ups and downs. Zimmer's an excellent defensive coach, but they had stagnated. They had leveled off as a defense, and they're making some moves to completely turn that around.
Go ahead, Seth.
My scouting report was tiny, runs around,
Yep.
tackles high, absolutely love him. Just a guy who flies around every play.
He does.
He's just flying
He does.
around.
He's very twitchy.
There's a part of me that it reminds me of early career at LSU, Devin White. Because that was another guy who didn't play linebacker kind of growing up.
Still
and
does
he
the
would
same
just,
thing.
Yeah. And he just like ran around.
Yeah,
he just
not
ran
tiny,
around
though.
like and he just made plays. And he tackled high. He didn't know how to tackle at that point. And Asamoah is kind of similar. Obviously not as big, but similar.
The New York Giants were on the clock at 67, no longer on the clock. They pick Joshua Ezeudu, I believe is how you say his name, correct, Mike?
I believe so,
Okay,
yes.
Ezeudu, the interior offensive lineman from North Carolina. Mike, where you got him on the big board?
So he is, I believe,
133.
133.
133?
Yeah, just outside and a lot of that's guard value. We're just going to push him lower. Like I like Luke Gadecki a ton for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he was lower on the draft board than where they ended up selecting him. So we just value the position a little differently than the NFL probably does, because you can usually find those guys in the third or fourth. But I think this can be a starting guard. Now, they didn't do him any favors, North Carolina, because they jostled him between left tackle and left guard between games. Like every single game last year besides two, he played both positions. So that did him no favors, but he was quite easily their highest graded offensive lineman on that North Carolina line. I think he plays with power as a guy who is experienced, 3 years as a starter there. I think they're getting maybe not a day one starter, but a guy who has all the traits you'd want for a starting caliber.
When you look at him and you understand that he's played a bunch of different positions, you can see that the technicality might not be there.
Yeah.
He plays a little high. I don't like the way he kicks out players. He doesn't use his hands. But what you can see is, like you said, the power, the anchor is there. Mm-hmm. He's just going to have that. So if you can teach him how to do this other technical stuff, then you're getting a really good player.
Browns are on the clock, and this is still their first selection of the 2022 NFL Draft. They didn't have a first-round pick, traded back with the Houston Texans from that second round. So now they have 3 picks here in the third round, and the first one that they take, Mississippi State cornerback Martin Emerson. I feel like Mike is also decently high on Emerson too. Correct?
I like Emerson. I think he's a scheme-specific-ish cornerback, though. He's not a super twitchy, high-end athlete. He is a wingspan dude. 6 foot 7-inch wingspan. He envelops guys, and whether it's at the catch point, whether it's at the line of scrimmage, that's where he wins.
At the break point as well.
Yeah,
he uses his length there.
He is a guy that's how he's going to have to win. But try to get him a match and mirror, put a quicker guy on him where he can't get that connection at the line or near. It's over. He does not have the foot speed. He does not have the quickness to keep up. So you're getting a specialist type of cornerback in that defense, which they can kind of afford to do. They got some smaller guys at the corner there, in Denzel Ward and their first-round draft pick last year, whose name's now escaping me. Greg Newsome, who aren't like those big physical guys. So it just gives you an option in that defense.
When you look at his height, just under 6'2", it's 90th percentile. Then wingspan, arm length, hand size, 96th, 97th, 97th percentile. So
you reminded me a little bit
this
of
guy's game, no doubt.
Bryce Hall from a stylistic standpoint, the Jets corner who had a again productive career before he had his injury. I like Emerson a lot, especially I like the Browns strategy, similar to Kwesi, where he just came from. Right, it's a load up on players in the secondary.
And I wonder if, so he didn't play a lot of press at Mississippi State, and that was like part of what they did schematically. They just weren't going to be a press team. I wonder if you can put him there because of that length and see what he can do, just to kind of see what he can do, because he has all the physicality tools to go with, to be a press corner.
Yeah, only 30% of the time at Mississippi State he was in press, and on those snaps, though, 44% completion percentage against. So he was effective in that role, just didn't get to do it in that defense. So maybe something they're going to ask him to do more at Cleveland. And also to add, he's a junior coming out. We're talking about a lot of old players in this class. Luke Fortner, who just went, that guy's 24 years old. Like some of these guys are old guys coming out.
I mean, that's super. He's
but
washed, man.
As far as
24.
prospects are concerned, so Martin Emerson, another guy on the younger side of the position.
Tennessee Titans now on the clock. Traylon Burks, number 18 in the first round, and then at the beginning of the second round, they went with Roger McCreary. So we're back up here. Wide receiver they could still go with because it's depleted group for them, but interior offensive line. Are there any great ones left that are on the big board, Mike, that they could go after? Because, man, it's just You look at what they've lost. They got Robert Woods, which would be great, but they lost Roger Saffold. That was a big loss. Julio Jones no longer there. Obviously, the A.J. Brown trade that happened last night puts him in an interesting situation here. I feel like interior offensive line might be somewhere they would go, but also defensive line. There's a chance of that, too.
Yeah, Jamar Salyer from Georgia makes a ton of sense.
Could be good.
Dylan Parham from Memphis, Darian Kennard from Kentucky, all guys I would assume.
I like Salyer for the Titans.
By the next 20 or 30 picks, we'll see come off the board.
I like that.
Left guard is the one spot to replace Roger Saffold that they have to probably trust Dylan Raduns, last year's second rounder, to play right tackle, which leaves left guard, right, as the spot that they do have to fill. I like Parham there for sure, for that fit with what Tennessee does as well.
We're about to be at pick 70. We've had one quarterback taken. It's crazy.
We're about to talk about all these quarterbacks that got mocked in the first. We're talking about third and fourth rounders now.
Well, it's funny because
or more.
We graded these quarterbacks, right? And we said to ourselves, no first rounders. Like, there's no first rounders here. But then we told ourselves the NFL is going to pick them. We're looking at the PFF Big Board right now. You can see a couple of quarterbacks right there. And we said the NFL is 100%. And now the NFL is doing what we feel like they should have all along. And we're all shocked about it because we thought that they were all going to reach for quarterback.
I will say, though, guys were coming off the board last year. The quarterback fest was done. You had 3 more guys come off the board last year. You had 8 quarterbacks come off the board by this point in the draft last year. Now, some of that's a deeper class. Like, there are more talented guys at this point in the class than there were last year. But some of that's just I can't actually explain. Like, some of that's is that just teams don't want a quarterback, and is there so few landing spots for them?
It's the state of the NFL, right? 10 years ago, it was tough to find a starting quarterback. It is easy to find a top 32 quarterback in today's NFL. Mitch Trubisky is a borderline top 32 quarterback in the world, right? Yeah. Top 40, whatever it is. It's easy to find that guy. Marcus Mariota.
Technically,
all right, Marcus Mariota is a better example. Marcus Mariota is one of the 32 best quarterbacks in the world. He's easy to find. Yeah. Are any of these guys better than Marcus Mariota?
Maybe.
They could be, but maybe, right?
My favorite
so that's it. And then if the rest of the NFL is going crazy for the Deshaun Watsons of the world and Russell Wilson and all that stuff, and then all the wide receivers, none of these quarterbacks in this class are giving them excitement to compete with that. So they're just all like low-end starters.
Titans did end up selecting an offensive lineman. It's Ohio State's Nicholas Petit-Frere. And I did not think that he was going to be the guy for the Tennessee Titans. But, yeah.
So this maybe means they see Radens as more of an interior player then. Because I think Petit-Frere, the whole thing was last year.
I think he was an interior player, but okay, keep going. So I'll let you explain it.
So Petit-Frere started at left tackle last year, was right tackle the year prior. He moved Thayer Munford, the 3-year starter at left tackle, inside. He has left tackle traits. I mean, this guy can move like a NFL left tackle. He just cannot pass protect like an NFL left tackle. In games against Aiden Hutchinson, David Ojabo, the Michigan game and Penn State game, he allowed 14 pressures between the two of those. Just got dogged repeatedly, snap after snap. I just do not love his hand usage in pass pro. I'm truthfully a little surprised he came out early as a redshirt junior. Thought if he came back, put on tape, because depending on the game you watch him get some lesser competition. There was first-round hype for this guy because of that. Like going towards the end of the season, but then those games down at the end just ruined him. I mean, just could not hold his own. So this is a little bit of boomer bust, but this is where you take guys.
Go ahead.
It's not a good pass protecting offensive line in general. The Titans, from an offensive line standpoint, have been a top 5 run blocking line, bottom 5, bottom 7 pass blocking line. It's kind of been their style in recent years. I think it hurts them long term, the fact that they haven't been able to kind of like bridge that gap a little bit. So, based off how you're describing that, Mike, I mean, that's not necessarily getting better. I mean, you're not going to immediately make it better at this point in the draft anyway, but it is something to consider with the Titans in their long-term prospects. They are a top-heavy or a run-heavy type of line.
Jacksonville Jaguars are back on the clock, but we've got some breaking news from our own Austin Gale, who tweeted out, per source, Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder, and now it is a major concern and a medical red flag. So he's got knee issues, he's got the torn pec, and now he's got a potential shoulder surgery that he's got to go through. Look, his entire shtick as a linebacker is you got to hit people. You can't avoid contact as a linebacker. And when you're that banged up already, this explains the major slide for him.
Plus he's short.
Wow.
They don't like that too.
Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, that's not good.
Easy to say as a tall guy. It really is. Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, and the pick is in. It's another linebacker. Didn't think that transition was going to be as easy as it was, but Chad Muma, the linebacker to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And my question is, why?
Play?
Why? What are we doing?
They're going to play 3 linebackers now. They're playing.
Yeah, they're Seattle.
43.
They drafted Trayvon Walker, Devin Lloyd, and Chad Muma.
Yeah.
And spent a ton of money on Olakun this offseason. A ton of money.
Yeah.
So that's three. This is what Dallas did last year, except one of their linebackers became Lawrence Taylor and played off the edge. But you might need 3 linebackers to play Tennessee.
Maybe they think Devin Lloyd's an edge rusher.
Oh,
they might think he's Micah Parsons.
Maybe they do.
I mean,
maybe they think they got Micah Parsons at, what was it, 24,
I don't know if you guys
27,
discussed that last night, but I mean, I know Micah Parsons is top of mind, but just because Devin Lloyd put his hand in the dirt and won some reps and looked pretty good doing it, maybe they think there's versatility there.
Forgot Luke Fulton. Forgot the shot.
I don't know
But
where.
they got him.
I truthfully don't know. All 3 are not going to be on the field. Not in today's NFL. You're just not putting all 3 on the field at once. So I not certain where he fits in. Love the player though. I mean, he was 63rd on the PFF draft board. So from that perspective, I mean, he is an athletic linebacker, sideline to sideline at 6'3", 239. Now he not your take-on kind of guy. Despite that size, he is your run and chase, but he is excellent at run and chase. His instincts, dude has a GPS for ball carriers. The way he can navigate through the trash and get 2 ball carriers. Now, again, taking on blocks is going to be more of an issue, but if you have that guy in Devin Lloyd who can do that, which now they do, you can have him be the weak side linebacker and go to town. So I'm a fan of what he can do athletically. I love that pairing. I don't know how Foye Oluokun now fits in with all the money they paid him or how it works out. Maybe Oluokun's a safety where he played at Yale, but TBD.
I think he has good hands. I think, like you said, taking on blocks can be an issue. He can get washed sometimes. But he's a really good player. I just like the way the Cowboys did it, we just talked about it, the way the Cowboys did it with Micah Parsons was move him to edge, kick an inside player in, and run a 5-man front, which would technically still allow you to have 2 linebackers on the field, 2 off-ball linebackers, and still have Devin Lloyd as a pass rusher. I guess you could see that, but that's not an every down thing. So,
and you still
and
have
then Caleb Vaughn's off the field.
You also have Josh Allen, 5th-year option picked up at edge, and of course, #1 overall pick Trayvon Walker.
It's a lot.
Who has some
Edge
hybrid
snaps.
type of skills as well, both inside,
move
outside,
Walker,
linebacker. You can do everything.
Yeah.
You move Walker to 4-eye, you play Devin Lloyd outside.
You're not allowed to say 4-eye on this, by the way.
You play Josh Allen
let
on the
him
other
cook.
side.
Let him cook,
Yeah.
Steve.
You play Josh Allen on the
I'm
other
going to play Al
side.
Michaels. Al always yells at Chris for saying 3 technique.
And then you can play with Muma and the other guy there, I guess.
We've got the Chicago Bears up right now. They took Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker, definitely helping out the secondary there. Still a big wide receiver need, still an offensive line need. I've got to think that it's going to be one of those positions, right? Is it not?
What I've been saying.
Probably,
the whole
probably
time.
you
draft
see
with
it?
4 eyes. It's a good time.
Okay.
It's a good 4-eye draft.
Yeah, what is a good
4-eye.
4-eye
It's the
pick,
3rd
Corey?
round, actually. We could start talking dirty. 4 eyes and 3 techs and all that stuff.
Oh, man. You got to watch the show tomorrow. Seth's just going to let
Saturdays.
loose.
Saturday's just off the rails.
I'm going to bring a whiteboard. I'm going to draw up skiing.
Please do. It's going to get crazy in here tomorrow.
did a
It's going to be a blast.
5-10-5.
You're going to be standing up doing full QB drills, showing the footwork and the
Well,
throwing
because that's when all the
motion. and
quarterbacks are going to go.
I was doing agility drills last year on day 3.
Were you? You
Yeah.
coming back for it this year?
No, I'm out of here.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I got a flight in the morning.
Oh,
outta
big
here.
man's
Good
got
draft room.
travel. Okay. All right. All right.
What we
see
got
how it
here
is.
for the Bears? What are we doing with Justin Fields?
I don't
man?
know.
A receiver.
I don't know.
A please.
Who's the
please.
receiver who's left? Who do we got?
We have
Calvin
Jalen
Austin?
Tolbert
Okay. Oh, that's a
of
good
South
one.
Alabama. That would be
Calvin Austin to be their
Legit.
next Taylor
I got it.
Gabriel.
It's a wide receiver. I got the pick.
There
It's a
it
wide
is.
receiver. It's Velus Jones.
Yeah.
Wide receiver
Okay.
from Tennessee.
It's something.
It's not bad. Not bad.
something.
What do we think?
He's very similar though to Darnell Mooney. He is kind of
Yeah.
an undersized speed guy, and
On brand.
yeah,
Isn't he my age too?
He's 25 years old, I believe, or will turn 25 here soon. One of the oldest players in this draft class.
Interesting first draft here.
It did not break out until quite literally this past season. So that's a interesting pick.
Look, at
But
the end
your
of the
end
day,
speed.
if you're going to wait till pick 71 to go get a receiver, it's going to be someone that comes in with flaws.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I would have liked him to go get a receiver who had less flaws. That didn't happen. You're going to be, all the draft boards, like you said, are different at this point in the draft. He wasn't very high on your draft board, not very high in mine, but,
Speed gets drafted.
there you go.
4.3 speed gets drafted
does get
highly in
drafted.
the draft. So
The Seahawks
That
having
works,
an unbelievably Seahawks draft. You got Charles Cross at number 9. You got Boye Mafe at 40. And then you got Kenneth Walker at 41. They're up here again at 72. Could it be a quarterback? I'm going to say
some
this
position,
all
though,
the time.
At this
Until
point,
we
why-
get one of these dudes off.
If the Seahawks draft him, though, I mean, running backs in play from Lake Willis if they draft him there. Like,
Stop it.
I mean, like at
Stop.
some point the value just like makes sense from an athlete perspective.
Okay, then I
with
want him.
Malik
Okay,
Willis.
then I
Like,
want
what
him
he
to
can just
draft Sam Howell, or maybe they'll put Sam Howell at running back. Shit, they're gonna look at his elite rushing
gotta draft
PFF
Carson.
grade
They're
last
watching.
year.
They're watching.
Carson
John
Strong.
Schneider is watching right now.
They're
Yeah.
gonna-
Sam Howell's the best fullback in this draft.
Oh, here we
right.
go. I
That's
love
right.
actually Seahawks made a real good
That's a
pick.
very interesting. Oh, offensive tackle Abe Lucas.
It's a really good.
There's your right tackle.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
All right,
Cross.
I'm
Not
into it.
bad.
And he played right tackle, right?
He
He is
literally
a
played
right
right
tackle for Washington
They
State.
draft 2 air right tackles.
They did.
They drafted the 2
They're
air
going
right
air
tackles.
raid
Yeah.
in Seattle with Drew Lock.
It's a new era. This guy has more pass blocking snaps than anyone in the class. 2,195 in his career.
I feel like the only other one who would have near that is Charles Cross, the guy they picked at 9.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, if he had played more.
Oh,
This
you're
is
right,
4
'cause
years.
right,
4
right.
years of Abe Lucas. So that's how he pass protected a ton. Now his
That's
hands
funny.
are still
That's so
wide
funny.
as can be. He still has some things to clean up. And again, the air raid offense not super translatable with a lot of things you're doing. But he tested out as one of the best athletes in this draft class. This guy has a real deal mirror at 315 pounds. No small, undersized tackle here going to the Seattle Seahawks that, man, these are 2 athletic tackles now. They're maybe projects in certain ways. And obviously you're going to have a transition to the NFL. But at this point in the draft, I'm very surprised he fell this far.
What do we think about the Seahawks haul?
No, I mean, getting the 2 tackles is perfect. Like you said, with Abe Lucas, the anchor might not be there right now, but he's super athletic. His feet can get tangled up at times when he's trying to turn, not let edge rushers turn the corner, but he's a really good player. And honestly, if they would have just not taken a running back, I would have loved
be
this
all in
draft
on
haul
this
right
draft.
now.
What if it was Malik Willis instead of Kenneth Walker?
Yeah, I
the two
think
offensive
then
tackles, Malik
they're
Willis and
they're
Boye
and then you're
competing
sit-
with the top of the
I'm sure the
league
chat
here.
hates me right now because we've been bringing this up all show, but this is the topic of conversation.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks always go higher. One quarterback has gone so far. Kenny Pickett went 20th overall. We are 50 picks later at 70,
Yeah.
and we've still got all 4 of these guys on the board. That's kind of the craziest part to me, is the gap between QB1 and the next guy on the board.
Could the Steelers have just gotten Pickett in round 2 if they wanted at this point?
Yeah, around 5.
That's
they
going to be
could've done.
fascinating.
Or later.
I'd love to hear if Doug Kide could do some prying on some league sources to see if anybody would have taken Pickett, like top of the 2nd round. Or
I'm
if-
really shocked that because there's not a lot of desperate. I mean, listen, how about this one? The Panthers, we thought, had to take a quarterback at 6 or do something because when are they going to pick again?
man.
4th round. You won't get a shot at a quarterback in the 4th round. Well, now you will.
Dude.
You'll at least have a shot
Wow.
at quarterback in the 4th round if you're the Carolina Panthers.
when did they pick?
And they might still try to get a Jimmy Garoppolo or still try to get a Baker Mayfield or whatever it is, but they can actually draft one of the players that we thought were one of the top quarterbacks in this draft.
So we're at 70, and we're at 71, I think, and they don't pick again until 137. So we're still a decent ways away from that becoming a reality. We're more than 50 picks away from it. But if they come out of this draft somehow, some way with Ike Ekwonu at 6 and Matt Corral at
Yeah.
137,
Good.
be absolutely hilarious.
I think the funny thing that's going to happen is, we talk about these like quarterback, quote unquote, quarterback needy teams. I think that they're all going to get picked as backups. Like a team that's already has an established player who just wants a backup later, and that's where they're going to go.
Okay, all right.
Which
Colts-
is
guy.
good for them, truthfully.
Yeah,
For a
honestly,
lot
it
of
is,
them.
and
Like,
It's so funny how we're having a little bit of a freak out
and who's
about
going
it.
to bite first? you know?
But this
Yeah.
is the scenario that this is the picture that we were painting with these quarterbacks is having the opportunity to go to teams where they can sit, not have to start right away. So it's actually becoming a reality. So we actually should be celebrating
Oh,
this.
here we go.
Colts
Your
pick your
boy.
boy. Colts pick your boy. Colts select Jelani Woods, Virginia tight end, with the 73rd overall selection. Steve?
Just saying, when you have a guy that's my size and he's not playing on the offensive line, you got to draft that guy. I mean, 6'7", 275, a monster
So you're saying
target
you
with
were
soft
a
hands.
tight end?
No, can't catch or block. But, he can. He's
Well, are you from Michigan?
former coordinator.
Well, then
good.
that's why.
Yeah, could be
That's why.
former tight end,
Right, right,
turned
right.
offensive lineman.
Right.
I just want Jelani Woods on my team. That's all.
Yeah.
Because he's huge. And,
Mike?
And the upside could be immense.
And even if he can't catch, put this guy at tackle.
You
Like
think
he's
he
pretty
can't catch?
he's pretty close to a tackle, truthfully. I mean, like from a size perspective, like 6'7", in the 260s he played at last year. He's a rocked up dude. And at Oklahoma State, so he spent 4 years at Oklahoma State before transferring to Virginia. He was a sixth offensive lineman, basically, in usage. He ran in pass plays. He pass protected about as much as he actually went out and ran routes.
Is he their left tackle? They need a left tackle.
But, oh, by the way, he is an elite athlete. Ran a 4.61 at the combine. He
Really?
has 6'9", 5'3" cone, a 10-foot, 9-inch broad jump. Like, as good as it gets athletically for the tight end position. Now, when he runs routes, he looks a little bit like a baby deer in that his steps and the timing are just all over the place. But, again, he has not run a lot of routes.
Deer?
So you get him with a Mo Alley Cox, and you have two catch radius dudes in that offense that throw them up anywhere you want it. That's a basketball team. And again, if it doesn't work out at tackle, I would even, tight end, I would consider
What's his
moving
weight
this guy
at?
to offensive
What's he at
tackle.
now?
275.
No, he was in the
Right?
260s.
sorry.
261 he showed up to combine at. So.
Yeah, I mean, my whole thing is I don't think there's many tight end advantages in the NFL right now. There's 5 guys, right, who actually play the position in a different way that actually changes defenses. I'm not saying Jelani Woods is one of those guys, but like if you're a defensive coordinator, you have to say, hey guys, they got a dude this big.
Yes.
You're taking a shot.
And he can own the middle of the field, and he can own the red zone. And even if he doesn't become the next Darren Waller type or whatever, there's still so much that he's bringing to the table that is different as a pass catcher. And the Colts need as many different pass catchers as possible. We've already talked about Alec Pierce and his speed and Michael Pittman's power and all that stuff. And now you get Jelani Woods and Mo Alley Cox. And I love it for the Colts.
I think Jelani Woods can be really annoying for a defense. Because some defenses might have the personnel, either at linebacker or safety or wherever, to be able to match up with him. And it's not an issue. If they can cover him well, you don't have to give him a ton of emphasis. But there are other defenses that might not have that personnel where all of a sudden it's just like, we weren't planning on Jelani Woods catching 7 passes for 89 yards on us and being a guy who continues to move the chains on them. So I have to stop myself here because we have a quarterback off the board.
Oh,
The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock, and they have selected Seth's QB1,
no,
Desmond Ritter.
not to the Falcons.
Desmond Ritter to the Atlanta. Wait, why is that not a good pick?
Well, because
With
I'm
your
a
wide
Saints
receiver,
fan.
one Drake London, man.
Yeah, no, I'm going to become a Falcons fan because I like all
You
their
have to
picks.
now.
And I don't know if I could do it. Look, Desmond Ritter, to me, is the most polished quarterback. He does everything you're quote-unquote supposed to do from the quarterback perspective. I understand that some people can look at his accuracy and think it's not good. I think it's a little better than he gets credit for. However, I think he is the best in this class at processing, and what I mean by that is finding the routes that are open with his eyes and getting to them in an efficient manner. He ran really fast at the combine. They didn't really use him like that at Cincinnati. I think you can add some more zone read stuff for him. Maybe quarterback power, maybe, but I think you can do that. He's just, the tools are close to being elite, but not quite, which is why he falls. I didn't think he would fall this much.
Right.
But obviously, like I said, he's my kind. Between him and Malik Willis, they're both my QB1A, QB1B.
I thought he was the most NFL-ready quarterback in this
It's not even,
class.
it's not even close.
Truthfully, and so 6'3", 211, he is skinny. He's a little skinnier dude, and yes, he is athletic. He ran a 4.52, but he's not really a runner. You know, like Patrick Mahomes can escape better than he can. You know, over the course of his entire career, he broke as many tackles as Sam Howell did last year. Like, he is not that kind of guy, but if you leave him unblocked on the zone read, out the back door, he's gone. You know, he can actually fly. He's actually a very Mariota, who was like that. Like, leave him space, he can go, but not a guy who's going to be a focal point of your run game. And what I like about him, coaches rave about him, a big culture guy. He is going to work his ass off, and you saw it. Every single year at Cincinnati, he improved and became from a fringe sort of prospect to who he is now, and played behind a bad offensive line last year and had the highest grade against pressure of any of these guys in this top group of quarterbacks. So the thing I worry about is the high-end plays on tape. Just not a ton. The going above and beyond, I don't see a ton of it. And the accuracy, he missed like 7 balls at his pro day. And actually at his pro day, when he had corked one of the deep balls, a player I will not name said, "Why do you never do that for us?" Because there wasn't a lot of that, truthfully, on his tape over the years.
Yeah, I think the deep ball stuff is interesting because I do think it's I'm going to psychoanalyze him right now. I do think it's a depth perception thing. I think I had that problem when I throw footballs. It's like you're trying your best not to overthrow someone so hard that you underthrow.
Yeah.
Because I think he has the arm strength, and when he can,
that's okay with
kind of baby zone.
It's not, and it's not the issue with the arm strength. Is more in that deep ball thing. Like, can he overthrow people and have them receivers run underneath the ball? I think when he throws like in breaking routes at 20 yards, at 15 yards, I think the ball gets there fast. Yeah. It's just like you mentioned, it's the other stuff.
The accuracy. So we were debating on Twitter a couple days ago about his accuracy, and I think you can look at PFF numbers and say he's accurate, or you can say he's inaccurate.
Yeah.
It depends on how you look at it. He missed a ton of throws, just pure misses, just pure uncatchable passes. Right? It was his first throw against Notre Dame, a little 5-yard out, he sails it by 10 yards. Right?
Yeah.
The misses are glaring, but when he throws the ball somewhat near the frame, it's really nice, and it's good. And so he's got a high accuracy percentage and a high miss percentage all at the same time. And so is that footwork, is that development, is that the continued development that you're talking about, Mike? The fact that he's working with Jordan Palmer on his movement skills and all that stuff, do you factor that in as far as player evaluation? All I know is I'll take that in the third round.
Everyone works with Jordan Palmer nowadays. So.
Yeah, but he has Josh Allen, so it's like everybody's going to become Josh Allen. All I know is if you're the Falcons and you got a receiver and you got a linebacker and you got an edge, all guys that were good value plays, and you just take a shot at quarterback and let him sit behind Marcus Mariota for a year, love it for the Falcons. Take that chance.
The Texans were on the clock. They're no longer on the clock. It's the Denver Broncos, and they're continuing to add to their front seven. Traded up a little bit, 5 spots to go get Christian Harris, the linebacker from Alabama. So Nick Bonito.
Real linebacker this time.
Right, and then Christian Harris. So I think that Nick Bonito is probably staying as a specialized package edge player. What do we think about Christian Harris here, guys?
High-end athlete. He went low 4.4s, and I was a little undersized. 226 pounds. He came in at the combine. 6'1", has good length, but man, he gets lost in coverage. He never graded higher, so he's been playing since his freshman year at Alabama, never graded higher than 52.0 in coverage. And that's worrisome because Alabama is a pro defense, pro concepts that he's going to have to run next season that you just saw him get lost too many times. Different player as a blitzer, I think you want him in a scheme where he's going to have to come downhill a lot and do that sort of stuff, but not the kind of player that you would think would translate in such a role. At 226 pounds, the guys that excel at in those roles at the NFL level, they weigh like 240 plus. So a lot to like athletically, but a project type of linebacker.
You're hoping, I think it's the first or second play against Alabama, I think in the title game, where he's kind of unblocked and makes a play on the edge, just annihilates the running back. That's the type of player he is. He's got no regard for his own health and safety. And, those players can be useful. Like you said, in the modern NFL, you want a guy who has better coverage production. But I think you can find a place for him somewhere.
Broncos had a lot of turnover at linebacker. They brought back Josie Jewell. Alex Singleton comes in. Baron Browning's back. But just, adding more to the mix there. In the Broncos, their roster's not perfect either, but they're kind of getting to this point. I mean, Russell Wilson helps the baseline for how you feel about the Broncos roster. But remember, last year at this time, we were like, hey, the Broncos don't have a ton of needs. They just need a quarterback. Who is it going to be? Still feel pretty good about that as far as Denver's roster and what they continue to add to this.
It was the Texans that took Christian Harris.
But I really like the rant, though, on the Broncos.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
We have it here as the Texans.
Texans traded, I believe.
Oh, so I read it backwards because it said Broncos
I read
receive.
yes. So the Texans traded up with the Broncos. So
we did it backwards in the chat.
It's my bad. It's my bad.
But Christian Harris, if he went to Denver,
it's
you can see
fault.
why they're doing it.
Right.
Right?
So we're talking about it the whole time.
Listen, that is
it was
we
right
have
on
a
the topic
streak
bar.
going. We do this every
if
year.
you were watching the show, we saw it on the topic bar. We're hedging our bets a little bit here. You guys don't listen to us anyways. It's all about the visual parts of the show. That's why Chris Angel is up there on NFL Network.
The tracker has it right on PFF.com.
Tracker does have it right. You know what? I don't think we were ever wrong. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Ravens
Good
draft.
pick for the Texans then.
Who'd they take?
Ravens draft. They just got Travis Jones at 76 overall.
You've got to be kidding me.
Why wouldn't you?
They are.
Oh.
They're doing it.
They draft good football players. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. There's so much. How does Travis Jones last to this point?
I don't know.
And how does nobody else take him?
I could not tell you how. He's 6'4",
My
327
goodness,
pounds, with nearly 35-inch arms, and runs a 4.9 240. Like if Jordan Davis and the Devontae Wyatt didn't blow up the combine, we would be talking about how Travis Jones had an all-time combine for the nose tackle position. It was that good. A 7.333 count. That was the same as Treylon Burks. Treylon Burks plays wide receiver. Travis Jones plays nose tackle. And now he can play three technique too. He did a lot of that. Actually, the majority of his snaps came at Connecticut. He can get up the football field because, again, he is a high-end athlete for that size. And you saw him at the Senior Bowl. They actually didn't have enough nose tackles on his team at the Senior Bowl, so he just kept going, rep after rep, when they had the centers going out there. And he was winning left and right with power, with speed. He's got an all-around nose tackle skill set. May not be dominant just yet, but he has dominant type of physical tools to where, man, he goes to the perfect landing spot for it.
They played 3 Power 5 teams last year: Clemson, Purdue, and Vanderbilt. So small sample size, it's only 149 snaps in those 3 games. But highest graded interior defensive lineman versus Power 5 teams last season, higher than Devontae Wyatt by 0.1. So clearly, at playing against the best teams on the schedule, he showed out.
Yeah, he was the 27th player on the PFF draft board.
When
That's
you combine,
huge value.
Yeah.
Huge value.
you did a good job of identifying him. The PFF grades like him. You mentioned the measurables. Everything that projects to WAR, the wins above replacement metric that leads to wins at the NFL level, loved Travis Jones. And I'll just say that historically the Ravens do a really good job of getting those types of players in the middle rounds.
Yeah, Brandon Williams was that. That's just, and now this is his replacement.
There's a reason, man. There's a reason why the Ravens are always good.
Let's back up a little bit too. Look, the Eagles jumped the Ravens for Jordan Davis.
Yes.
Allegedly, right?
Yes.
Jumped 14. They get Jordan Davis at 13.
Yep.
Let's say the Ravens wanted to get Jordan Davis. What's the difference between Jordan Davis, freak, Planet Theory athlete, the difference between Jordan Davis in the first, Travis Jones in the third, and then everything else that the Ravens got in between that, get Kyle Hamilton. You get Kyle Hamilton plus Travis Jones instead of maybe Jordan Davis and whatever else you would get here. I just think it's, again, great process by the Ravens because the drop-off probably isn't that significant from Jordan Davis to Travis Jones.
Yeah.
Good Ravens.
Well,
Jordan Davis is a different
type.
Like, he is above and beyond a lot of interior defensive tackles, not just in
Potentially.
this class. Well, everyone is potentially here that we just talked about.
Theory.
Theoretically. But I think that's why it's like it ends up being like kind of even for both teams. So they go back and they get Travis Jones at 76, but the Eagles do get the better player, supposedly. The better player, right? So I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay at both ends.
I'm not debating which player is better. I'm saying the difference between Jordan Davis and Travis Jones is what, and then you're also adding Kyle Hamilton to that equation, and that's why I'm saying the whole thing is good.
Oh, it's good for the Ravens, and I just think it's also good for the Eagles.
Yeah, I wasn't questioning the Eagles necessarily. I'm just trying to compliment the Ravens process in general.
We have the Indianapolis Colts on the clock on our tracker, but the tweet that I see with the pick says it's the Vikings making the selection. I don't know if the tweet is wrong or I don't know if the tracker is wrong.
We haven't been wrong here in at least a minute.
We haven't been wrong. It's true. Bernard Raymond's the pick, whoever it is. But he's either going to the Minnesota Vikings or the Indianapolis Colts. All right, here, we have a fun exercise. Who would you rather him go to?
I think it's to the Colts.
Who would you rather him go to?
The Colts need a left
Colts,
tackle.
Okay,
right?
Colts.
Yeah.
Colts, you'd rather him go to the Colts? Okay.
It makes too much sense.
All right.
Yeah.
That is probably the Colts.
It is the Colts, it looks like.
It is the Colts?
Yeah.
Okay, so the original tweet was wrong.
Man.
The tracker stays undefeated. The PFF tracker stays undefeated, folks. Bernard Raymond, finally
good
off
for
the
the
board
Colts.
here.
Yeah.
What do you think,
Great pick.
Mike?
So he falls to here because he had chronic knee tendonitis. It's something that TBD on if, may cost him his career or something like that. It is off a lot of boards, but when you're the Colts and you need a left tackle, you ain't finding a better left tackle at this point in the draft. He was the 18th overall player in PFF's draft board, a unique background, to say the least. He grew up in Austria. Soccer wasn't physical enough for him, so he played actually football in Austria, comes to America as a foreign exchange student, plays 1 year of high school football in Michigan, shows out well enough to get an offer from Central Michigan, goes back to Austria, joins the Austrian army, or military, as his compulsory service. After that, comes back to the USA, gray shirts, goes to Central Michigan, starts out as tight end. 2 years of tight end, gains over 60 pounds over the past 2 years.
You knew it was coming.
Had to be coming. 60 pounds the last 2 years, goes from a 75.1 grade as a junior to the second highest graded tackle in college football this past year. Tape against LSU, tape against Mizzou, big schools, Played very, very well in those games. Did not get beat a lot. Highly graded in those games. Went to the Senior Bowl. Does have issues with his hands. His outside hand was getting swatted away at will. Is going to have to fix that. But athletically, what this guy could be at the next level, he ticked every single box besides maybe arm length. His arm length's 32 and 7/8, just on the border of some other team's threshold. So that's maybe why you got injury, arm length thresholds. But he had a 4.32 short shuttle, which is the fastest we've seen for a collegiate offensive tackle in our 8 years of grading college football players. That guy can move laterally. His mirror and pass protection is fantastic, and he is strong too. I mean, despite being a former tight end, he did 30 bench press reps at the combine. He can move people as well.
I thought he would test a little bit better athletically, but then I was shocked at how well he did in the strength profile of bench press. And look, bench pressing doesn't 100% equate to you being strong on a football field. But I mean, it is a display of strength. Yeah. So I was a little surprised at how well he was showing up in that strength profile.
Yeah. I mean, he put on 60 pounds and legitimately did not lose agility. He still looks like a tight end. I'm very impressed with how far he's come in 2 years to say, what could he be in 2 more years? And he's 24 years old. Yeah, he's on the older end. We'll turn 25 as a rookie. But man, Garrett Bowles turned 25 as a rookie. It's not unprecedented for guys to come in the league older and still produce.
It's a big one for the Colts. They've needed left tackle for 2 years since Anthony Costanzo retired. They didn't get one in the draft last year. They didn't love the left tackles. They signed Eric Fisher for years, coming off the injury, a little disappointing. They were patient throughout this entire process, didn't force anything in free agency or anything, and now maybe have their starting left tackle while filling all these other needs without a first-round pick as well. And they got Jelani Woods as well as play backup tackle. But, I mean, really nice job by the Colts overall, I think, from a process standpoint.
I thought that he got better, so much better as the season progressed. He was better with his hands. I thought early in the year he let edge rushers get into his chest a little bit too easy, and then he just figured it out. He learned the techniques, and he can still learn more techniques. Obviously, the knee stuff is a concern, though.
And so Paul Alexander coached him and said he's never had a guy put coaching into action.
You could see it as the tape goes on throughout the year.
Cleveland Browns on the clock. Martin Emerson was the only selection that they've made so far, but remember, they've got 2 more picks here in the 3rd round at least, unless they do even more wheeling and dealing. At number 78, they take Alex Wright, the edge rusher from UAB. Mike, what do you think about this selection?
I like Alex Wright. He flew under the radar, a true junior coming out of UAB, a young guy. You don't see that a lot, but he is 6'7", 260, a power end.
6'7".
Yeah, the guy is a horse on tape. He just throws people around, and not a lot of his tape, super translatable against the level of competition he faced. He's the kind of guy who you almost wish stayed till his senior year, because then you would have got to see him at the Senior Bowl and get a real handle on who he is and what he could do against a real offensive line. But he did have tape against Georgia. He did have a few nice reps against Jamari Salyer. Lost more than he probably won in that game, though. Did get handled, but that was a big jump up in competition for him. But a nice pairing across from Myles Garrett, because they are similarly sized dudes. 2 6'5", 270-pounders that can set hard edges. That's the kind of guy you're getting. Maybe not, quite obviously not the pass rusher Myles Garrett is, not that kind of athlete, but in the run game, I think you can have a playmaker and an edge setter.
His mock draftable chart is absolutely hilarious. It's almost a half circle, because he is 85th percentile in height, 64th percentile in weight, 85th percentile in wingspan, 66th in arm length, and then he is 9th percentile in hand size, so he has smaller hands, and then 3rd percentile in the bench press because he has the long arms, so he only got 15 reps up. Yeah. But it's just hilarious because it's just like half of it is completely filled, and then the other half is completely empty.
Yeah, 91.1 pass rush good though. As a true junior coming out.
That's good, man.
I think this guy's
a good pick.
His production plus measurables for a group of 5 type of player, as good as it gets that we've seen in the PFF era, that combination that projects at the next level. Yeah. And if you're getting that in the 3rd round, and it's a huge need for the Browns, I love that. Love that pick a lot.
We have got the Chargers on the clock, and the pick is in. It is Baylor safety J.T. Woods. So this helps, Seth, the goal for Brandon Staley to cut all of his linebackers and just play secondary players. So this is obviously another step in that movement. Mike, what do you think about J.T. Woods?
Yeah, I mean, I would honestly just play Derwin James at linebacker with how bad their linebackers are.
So you play
at this
dime,
point.
and then just Derwin's right in the
What's
middle.
past dime? What's the one past dime?
Quarter.
Quarter.
yeah.
But no, but like quarters
$half.
less. So like what's
What's that?
It's called
Nickel,
it's called a
dime.
loony defense.
no, I know, but like we've already got a name for quarter.
Oh,
like
what's
a quarter,
beyond
like a quarter's
quarters?
defense, right?
Yeah, loony.
$half.
It's loony and toony.
So JT Woods, like a lot of the Baylor players in
You're
this
an
draft,
idiot.
can fly. 4.36, 40, real deal range. You know, he's 6'2", 195. Good ball production this past year. Finally came around in his development, but tackling is the issue. This guy is a pure free safety. So obviously you have Nazir Adderley, who's kind of more of that role in that defense right now. This guy you do not want around the line of scrimmage, has serious issues wrapping up ball carriers over the course of his career. I believe he has over 20% missed tackle rate for his career as a 3-year starter at Baylor. That's untenable at the NFL level for a guy playing anywhere near the box.
Denver Broncos on the clock and pick us in. They did not select Christian Harris, as we were.
But I can imagine if
duped
they
into
did.
belief. But I can only imagine what the conversation would be like
Right.
if they did. They selected Nick Benito with their first overall selection. Their second selection, they're going with UCLA tight end Greg Dulcich. What do you think about him in this tight end room?
So
This
he's
is all the way at pick 79 now. So
Yeah.
we talked about him as like, early second rounder, fringe first rounder. This is much further in the draft. So what do you think?
So Noah Fant ain't walking through that door. They obviously traded him away. You got Alberto, who is your straight line speed
Can you
guy.
say the name?
Albert Bunham is your straight line
Whoa.
speed guy. And you got
10 out of
Dulcich, who
10.
is, to me, even compared to like a Noah Fant, a better route runner. Now Noah Fant much faster, much better on overs, the routes that require speed, because Dulcich was a 4.69 guy at the combine. That is not his thing. But digs, outbreaking routes, option routes, Dulcich has that. He was a former wide receiver, has already put on 40 pounds over the course of his UCLA career, came there in the 200s, now in the 240s, and the ball skills, the after the catch ability, like he moves still like a wide receiver. So that's what you're getting. Not really an inline blocker, but receiving ability, it's neck and neck with Trey McBride in that regard.
How does he fit with Russell Wilson, do you think?
That one's tough. I'm trying to just think of that offense they're bringing over from Green Bay and how it's going to be, because they never really used Robert Tonyan. Robert Tonyan was kind of a placeholder with how they used him. Dulcich can obviously do what Tonyan did and do a little bit more, in my opinion.
He kind of navigates space pretty well, it seems like, middle of the field. Again, he's a good, solid. It's not a great tight end class, right? He's a good, solid tight end. The Broncos needed more playmakers at that position, and he's got some big-time plays on film.
Mm-hmm.
Russell
they're
Wilson doesn't throw to
receiver-driven.
tight ends a lot.
They're going to be a
That's my
receiver-driven
concern.
offense.
Yeah, it's gonna that's
He doesn't,
100%
you're saying.
sure.
He
No, he
doesn't,
doesn't.
No, it's a receiver-driven offense.
Yeah.
I mean, the talent's dictating that too, with Cortland
Yeah.
Sutton and Tim Patrick, Jerry Jeudy,
Was he just
KJ
are they
Hamler.
going to have him playing more traditional receiver roles, you think?
I doubt it with the receivers they have there. They got a bevy already. I think he's just tight end, but again, Russell Wilson's throwing tight ends. You got a number of options though. It gives you options at least with that receiving corps.
New York Giants on the clock here. Kayvon Thibodeau, Evan Neal in the first round. Wan'Dale Robinson, Josh Ezeudu. Those were their next picks. And 81 in tackle, interior offensive line. No, they just went Ezeudu, but perhaps they can get another player there. Edge, linebacker, something.
They're
What do you
doing a
think,
good
Seth?
job. I mean, we talked about the Wan'Dale Robinson pick, whatever, but they're doing a good job of just filling out this roster for 2023. Like they could be a really good
So
team.
who's the most 2023 pick
Well,
we have here?
Look,
Who is 20 years old? Just sort the age and pick the youngest dude. Like we would do in Madden when it's like the end of the roster and you go, all right, well, just pick the guy with potential.
It's one of us.
Is it? It's probably not. It's probably not one of us. Probably not one of us. These guys are probably a lot younger than us. What do you think?
Did
Mike?
they take a shot on a quarterback here?
Ooh, it is a
That
young
would
guy.
be in play for 2023.
It was a young guy. It
Oh,
was
did
a
it?
20-year-old cornerback in Cordell Flott.
There you go.
Oh, my guy.
Your guy.
That's your guy.
LSU.
LSU.
LSU slot corner.
Give us-
Inside, yeah. Inside.
He was much better in the slot, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He had a really good grade.
So now they got like 3 slots there. And Darnay Holmes, they got the UCF guy from last year whose name's escaping
Aaron
me.
Robinson.
Aaron Robinson. There you
Oh,
go.
yeah, right.
And now they got
Yep.
Cordell Flott, who, in my opinion, like he's probably more of an outside cornerback. Like he's built like an outside cornerback. He's 6'1", 175 pounds. He's really only playing the slot there because they had outside cornerbacks. I thought he should have come back to school because he is only 20 years old. He doesn't turn 21 until midway through next season. But, at a undersized guy, at 175 pounds, he played physically. He would come up and hit you. Like, that was something that you want. If you are going to get by undersized in the NFL, you better have that in you. And he definitely did. Earned a coverage grade over 80 this past season. Like, was a good player, but just that's not he can't play that role in the NFL still. There's just no one existing 175 pounds at 6'1" playing the slot. So probably more of an outside corner. Where does he go? Where does his game go? That's a TBD because we never got to see. So that's the kind of pick it is.
They've been shopping. They were trying to shop James Bradbury, right? Making over $14 million a year. Last year of his contract. Even their safeties, though, Xavier McKinney, Julian Love, those were slot safety hybrids coming out as well. So versatility in the secondary, maybe. But if Lott does fit outside, it might be to perhaps be groomed behind James Bradbury, or perhaps try to replace him if they do pursue a trade.
Go ahead.
I just want to be clear that when I make the jokes about them being a 2023 team, I don't think they should tank, but them not picking up Daniel Jones' fifth-year option. It's not a joke. Them picking up the fifth-year, not picking up the fifth-year option, they're saying, hey, if you become a great quarterback, great, no problem. Like, then we'll pay you. We'll pay you. We're going to be in the playoffs, whatever, it's all good. But if not, then we have this chance to go and reset this roster with just the quarterback, and not have to go on and take a whole bunch of different players.
Add a bunch of pieces. And again, if the entire NFL is looking for the next big thing at quarterback, you're not going to invest in a guy that's the 20th best starter or 25th, but whatever that is, right? You're not going to invest in that. So put the roster in place, and then if you have to figure out quarterback a year from now, you do that.
The Atlanta Falcons are back on the clock, and I think it's hilarious to look at PFF's draft tracker. And if you go to the PFF user picks, for every single selection the Falcons have had, number 8 overall, Drake London, they wished it was Malik Willis. 38 overall, Arnold Ebiketie, they wished it was Malik Willis. 58, Troy Anderson, they wanted Malik Willis. Desmond Ridder at 74, they wanted Malik Willis.
Still Malik Willis.
Will they want Malik Willis?
I'm putting in Malik Willis right now.
That's your job. You have to. You've got to be the guy.
Would you put Malik Willis and Desmond Ridder and just say, all right, we'll find a quarterback between one of them?
Nope.
On the field at the same time, 2 quarterback system. Put them both.
It's not Malik
Obviously
Willis.
it's not.
I'm willing to bet that it's not going to be Malik Willis in the chat either. But it's D'Angelo Malone, the edge rusher.
Oh.
There. What do you think about Malone? Because I feel like not a lot of people know about him.
Yeah, more juice off the edge. This guy's been playing 5 years, starting for Western Kentucky. He's played 3,283 snaps in his career, so he's experienced, but he is undersized. He played in the 230s. On tape at Western Kentucky, but
small.
The 230s, he's got juice. He is a 4.5s guy in the 230s. I think he is kind of your, third down only type of guy. But I will say he could win with power. At the Senior Bowl, he had a couple bull rush reps that really opened my eyes. The way he can sink into his rushes, because on tape at Western Kentucky, he didn't have to. He could just go around every single tackle he faced. It was easy money
dips
from.
and bends around everybody.
And so he never had to really evolve his game. So I'm very curious after what I saw from that Senior Bowl, one of the most intriguing performances there, to see where he can take his game, because came in at 243 actually at his pro day, got bigger, got to a size that you can actually win with at the NFL and still tested out like a high-end athlete. So I'm curious what he will be at the next level, but you're just adding more juice. Arnold Ebiketie, now him.
Yeah.
Him having those reps at the Senior Bowl was super important, because you just did not see those type of reps at Western Kentucky. I put that he can get bounced around a bit, always tries to get to the outside. So him having another move, at least, if it's a bull rush or something like that, is good for his game overall.
I mean, coming into the day, the Falcons may have had the worst pass rush situation, worst edge rushing situation.
It wasn't pretty.
In the NFL.
Wasn't pretty.
So, again, I think need and value matched up really well for the Falcons across the board. I don't think you have to come out of a draft filling needs, but when they match where you're supposed to draft players, you get a little bit more excited.
And they drafted 2 guys who know how to rush the passer. These aren't projects, should we say. They're just undersized guys. And so sometimes you worry about undersized guys translating the NFL, will their games, but they aren't like, 3 years down the line, will they ever figure it out? It's like, no, they know how to rush the passer. It's just they are smaller for the position.
I'm going big shout out to Terry Fontenot here on this show. Drake London, Arnold Ebiketie, Troy Anderson, Desmond Ridder, D'Angelo Malone. That's a good ass haul.
Yes.
That's a good ass haul 3 rounds in.
They might have a bigger wide receiver room than their edge defenders. Their receivers might be bigger than their edges. That might be the only team in NFL history where that's the case. Drake London is bigger than the edge that they just drafted.
This is
kind
true.
of. Similar size.
Now I wish they would have drafted Jelani Woods. Now I wish that we would have been able to say that with tight ends and wide receivers. Could you throw Kyle Pitts in there as well?
Seriously.
That would have been hilarious. We've got the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now. Obviously, we chatted about the Jordan Davis trade with them going up to get him at number 13. The A.J. Brown trade, which is a massive addition that we have to name as well. And then Cam Jurgens was their other draft pick that they've had. Here, and now it's up at 83. Linebacker, dare I say it? Could this be a Nakobe Dean spot, right? It sure as hell seems like Nakobe Dean's not going to go tonight. But
doesn't seem like it.
It feels like this would be the chance for them to get a major draft steal. Now we've got Leo Chanel, who is still on the board as well. I think that he could be a good fit as a downhill attacking linebacker for the Philadelphia Eagles if they want to go that direction. But Seth, what do you think about the additions that they could possibly make here?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not going to be Nakobe Dean, which I guess at this point, like you said, doesn't look likely with everything that we've heard in the past hour, Leo Chanel is a really good linebacker, man.
What is Nakobe Dean?
Is he really?
Yeah. Let
me finish my thoughts on Leo Chanel. Leo
Chanel. No. We got to talk about this.
As you said,
we've got Nakobe Dean going
Jordan
81. 81 here. Look, if the guy never plays down to football, obviously not a great investment. But some people are saying, hey, worst case scenario, it's a redshirt year for Nakobe Dean. If you are getting a fully healthy, healed up Nakobe Dean to start 2023, that's still worth fine. 81 to me.
Absolutely.
That football player? 83, sorry.
If he plays at all, this pick is one of the best values.
Yeah.
I mean, he is insane how his football IQ. They said his freshman year, he was the only freshman to ever come into Georgia who knew the playbook day one. He was teaching other freshmen at the install the playbook because he had already got it down pat. He took last year a third-round pick, Monty Rice's job as a sophomore. Monty Rice was a senior. He took his job as a true sophomore. That just does not happen for guys as talented as Monty Rice is. So, fewest downgrades of any Power 5 linebacker last year, any starter. 91.7 overall grade, the highest graded Georgia defender. Only allowed 126 yards on 37 targets. And for all the size concerns, 5'11", 229, he has almost identical wingspan to Nick Bolton. And to me, linebacker position, wingspan far more important than just pure height. You're not really jumping to go find a rim or anything like that. So, yeah, the size concerns are overblown in my opinion with what we saw from Nick Bolton and how he played at the NFL level. Nakobe Dean's going to be a stud.
Playing behind his buddy Jordan Davis.
Yeah,
I like
bad.
it.
It's best friend.
Not bad.
I haven't seen a linebacker with the amount that the contact balance that he has, the ability to get through holes without being knocked over by bigger offensive linemen is as good as you're going to get. His blitz pathing, I know that's very specific. It is as good as I've ever seen at linebacker. He, like you said, he is super intelligent. He gets people in the right positions all the time. He'll learn this defense from day one. Again, if he plays, if he's healthy, pick 83 is unbelievable value for this player.
It's just good drafting, right?
Yeah.
Because, what's the strategy in round 3? Sometimes, some teams actually can find a starting guard in round 3, right? You can kind of find a starting player. Most of the time we're talking about the niche players though, right? You're a third corner and you might compete at slot. This is another one of those things though where if it hits, the payout is incredible because it's probably a first round caliber payout with Nakobe Dean.
Well, we've got back-to-back. Oh, I was about to say back-to-back linebackers because we just talked about Leo Chanel, but it's not Leo Chanel. It's Leal to the Pittsburgh Steelers at, I don't know what pick this is, 84. I'm losing my mind out here.
Yeah. So
DeMarvin Leal, what do you think about this? So he was projected as a first-round type of pick in those way too early mock drafts that we saw about a year ago. And we thought this guy was incredible, but what is he now?
Yeah, 5-star recruit. Goes to Texas A&M as a sophomore, earns an 88.3 overall grade. As we're saying, this guy's going to be a top 10 player. What's his next step going to be? Well, his next step was actually backwards. He did not improve this past season. Actually got worse. And when he played inside, so 290-pounder, you're thinking, at the NFL level, that's probably an interior player. When he played inside, he was a disaster. He got moved so easily. And so you figured out why they played him on the outside. And so he comes to the combine, 284 pounds at 6'4", firmly a tweener. And it runs a 5-second 40. He does not test out explosively. That is a guy who has a odd athletic profile and is going to be a tweener. But for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they have had success with that kind of body type. Stephon Tuitt was a similar size coming out. Cameron Hayward was a similar size coming out. Like, they can get him up to 300 pounds and have him play on the interior. And the talent's obviously there. Like, he is a very natural mover, but is just not the play strength or the refinement that you want to see, and that's why he obviously falls to this point in the draft.
Tweener is the perfect analogy, but
He's
it's
the tweeniest.
But it's like, it is tweener in more of a derogatory type of manner, because if you play inside, you don't see the power, and then you play outside, you don't see the quickness. It's concerning, but if you can get back to the level that he played in a year prior, then he is a really good player. Just like the tape from 2021 it's just not very good.
I don't know what happened. He was less
crazy.
Explosive, just a lot of just not the same dude whatsoever.
And he dropped pretty quickly. You know, it wasn't like this was a super slow burn for him. I think that as the season even went on into just the middle parts of the season, weeks 6, 7 of the college football year, people were like, oh, I don't know if this is a first rounder anymore. Yeah. And he's just been dropping ever since.
Yeah,
but
it was the Alabama game. Evan Neal just killed him. Yeah, one-on-ones, Neal was moving him off the ball with ease. So that was where it was really like, oh shit.
We've got the New England Patriots now up on the clock. Leo Chanel is here. How do I bet this?
This is the perfect,
how do I live bet
unbelievably
this?
Perfect.
We've got the pick in. I don't know if that's the pick.
Please.
Oh, it's not. It's not. It's feels like an opposite to Leo Chanel.
Love
It's Marcus Jones, but it's not a bad football player. I don't mean to say this is not a good football player. Marcus Jones, the cornerback out of Houston. How do you feel about it, Mike?
The Patriots draft is so weird. Weird as can be.
I think this is their best player.
It's the highest ranked player in the PFF draft.
I like Marcus Jones a lot. I really do.
He's just so small. I mean,
that's
look, my buddy Sam says you throw 2 or 3 inches on him, he's a first round player. And there really is some physicality issues, right? You have to have a baseline of play strength and physicality at corner, but the movement skills and the ability to just mirror and match receivers is incredible for Marcus Jones. And it helps that he's so slight, right? It helps him move, but it certainly hurts him at the catch point. But he is dynamic as a slot. His matchups, with Memphis and everything were just absolutely incredible with Calvin Austin. I mean, just awesome head-to-head matchups.
Yep.
And he's got the return skills and all of that.
One hell
and
of a
you know
special
that he's
teams
going to
player.
become like the next straight punt returner in New England.
He is the best returner in this draft. He won the SMU game for them last year on a kick return with under 2 minutes left.
Yep.
So he has the most kick returns in this draft class, but he is 5'8", 177 with 29-inch arms. And even on tape at Houston, even against his level of competition, you saw him lose at the catch point repeatedly. And so that's the issue. But as Steve said, he was always at the catch point. He had a ton of pass breakups. His hips are insane. He moves so smoothly across the football field. A unique dude for sure. Obviously goes to the landing spot you want to go to if you're a cornerback in the NFL. Very excited to see what he can be, because a physical skill set that you just do not see every day at the cornerback position, that you're rooting for this guy to succeed with the way he plays the game.
I was excited. We were about to get to talk about the Las Vegas Raiders for the first time here in this draft, and they traded back.
The who?
They traded back. The Las Vegas Raiders.
They play football still?
They are in this draft, but it's going to be 4 more picks until we get to talk about them.
Exist too.
Again, the Tennessee Titans have traded pick 90 and 169 up to 86, so popping up 4 spots there. Titans pick, I haven't seen it, so I don't think that it is in yet, but
I have seen it.
I think it's good. Wow.
Here we go.
I still haven't seen it.
It's a quarterback.
I'm gonna wait till you see it.
I haven't seen it yet.
I'm gonna wait till he sees it. I'm gonna wait.
What if my computer was frozen right now? And I just waited for
It's
an
Malik
hour?
Willis. I can't wait for this technology anymore. It is Malik Willis.
Tennessee Titans.
I heard whispers of Malik Willis going to the Tennessee Titans in the first round. They get him here all the way back into the third. That's pretty incredible.
It's kind of what I said half an hour ago, which is like all of a sudden you're going to get a run on quarterbacks as backups with starters already in place at this team, where this is a perfect scenario for Malik Willis. You can learn behind a player who is very different than you are. Ryan Tannehill is a pocket passer. Obviously, he has some speed. We know that. But he's a pocket passer. He has great footwork. He gets the ball off on time. You can learn a lot if you're Malik Willis from Ryan Tannehill. Malik Willis has all the tools you want. He can throw the ball far. If he comes into the league now as the second best running back, Jesus, as the second best runner at quarterback. You know,
He said it, not us. He said
after
it.
Lamar Jackson. But the concerns are his process is not very good right now. He's not seeing the field very well. He's not finding the open receiver at probably the lowest rate in this draft class. So work on your game with Ryan Tannehill and that coaching staff, and hopefully you come out as a better player.
Yeah, and his feet just get far too panicky in the pocket. First thing's not there, and there's no readjustment. It is just break down and start to be an athlete. And he's one heck of an athlete. I mean, 6 foot, 222. He's probably the closest thing I've seen at the quarterback position come out to an actual running back. You know, because that build and the fact that he broke more tackles than Kenneth Walker last year. He led the FBS in broken tackles. So he's a value add from that perspective. And I'd argue he has a high floor because of that. Like, compare him to Jalen Hurts coming out. I would rather have Malik Willis every day because of that. But the sack production, or the sort of taking sacks, he took a ton, 51 this past year, 30% sack conversion rate. That's like 3 times what the elite guys in the NFL are at. And
that's Tannehill too, though.
And that's
similar
right,
to
to
Tannehill.
a degree. But the big time throws, the big plays, what he can create. 3rd highest big time throw rate we've ever charted here at PFF. Number 2 in the college era. Number 2 on that list was Josh Allen. So that's what you're buying into. That's what could be, tools-wise, brings to the table. But 77.4 passing grade was his highest. And that was last year.
We've got the Arizona Cardinals on the clock, but I do want to continue to talk about Malik Willis. The thing that I think is the most encouraging note for Malik Willis is that Liberty offensive line was awful. It was one of the worst, if not probably the worst, that I have seen from the draft-eligible quarterbacks. And when you talk about the lack of being able to navigate a pocket, having terrible footwork when he's bailing and getting to a different side, going through progressions, running a real offense, he was never going to be able to do that at Liberty. That offensive line was terrible. Mm-hmm. So you're hoping better offensive line in front of him. Now he gets to sit behind Ryan Tannehill, which is very nice. This is a good situation because this is always going to be a team, as long as Mike Vrabel is there, that's going to emphasize offensive line play. Like, they're going to continue to throw resources into the offensive line. They're not going to be babies up front. And so I don't think it's ever going to get too far away from them, but that's kind of the faith that I have with Malik
Let's
Willis.
stick with Willis for a little bit here, too. Are we surprised that the NFL didn't try to buy into his tools a little bit sooner? Because all the warts might be there, but the recency bias of Patrick Mahomes wasn't polished, Lamar Jackson improved as a passer, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, everybody that has a cannon or great tools or something has progressed recently. Trey Lance, completely different prospect, but still went number 3 last year and had types of question marks, similar types of question marks. And I like how you're saying it, Mike. Quarterbacks where you can build the run game around them are higher floor players, because you can have that type of offense where you don't have to have precision passing. You can still move the ball in a different style in the NFL. So are we a little surprised that the NFL didn't invest in that a little bit earlier in this draft?
My thing with the tools is when you compare him to all those guys you mentioned who became really good passers kind of after college to a certain degree, it's the height.
Yeah.
It's like is he too Russell Wilson-y where he's just not going to target the middle of the field? All those other guys, they've developed because they can handle everything they can see everything that's in front of them. I don't know. Now, it's partly his lack of throws over the middle of the field are partly himself and partly the Liberty offense. This is what Hugh Freeze has done for a long time in his career, so I get that. But that would be my concern because, like you said, the elite tools are there with him. It's just, is the height not allowing him to access the entire field?
I mean, maybe we underrated the Hugh Freeze concept too, because that whole tree, anything that's Baylor-ish and Hugh Freeze-ish and all that stuff, that takes a long time to translate at the NFL level. I mean, is Jimmy Garoppolo the only guy who came out of that system that actually, because they don't even read the field, like it's not even real NFL quarterback play at all.
The issue is, given the concepts that he was given, it wasn't very good. Like, at the end of the day, there's not like a million concepts that you can run in football. If you're running stick, if you're running double post and you're not reading it out, those plays exist at the NFL level and he just wasn't there yet. Again, you're hoping he develops. We're seeing more and more guys not figuring it out at college and then figuring out the pro, so I hope that's the case for him.
We have the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. They selected Cam Thomas, the edge rusher out of San Diego State. Mike, give us the skinny on him.
I like Cam Thomas. He really got hurt by actually getting hurt, warming up for the Senior Bowl. He didn't get a pre-draft process, didn't get to have the Senior Bowl practices, didn't get to have a combine, so you really didn't get to rise up boards because he was super productive on tape at San Diego State. 89.4 overall grade this past year, 77 pressures. Did not come off the field for them, played nearly 800 snaps. He's kind of that inside-outside versatile guy. A lot of his wins actually at San Diego State came on the inside, an inside move specialist, kind of an agile type of defensive end, but doesn't really have great length, 32.5-inch arms, not going to be your edge setter. So he's another kind of tweener that if he could have gone to the Senior Bowl and really balled out, he would have been drafted a lot higher than this, but no one's going to buy into that kind of physical profile against the level of competition he faced at San Diego State.
He really is Aiden Hutchinson light to a certain degree,
Yeah,
because he does have a lot of lateral explosiveness, and you see that a lot. Like you talked about, the inside move was a go-to move. Obviously, he played a little more, I think, inside than Hutchinson ever did, but that's the type of player, really good against the run, has an inside move, not super bendy, but can get to the quarterback with some technicality.
We got Jalen Tolbert, the wide receiver from South Alabama, going to the Dallas Cowboys at pick number 88. So, Mike, I'll go right back to you. Jalen Tolbert, I think some people thought he'd go certainly ahead of where 88 is here. Did the Cowboys get a good value out of this wide receiver at this spot?
I love this pick. To me, this is, I don't want to say Michael Gallup 2.0, but it's a very similar sort of range that Gallup went in, and a similarly skilled player coming out of a small college in South Alabama, to where, Michael Gallup's evolved into a nice, number two, a nice sort of outside type of wide receiver. That's what Jalen Tolbert can be. So when you got a lot of gadget, a lot of one-trick guys going ahead of Tolbert who can be a real contributor all around, that's not pigeonholed into one role, I'm very surprised he lasted it this long. Now, he is on the older end for the position. It took him a while to really get going at South Alabama. His first 2 years there had a grand total of 60 yards. Didn't break 1,000 yards until he was a redshirt junior. But then this past year, no one could guard him. 1,474 yards. I thought he was the most impressive wide receiver at the Senior Bowl. To me, again, very surprised he lasted this long, and just a seamless, I don't want to say he's not going to do what Amari Cooper did. He's not going to be that guy, but he's going to fill that role very seamlessly.
Well, it allows you to continue to play CeeDee Lamb in the slot, and we've seen there were issues. I know in the playoff game against the 49ers, they played CeeDee Lamb out wide, and he just wasn't targeted. Now he can still be a good player outside, but it's maybe not part of the offense to hit him out there. He can go back to the slot because Tolbert is definitely an outside receiver, vertical. Everything vertical about this player.
Yeah.
I think you need to work on some route running underneath, but the verticality in his game is tremendous.
He feels fast. I mean, he feels fast on the field. He plays fast. I think he gets up the field fast and quickly. And look, if you're talking about a wide receiver 3, I'll take all of that, right? CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup. So give me a skill set that's going to complement them, and even having James Washington there too. He hasn't become the most polished receiver either, but every now and again he'll get behind the defense. For Dallas to compete in the NFC, I think they have to keep the pressure on, right? They have to keep the pressure on offensively with 3 and 4 wide receivers and kind of stitch together the Amari Cooper production. I think between Tolbert and James Washington, I think they could make it happen.
I do agree they needed to keep up the pressure, but I didn't think they needed to do it super early. Like, there were a lot of people with them saying, draft Traylon Burks at 24 in the first round, and it's just like, man, you don't really need that. This I love. Obviously, Jalen Tolbert falling to them was a huge part of the equation, but them waiting a little bit and adding a guy like this to the wide receiver room, which really rounds it out, because you're hoping that CeeDee Lamb is your main target guy. You've got Michael Gallup, who you love and who is ascending as well. And so now you just kind of round it out. You continue to make it great with a Jalen Tolbert. So I feel like they handled this wide receiver need very well in Dallas with this draft. I liked it. They didn't force something super early. I was worried about that with Jerry Jones. And we got the Buffalo Bills on the clock.
But he showed you the board. Tyler Smith was their guy.
That's true.
In round 1.
Hopefully we'll get another updated board from Jerry Jones when he has.
Tolbert was wide receiver 1. They got him in the 3rd.
Yeah, above everybody, and they got him in the 3rd.
He's drawing it up right now.
Terrell Bernard, the linebacker from Baylor, going 89th to the Buffalo Bills. Mike, I'm going straight to you for this one.
So he's an undersized linebacker. I'm actually a little surprised he comes off the board this early, because he
played. Do you
think
day 3 for sure?
He's 6 foot 218. He is small. He is very instinctive though, and again, another small guy who does not play small. He wants to go and take on blocks. He probably takes on more blocks and takes on blocks with better physicality than a guy like Chad Muma, who's 20 plus pounds heavier than he is. Just a guy who's going to stick his nose in it. To me, he was the best dime backer in this draft class. If that's something you want in your defense. I think he can excel in such a role. And obviously, they got a guy, Matt Milano, who was kind of that build as that sort of guy coming out as this undersized guy who now is insanely productive. I think Tolbert can be, Bernard can be probably not going to crack the starting lineup, but Matt Milano is basically a backup there in that defense.
Undersized, but a guy you want on your team.
Yeah.
He just plays football, man. And I think that's true with a lot of the Baylor. They really went out there, Dave Aranda, and just created a bunch of real football players, man. I like everyone on that roster, and he's part of that.
Niche players, especially
Niche
for
players.
the Bills.
Niche day,
I mean,
know?
it's
Niche
especially
day.
for the Bills and where their roster is. And like a lot of the Bills' moves have to be Milano insurance, right? Starter insurance. I know we call those backups, but also thinking from
Thank you.
Josh Allen.
You know what?
You know what I mean?
That's a good way to say
That's
it.
usually
When
called
somebody's not a
backup.
starter, I'm going to be like, yeah, he's playing starter insurance.
But the
Be like,
Bills
oh, okay.
have to be thinking about cheap players going forward, right? The Josh Allen contract, you got to be paying Stephon Diggs. You want to pay the big-time players, you got to be thinking about who the potential replacements are going to be in the coming years, a little bit on the cheap.
Las Vegas Raiders
Finally.
on the clock, folks.
They're
Let's
here.
talk about him. We got a graphic for the team that we could show for the first time in like 2 rounds where we can see exactly what their PFF grades are and everything. But what do we think here? Offensive line. We've got all 3 offensive line needs for them. Tackle, interior offensive guard, center. We have all 3 of these things listed.
Doesn't matter. They got Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
It's going to be a game changer.
I don't
There's
know if
nothing that they
it
can
works
pick
like
here.
that. I don't know if it
the good
fully
stuff.
works like that.
Devontae Adams. What's this going to do for them in the AFC West?
What is
Can
it going
they
to do?
actually-
You sound jazzed about it. Tell us.
I am. Listen, I think the cheat code in the NFL is having a top 8 quarterback. That's number 1. But is cheat code number 2 the elite receiver? That's going to take the mid-tier quarterback that there's 15 mid-tier quarterbacks in the NFL right now. And the difference is going to be Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill or whatever it is. This Raiders offense is going to be legit. They were good last year, and they didn't have a great offensive line. But they're going to put up a ton of points, and they are going to compete. Now, I don't know if they could surpass the Broncos and the Chargers and the Chiefs in that very division, but Devontae Adams is that good. And we'll at least find out. We'll find out what it looks like for Devontae Adams' production without Aaron Rodgers and what
Right.
Aaron Rodgers looks like without Devontae Adams. Same thing with Mahomes and Tyreek Hill, and this is the story of the NFL this
Listen,
year.
if you want to be entertained for a good 5 minutes, go to YouTube and just type in Derek Carr highlights at Fresno State because Devontae Adams is on the receiving end of most of those. And Derek Carr looked young, wild, and free at Fresno State. He was slinging it when he was in college. He had so much confidence with Devontae Adams, and I felt like he was a shell of that early on. Not so much as of late. I think he has bloomed as of late. But
And that was almost, I know the picks in, but with Carr, when they got, I know Henry Ruggs had the incident and all that stuff, but when he got Henry Ruggs, he became more aggressive. And an aggressive Derek Carr is the best path to success for the Raiders. And if
Yep,
Devontae
100%,
Adams extracts that out of him, because he's got all the arm talent, he
Yes.
can do everything.
Yes.
Aggressive Derek Carr is the play for the Raiders, and Adams might be able to bring that out of him even more.
Well, they're getting a guy who I think is a damn good interior offensive lineman at pick number 90, Dylan Parham from Memphis. He's a guy who was at the Senior Bowl who I really liked. He, as well, has had a journey as a former tight end who has now become an offensive lineman. Mike, what do you think about this pick?
Oh, love this pick. 67th player on the PFF draft board. To me, even though he's from Memphis, I think he can start day one. One heck of an athlete for a 6'3", 313-pound guard. And the thing about his tape is he wasn't always 313 pounds. You go back to 2020, he played right tackle at about 280 pounds and had a PFF grade over 90. Kicks into guard this past year, probably put on about 10 to 15 more pounds, played in the 290s, played exceptionally well, and then keeps putting on weight. 313 pounds, like undersized. I remember writing in my notes in the fall, and then all of a sudden he comes to the Senior Bowl, not undersized anymore. This guy can play guard in the NFL, ran a 4.9 340 with a 1.66 10 split at that size, can get off the line. Talked about earlier when Logan Hall got drafted, the Houston defensive tackle, to the Bucs at the top of the second round. This guy shut him down in their matchup last season. So big fan of him. Think he is starting for them day one. Not exactly sure how they want to work out Leatherwood and Brandon Parker on the right side of that line, but he's probably your starting left guard.
Is this one where the scheme fit? Because Josh McDaniels is coming in right now, and the Patriots run under McDaniels not a ton of zone and all that stuff. And Parham's probably a better fit. Like if the Niners had taken him and or if the Rams had taken him and slotted in as a starter, it would probably make more sense. So is that scheme fit going to be an issue for him if they're running the same system in New England?
Well, I mean, he did a lot of that in Memphis, obviously, outside zone, but on tape, he didn't struggle too much getting, moving dudes off the line of scrimmage. And obviously that was when he was in the 290s, and now he's even bigger than that. So I'm not too worried about that, truthfully.
I like where they're going with it because if you don't have a pick until right now, you could pick up a starter. For sure. It's huge.
Yes.
For the Raiders.
Does this mean Leatherwood moves back to right tackle? Is that what's happening?
I think you have to let Alex Leatherwood, last year's first-round pick, fail again at right tackle.
I agree.
Because he's not. He shouldn't have been. He was a second-round prospect. He went in the first round. He was a second-round prospect. He's not a disaster of a player. He was last year at tackle and guard, but Alex Leatherwood still has potential at tackle. I think you have to give him that chance next year.
I agree.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock. Pick is in at 91. It's Rachaad White, the halfback out of Arizona State here. Goes ahead of
There's the pass-catching running back.
Dameon Pierce.
Exactly who it is.
Kyron Williams, but pass-catching ability, you think that's why he's off the board here?
Yeah, because in space, once he gets the ball in his hands, he is probably the best in this class after the top guys. And truthfully, he's right up there with the top guys in this class. He broke 16 tackles on 43 catches last year for 456 yards. And now hasn't played a ton of football. Came from junior college to Arizona State in the COVID year. Only this past year gets a full season under his belt. Running style, I don't think he's going to ever be your starter. He is a freelancer at the position, very unpolished in his vision and sort of how he operates with his paths and whatnot. But, man, a talented, just mover with the ball in his hands. Very natural runner. You saw it with his broken tackle numbers. He is just electric and has some size. 6 foot, 214, a real deal size for the running back position. So one of my favorites. He checked in as running back 6 on the PFF draft board here.
If it's really Tom Brady's offense more, Bruce Arians is out as head coach. It's still Tom Brady and Byron Leftwich. But if Brady has more influence, you probably have more running back mismatch type of routes and, get him isolated on a linebacker. And that's definitely White over Fournette. Like I was saying way earlier in the show, Fournette caught checkdowns and turned upfield and all that stuff. But it's been a missing piece in this offense the last couple of years if they're going to use the running back out of the backfield a little bit more.
Packers on the clock. Pick is in. They had Quay Walker. They've got Devontae Wyatt. They have Christian Watson. It's been a while since we've had them on the clock. They take UCLA offensive tackle Sean Ryan. How do you feel about this one?
He is probably one of the better athletic projects in this draft class. Among 320-plus pound offensive linemen in the history of the NFL Combine, only Tristan Wirfs has beaten him in the vertical jump and broad jump. He is an explosive athlete. Now, his feet are a mess on tape, and that's an issue. He is, like I said, a project, but improved every single year from a grading perspective at UCLA, has been starting since his true freshman year, and is, for a 320-plus pounder, again, he's no small offensive lineman. The dude can move. He can get out and move. He was a rugby player as a kid, only started playing football once he got to high school, and you see that on his tape in the way he attacks.
Feels like a Packers kind of pick here, right?
Athletic offensive lineman.
Yeah, big-time athlete for the offensive line. This feels like a pretty vintage Packers draft. Outside of, we said before, the age of some of these guys a little bit higher, Devontae Wyatt. But
I like your comp here, Mike, though. Braden Smith, one of the few guard to tackle transitions from college to the NFL. You just don't see that a whole lot, but you need a guy that can handle that athletically. Not saying Ryan's doing that, but interesting comp because Braden Smith's become one of the best right tackles in the league.
Yeah, so he played tackle at UCLA. Arm length, though, is below 33 inches, 32 5/8. So that where they see him, TBD, I would bet he's probably a guard for them, at least to start.
And what they've done over the last couple of years with the Packers, they've got center/guard, they have guard/tackle. Across the line, it's just guys that can play multiple roles, and just they're going to see what sticks.
San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. Picked Drake Jackson earlier. I feel like any interior offensive lineman that might be still left. I felt like Parham would have been great for the San Francisco 49ers.
I love that fit.
No longer on the board. I would have loved that as
mini
well.
run.
Do you have anybody that sticks out to you that's still on the big board?
Well, they did draft one in the second round last year in Aaron Banks. That was one of the biggest reaches via the PFF draft board.
I liked Aaron Banks.
It didn't feel like a fit for what they want to do.
It did not feel like a fit, but I liked Aaron Banks.
But we are kind of low on interior offensive line. They're being picked over. Jamari Salyer, not their kind of offensive lineman.
Right.
Zach Tom could be a tackle to guard convert for them, but yeah, we got to go into the hundreds before we're getting offensive lineman, interior offensive lineman. Maybe Logan Bruss at 111 would be a guy that fits them. But yeah, we're going deep at this point.
Might have a cornerback need, although, I mean, Sanchivarius Ward, that helps. But I feel any secondary players that can stand out for him? I mean, Jalen Pitre was mocked to them a little bit earlier. Obviously, he's way gone off the board, but like,
they've done a good job getting the most out of their secondary. That has not been good on paper, right, over the last couple of years. And they did make a big investment.
Nick Cross would be interesting for them. You know, a single high safety who can range would be an interesting guy to add to that defense.
Yeah, and I think I like that pick as well if that happens, because I think he's one of those players who is not part of that upper echelon group of safeties that have come off the board so far in terms of deep safeties, but I think he fits in what they want to do because they're a very static defense. They're a good defense, but they're very static. Safety's going to stand there, he's going to line up, he's going to do one of three things, and that's what kind of Cross did at Maryland.
What about Jalen Armour-Davis from Alabama? He seems like a corner that is going to come off the board earlier than a lot of people expected. But do you not like him?
Well, I just saw what the pick was, and I didn't like that.
I didn't see the pick.
I like
yet.
Armour-Davis, but yeah.
Ty Davis Price, the running back out of LSU.
I don't know.
No. You're the LSU guy.
But again, it's like the same thing you're talking about. They always feel like they just want a running back in the draft. These guys just always feel like they want a running back in the draft.
Picked Elijah Mitchell last year. He's exceeded just to pick a running back in the third round this year.
I talked to somebody in the league that runs a similar system to the Niners, and he brought up Davis Price, unprompted.
Wow.
About what do you think of Davis Price? You know, as far as like a mid-round pick goes. So I don't know. Maybe the certain schemes,
I guess they
the
were hot
Shanahan
on him.
tree around the league
Yeah.
is attracted to him.
They drafted 2 running backs last year.
They keep
They drafted a running back in the third that couldn't even see the football.
We got to replace Divo Samuel snaps at running back.
I mean, and Ty Davis Price is kind of just. He's fine. I mean, he's an NFL running back. That's about all.
Well, he is now because he got drafted. So that's
211.
He was fine in college.
He's just.
Yeah, but take out the UFD.
I watched.
We all wanted him. You know, he was a big time recruit coming into LSU, and it just never worked out in the way that I think we all as LSU fans wanted him to work out.
Yeah, he just seemed never really super exciting on tape, and obviously NFL size, 6 foot, 219, but kind of not particularly dynamic and not necessarily just never went above and beyond the Call of Duty. I mean, he averaged like 4.5 yards a carry for his career.
The New England Patriots have traded.
Here we go.
The 94th pick to the Carolina.
Here we go. Who's the quarterback?
Moving up
for the
from
Panthers?
137 to 94. I wonder what the compensation was for it and how much they had to dip into next year. It probably didn't have to be too much.
Probably next year's 3.
But don't the Patriots have, I feel like the Patriots have a lot of picks at this point still in the draft. So why would they just want to stockpile way more?
The Patriots have every single 7th round pick in the
Patriots
draft.
always stockpile.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, but they do that to trade them later often. So I feel like they're already stocked, which makes me feel like the compensation's going to be for next year's pick.
I mean, it has to be because Carolina doesn't have anything.
They must hate this draft. With the players they're taking, they must like hate the actual.
Isn't Chanel still there?
Yeah,
I mean, I hate this draft. But
Chanel,
here we are.
Chanel was still
I'm
there.
saying like they must hate the talent in this draft because they're
Leo
taking
Chanel 21.
unique role players.
They did this a couple years ago. It felt like they were working off a draft board of 12 a couple years ago, right?
Yeah.
And they were just like, I'll get my guy in the 2nd, and I'll see you in the 5th or whatever it was. I mean, New England does that sometimes. They come in with a really tight draft board. But Carolina's coming up to get a quarterback. They have to be, right? I mean,
have to be.
What else are they going to do?
They are. It is a quarterback. It's Matt Corral.
Matt Corral.
Yeah.
Matt Corral.
Panthers.
Off the board.
No,
It's
I get
QB4. So, man, Sam Howell going to be QB5, we think.
Could still
Panthers leaving
Carson
this draft with Ike Ekwonu and Matt Corral.
It's not the worst thing they could have. It's better than going Pickett and then
So they
third round interior tackle.
They gave up a 2023 third round pick.
Yeah, that's New England's doing. They're getting the discounted next year's pick and everything.
For the Panthers, it's best case
a high
scenario.
pick.
Of course it is.
But this is best case scenario for
In
the
probably
Panthers.
a better draft.
The Panthers entered this draft with one selection before the fourth round, and they have now acquired Ike Ekwonu and Matt Corral. Say what you want about Matt Corral in this quarterback class. They've gone way later than we thought. But Matt Corral at least gives you a chance to believe in somebody whose name isn't Sam Darnold, which is huge. Which is huge for this team.
Now, here's the question. Do they still go out and get somebody? Right? Is this enough to say, okay, it's Sam Darnold and Matt Corral fight for it, go get him? Or do they still want to figure out a Jimmy Garoppolo? Do they still want to pick up a Baker Mayfield? The guys that are legitimately better quarterbacks than what they have, right? I mean, if you're the Carolina Panthers, does this, because we know that you value Matt Corral as a third-round pick, probably. Do you feel good enough about going into the season with Sam Darnold and Matt Corral?
I think they do.
Rather than a Jimmy Garoppolo or whoever else could be available.
I think they do. Because how are they going to get Jimmy? What are they going to do? I don't think that's in the cards.
Can't throw next year's 3 at it.
Right, you can't throw next year's 3. You're not going to throw next year's 2.
So this is Sam
Sam
Darnold's team now.
Well, no.
And Corral's,
or Matt Corral,
a prayer to maybe win the job.
Yes. Well, how do we feel about Corral being the choice over Sam Howell?
That's not where I would have gone.
Same. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, he is older. I worry about he's a one-speed thrower. Like, he throws lasers, and that's been Baker Mayfield's issue. There's no touch throws on his tape, and he's come from an offense that maybe even more gimmicky or just like less translatable than what even Howell's done, or shown less translatable stuff than what Howell's done on tape, because 60.4% play action rate. I mean, it's just all RPOs, all play action.
Screens,
and all just ID'd
moves.
throws. Yeah, he is looking at one guy. That guy's open. That's where I'm going. It is not a lot of quarterbacking. It is almost like shooting, like throwing darts. He's just throwing at a target that he knows is going to be at a certain spot. So 6'1", 212, a little undersized, has already had injury issues, but he is an athlete. He's the kind of guy who, whatever sport he chose, I think he could have been good at. But I do just worry about. He hasn't played a lot of. He hasn't quarterbacked.
We haven't seen. It might be really good, I guess. But like when you're talking about when you take away all these quote unquote schemed up throws and you're left with over a whole season like 128 throws or 128 dropbacks compared to Kenny Pickett who had like 440 dropbacks in the same year. We just haven't seen it. I thought he got better last year compared to his first year really starting in 2020. Feet got better, tighter footwork. We just don't know. I think it's the biggest wild card in the draft is that we just don't know what he's going to look like when he has to run NFL concepts every third down, every second and long, even on first down.
We're going to get into plenty of quarterback talk when we're doing the post show after the third round is over. But the Cincinnati Bengals at pick number 95 go with Zachary Carter, versatile defensive lineman from the University of Florida, who I figured that this is probably the range for him, right? Late third, early fourth. What did you think, Mike?
I just thought he was another guy who's in that tweener mold that I trend away from those guys at the NFL level because he's 6'4", 282, and he was an interior/outside player at Florida. Doesn't have enough juice for the outside. Best reps definitely come from the inside. That was even the case at the Senior Bowl. I like his agility. I like his hands. He definitely improved over the course of his career. You saw that in his game, but he is not particularly twitchy. And I think he's going to be their 3 technique, and that's like, he is not, even at 282, he is not a particularly athletic 3 technique.
Yeah, I mean, he has a little bit of power. He just tries to use his hands a bit. But yeah, it's just the tweener aspect is really, because you can't put him on he doesn't have the speed to play on the edge. And like you said, he doesn't really have the speed to play at 3 tech. If there was so much power, then, he wouldn't be picked here if there was a lot of power there, right? He would just be picked higher. So yeah, it's just a tweener that needs to find something and stick to it, whether it's figuring out a speed move, whether it's figuring out a power move, something like that.
I mean, they're just adding depth. Cincinnati, obviously,
right.
We're at the point where everybody's got warts, and you're picking tweeners, and you're picking guys that are going to be a part of the rotation. And I think the Bengals, we mentioned this way earlier again, they've done a nice job of adding to the rotation, but Carter probably doesn't even see the field a whole lot in year one if everybody stays healthy. They're already rolling 7 and 8 deep.
He's depth on the interior, which is kind of what I was talking about last time that they were on the clock, which I was surprised a little bit that he didn't address. But
he's starter insurance.
He is starter insurance. He is some great starter insurance. You see it there. Cam Taylor-Britt and Daxton Hill, the first 2 picks. So all defense so far for the Cincinnati Bengals. But we chatted at pick number 60 talking about how they did a lot of really great work on the offensive line, thinking that they could have the freedom to make some really good picks on the defensive side. So we were totally shocked by this. Broncos are on the clock. I do want to go back to Matt Corral, though, because it was a big-time quarterback pick, and it deserves a longer conversation here. You guys mentioned the offense that he was in. Is he a player that you think will be capable of starting this year if it doesn't work? Because you look at Matt Rule's timeline, his seat's hot, man. Mm-hmm. And if the Carolina Panthers start the year 1-3 with Sam Darnold, they're going to put Matt Corral in. I think they have to. Do you think that he could have moderate success as a rookie? Or, Seth, what you were talking about, the offense that he was operating in, is it, in your opinion, just it's a lot? It's too much for him?
Yeah, because I think even the drop back passing game had a lot of, this is not my term, but had a lot of Lane Kiffin vanity concepts. It's like, I am getting this receiver. It's going to look like a drop back pass, but the goal is to get this one receiver open down the field or wherever on the field, and you are going to throw to that player. But I thought, there was they did do some NFL-ish things just on offense. They ran a lot of 4 verts.
They did hike the ball. There were linemen
steps
on the
field. There were throws.
They did.
It was just funny how you set that up. I had to take it.
4 verts was there often enough. A lot of deep crossers that you see in the NFL game off play action. It's just not enough. Like I said, 128 of those type of throws, and that's not even including some dropbacks that were double moves. Because like I said before, dropbacks are again Lane Kiffin vanity boutique concepts that you just won't see. I mean, you saw it in the Alabama game in 2020 when they took Alabama and they scored a whole bunch of points in Alabama even though they lost the game. You just saw Lane Kiffin creating confusion on the Alabama defense to get players open for his quarterback, which is what he's supposed to do.
Right.
But again, when we're projecting guys, we're looking at guys and we talked about it with running backs
Sounds
earlier.
like you should hire Lane Kiffin. That's what
Don't
I'm
tempt
hearing.
the NFL, man.
Hire Lane Kiffin to get receivers open. If you're so good at it.
We had the Denver Broncos. They were on the clock. They traded this pick to the Indianapolis Colts. Didn't trade anything for it. It was out of respect for giving them Peyton Manning. No, I'm kidding. I just don't know. I don't know the compensation package yet, but I do know that the Indianapolis Colts are.
That's how the
currently on
NFL
clock.
works.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, you just do things out of respect. The Colts selected Alec Pierce and Jelani Woods and Bernard Raymond. With their 3 picks up to this point. Wonder who they're going up for. We still got wide receiver and corner as the needs on the team, but with 2 pass catchers, I don't think they're going wide receiver.
Is this safety?
Corner, secondary, something.
It's Nick Cross.
You think?
No, I know.
Okay, so
Nick
Cross. You know that it's Nick Cross.
Yeah.
I think it's Nick Cross.
I'm tipping picks.
All right, so you're tipping picks now. It's Nick Cross, the safety from Maryland. Mike, you were talking about him a little bit earlier. So his fit with the Indianapolis Colts, what do you think here?
I'm a big fan. I'm not sure how he slots in to their defense. They obviously have a couple starters. They're kind of entrenched, but he's a different type of dude than what they have. He is 6 foot 215 with a track background and legit track speed. Went low 4.3s at the combine, and for my money has the best range in the safety class. You see him make plays from deep middle to the sideline. That's a rarity. He can shut down from a single high alignment. He can shut down the seams. That is. The guys that can do that in the NFL, there aren't a ton, and he will be one of them. Now, the thing is, he can also get moved, and gets moved a lot on tape at Maryland. Some of that's because he's only 20 years old. He is a true junior coming out, a young guy that, in the class that we've talked about, a lot of 23-year-old safeties coming out that have been drafted ahead of him. But some bad eyes, can get moved, just needs to play a little bit more discipline, but you cannot coach what he brings to the table. That's why a rare trade up for Chris Ballard. I'm trying to think of the last time he traded.
He is often a trade down guy.
I mean, you mentioned there's not a legitimate spot on the depth chart right now. Yeah. They have safety. They've done a really good job of getting guys like Kyrie Willis in the middle rounds and Julian Blackmon and just developing young safeties. But I think the age factor, the speed factor, having something completely different from Cross is great. But clearly they love the player if they're trading up to get him and they don't necessarily have a path to the field right away.
I don't know if there's only one person voting. Maybe it's only Mike, but this got a 100% PFF user approval.
We did it.
rating.
We did it. We won the draft.
Oh, wait, it just went down to 93. It went down to 93.
We lost the draft.
Sorry.
Happy pick.
We lost. We
won
draft.
it for a second.
Chris Ballard's first pick was Malik Hooker in his GM tenure. He drafted a safety in the first round who was a rangy, middle-of-the-field safety. I'm thinking he's getting some vibes, shall we say, from Nick Cross and making him feel some type of way to make him trade up because this is way out of the blue.
Drafting off vibes.
That's the other question, right? Like with Eberflus, I mean, is this I feel like the Colts have wanted to evolve their scheme in recent years. They added Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah.
Right? Stephon Gilmore is not the guy you just want to sit in too high zone. You want him to play press man coverage. And you want to have a single high free safety. So maybe there is a path to the field, and they are completely changing their offense from a zone-heavy scheme to one that's going to play more man-to-man.
They cross the middle of the field guy. And you see it a lot on tape at Maryland where they were showing single high press man-to-man, and they were playing single high press man-to-man with Nick Cross in the post. So if they want to go that way, I think this is a safety for them.
From one safety to another, Detroit Lions on the clock taking Kirby Joseph, the safety out of Illinois. There was some buzz that Kirby Joseph could be a top 50 pick. I even heard maybe some first-round buzz. Now, this isn't recently. It was many months ago. I think that it kind of cooled on him being more of a day 2 guy, but late in day 2. Are you surprised by that? Did you think that Kirby Joseph was going to go a little bit sooner, or is this the good range for him?
No, I'm not particularly surprised by that because a unique guy in that he didn't start until this past year at Illinois. He didn't start until his 4th year at a program like Illinois. That's a rarity. And he came on the Tailgate podcast and told us, he's like, I didn't have the grasp on the playbook that I needed to. I didn't study it enough, and he's changed. And you saw that this past year because his ball production was off the charts, the best of any safety in this draft class. And he's 6'1", 203, ridiculously long arms. I think he has a 6'7" wingspan. The guy can make plays outside his frame, and he attacks the ball in the air like a wide receiver. And you saw that consistently on his tape this past year. And why I think he goes to Detroit, and why a guy like Dan Campbell will fall in love with him. The guy gets after it on special teams. He's the gunner there at Illinois, going down. He had a number of big hits, a number of big plays on special teams, and that's maybe where he starts his career there, or maybe he does start at safety because he's a fantastic tackler and a guy who's really on the rise right now. I do have some speed concerns, didn't test pre-draft, but a very smooth player. I'm a big fan, 73rd in the PFF draft board.
I think the reason why people thought he was going high, he had the breakout year last year with a 90-plus PFF grade. Does he have the size and length? I know the speed might not be there, the size and length that somebody might want him at corner. Just because of the arm length.
Spicy.
But if he's running 4.6s or something, it's probably not happening. But there might be some versatility there. I think he's a good free safety, though. He's a good free safety that can mix it, that is willing to mix it up. Yeah. It was a nuisance at the catch point.
You want him seeing the ball. Like when he has eyes on the football, he's a special dude.
Only a handful of picks left in the 3rd round in our coverage here tonight. Washington Commanders are on the clock currently. They went Jahan Dotson in the 1st round at 16, and in the 2nd round they went Fedarian Mathis at 47. Now they're back up on the clock at 98. This is another team that, hey, maybe Sam Howell.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Maybe
this
Sam
is like,
Howell?
okay, well,
no, don't mess with Carson.
Maybe
Well, it's
Sam
not Sam
Howell.
Howell. It's a running back.
Oh, is it
That won't mess
is
with
it Damian
Carson.
Pearson? Oh, it's Brian Robinson Jr. from Alabama. So they go back-to-back Bama here with these picks, Fedarian Mathis and Brian Robinson Jr.
Just a young Sammy Morris is what they're adding to the mix here.
What if are the people getting a young Sammy Morris?
I don't even know who the hell Sammy Morris is.
It's my comp for Brian Robinson.
So Antonio Gibson led the league in fumbles last year. They were not happy with Antonio Gibson. This is Antonio Gibson insurance, shall we say. He's a big 6'2", 225-pounder, runs behind his pads, knows who he is. So he's not a 6'2", 225-pounder that's going to try to make you miss. He's going to try to run directly through you. He is probably one of the better goal line backs, short yards backs in this draft class, and not a ton of tread on his tires for a guy in that mold. Usually those guys get ground to dust. They come out of Wisconsin or something like that with 500 carries a year on them. This guy only has 545 carries his entire career. So sat behind Najee Harris for 4 years, finally got his time to shine this past year, showed out a little bit more athletic than you'd expect, actually ran the 4.5s for a guy that size, but never really was a big play threat. And again, he runs like a power back because he does not have another option. There is no make you miss to his tape. He is a pure physical dude.
Because we grade every player on every play here at PFF, when the run game doesn't work, we can kind of parse it out and say, whose fault is it, right? And when you look at the run blocking grades, last year the Washington football team / Commanders, number 7 in run blocking grade, but the 3rd worst running grade. That means they were creating holes. Eric Eager's done some studies on this too. His numbers back this up, right? They're doing a pretty good job up front, but they're not maximizing in the run game. I mean, Brian Robinson's a run game maximizer because he's going to run forward and runs people over, like you said.
Yeah, Antonio Gibson's vision, a real concern. And again, with the fumble issue too, they want some competition in there to push him.
And that's why he's just like Sammy Morris Jr.
He's just like Sammy Morris. Late career Sammy Morris, goal line back,
right,
and just gonna.
Of course.
Come on, this is your era, Mike.
Yeah.
You know Sammy Morris.
I mean, Seth saw
I'm
it
not
the
going
same
back
way.
to like the 60s.
Sammy Morris.
This isn't Don Hutner. I'm
Looking up Sammy Morris.
Just looking up and just nodding, not saying anything.
No, I was just thinking because I'm like,
Google those highlights.
Sam Howell looks like, I mean, look at the teams that are picking right now, the last 6 picks or whatever of the third round. I don't know if Sam Howell's going to go in the top 3 rounds.
Browns have a very interesting draft. They're on the clock right now. Martin Emerson with their first third-round selection, Alex Wright with their second third-round selection, and now David Bell, the wide receiver out of Purdue. Did not think we were going to get David Bell before day 3. Gonna be honest with you.
Next, Rashard Higgins over there.
Yeah, I think he does a lot of things well, but not maybe anything elite, if that makes sense.
I think
Sounds like a third round.
he
Yeah,
has
he's a good player.
such a good grasp for the position.
Yes.
I think he is a natural athlete. He won a state championship in basketball. He won a state championship in football as the focal point player. You watch his tape, and like when he is going up against man coverage, he finds the soft spots. He understands defenses. He knows how to get open. The problem is he's not an athlete. He was hardly an athlete to really separate and be a difference maker in college. The NFL, it's only going to get more and more difficult. So, look, it's the third round, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But I just find that this pick very interesting with a couple other receivers that are still on the board.
Yeah, and not an athlete's putting it kindly. He went 4.65 at the combine, reran his pro day, went 4.71. And not even just that, his ancillary numbers: 33-inch vertical, 4.57 short shuttle, 7.1 4.3. There's not a number on there to hang your hat on. And as good as you can be at the collegiate level, and he was damn good. Kirk Ferentz did call him the best receiver he's faced in the Big Ten. You have to have something. Like, there was a reason we're seeing Tyquan Thornton, who was not a natural receiver by any means, go that far ahead of him. These guys who can run, it's because that's the way the game is trending. This guy, he's probably a slot receiver at the NFL level because you're not going to worry about him getting vertical on you if he is out on the outside.
Isn't this like the exact opposite of last year's Anthony Schwartz pick, right?
Yes.
Anthony Schwartz, it's like he runs 4.2 and he has no idea how to play receiver.
Right.
Just put him out there, right? I mean,
That's
David Bell
actually
knows
perfect.
how to play receiver and he's runs like a tight end. But I'm the only thing I'm behind is the diversification of the wide receiver portfolio, right? Have different styles, have different body types. Now, if David Bell isn't dynamic enough to separate, which might be a concern, that's an issue. But if you can win, some tough, catch the ball over the middle, provide that, bring in Jakeem Grant, you still have Anthony Schwartz, you're trying to develop him at receiver, you have Amari Cooper as your number one. They're diversifying the wide receiver portfolio at least, or building the basketball team, however you want to.
Always good to diversify the portfolio.
Absolutely.
Always is. Arizona Cardinals, we're on the clock. Pick is in. It is pick 100, folks. So this is a milestone here in the 2022 NFL Draft. It is Cincinnati edge rusher Najee Sanders. Ooh. Been on quite the journey throughout this draft process. Physically, mentally, but mainly physically, because we were told that he was playing ball around 250 pounds, okay? Shows up to the Senior Bowl at 242, I believe. Then he shows up to the Combine at 228, 0th percentile for his position.
0th.
0th. Noneth.
I love it.
And then he shows up at his pro day at what? He was like 238 or 240 again?
Yeah.
What happened?
So apparently they said that he was sick prior, but then he still tests and then doesn't retest at his pro day. But I have inside info.
Ain't nobody
I have
dropping
inside
14
info
pounds.
that he just does not eat sometimes. His diet is up in the air sometimes.
He's got a DK Metcalf diet.
So he's
where
kind
it's
of
just like a bag of candy a day.
He's not pay attention to his diet, and at that weight, he didn't test out all that great. He ran a 4.67 at 228 pounds. Only had a 33-inch vertical.
Dude, if he's not eating,
that's obviously not
he's
helping.
got no fuel in him.
So on tape,
Does that
you
mean
see,
he has potential, once he starts eating?
Actually,
I mean, on tape,
there's like guys with upside.
there is athleticism. He's definitely a better athlete than that. You saw he had 10 pressures against Alabama in the playoffs. He beats tackles with athleticism, has some length. You saw him, play with power and have some high-end reps, but he's about to turn 24. You have that odd eating thing. He's a terrible, terrible tackler. Finishing plays is an issue for him, and he has jumped off sides 20 times the past 2 years. He has 20 penalties over the last 2 seasons.
He's just guessing.
It's just that's an issue when you get to the NFL. You just can't have that.
Strategically with the Cardinals, we had talked about, hey, they haven't attacked the trenches properly, and they're getting their shiny objects in Marquise Brown and their, the next tight end and Trey McBride. getting Cam Thomas and then Sanders here, are those enough, right? On the defensive line, it's J.J. Watt and who up front. Those guys, they have a path to the field. They need those guys to play right away. They're both productive college players that I think can translate. These could be hits. Eating issues aside, Cam Thomas injuries aside, they may have gotten 2 second-round caliber talented players later than they could have gone, and they're going to play. They're going to have an opportunity to play while they spent their high draft picks on Marquise Brown and Trey McBride, the shiny objects that are going to put points on the board.
2 completely different type of edge rushers.
For sure.
It's incredible. Sanders is like my favorite player in the draft because he as a mover, as movement skills go, it's the wildest experience of your life watching Sanders.
The arms that swing off the snap.
He looks like he's a puppet and there's a marionette, there's a string puller.
That's so perfect.
This is good.
But he's relentless though. He doesn't stop. He does not stop. His feet are off the ground both feet are off the ground at least one frame in every play that he's ever played in his life. But he will use his hands. He tries to do it. Obviously, they played him inside a lot. That's based on the Cincinnati scheme. He'll have to play outside, but really fun player. I don't know if it translates in the NFL, but he's a super fun player to watch on film.
5 picks left. New York Jets just selected Jeremy Ruckert, the Ohio State tight end. A pick that I absolutely love for them to get this late in the draft. You knew that they were going to add a tight end at some point. I think this guy came into Ohio State as a highly touted receiving tight end. As we have all seen, Ohio State's got some pretty good wide receivers over the last couple of years, and so he's down the pecking order a little bit to get on the field. He's got to become a good blocker, and he does. So now he's got a good blocking profile as a tight end with, I think, plus athleticism to be a good receiver. I think he could be a really great all-around player. Getting him at the back end of the 3rd round, I like this one a lot. Mike, do you?
Yeah, this is about where you're coming off the board. 114th on the PFF board, comes off at 101.
Oh, man, hater.
Best blocker.
114.
Best blocker among the tight ends in this group. He in line, on the move, whatever, he is going to lay the boom. Like the guy can move people in the running game. Ideal traits to do so as well. At 6'6", 255 pounds, very natural receiver of the football. You are not going to complain about this guy's hands whatsoever. Only 2 drops his entire collegiate career on 56 attempts. Not your yak monster, not your natural separator, but a natural receiver of the football that, scheme targets, easy money. He can adjust to footballs and keep moving.
He was top 15 on the Galina big board.
Was he?
Well, everyone was top.
He was top 15 on the Seth Galina big board. We got the Miami Dolphins up, and I want to get to the Dolphins because this is the first time that they have been on the clock in the 2022 NFL draft. So we've got a fancy graphic showing what they did this past season. We've got the PFF rank and everything like that. So you look at it, the Fighting Tua Tagovailoa is 9-8, 22nd overall PFF rank. Not really good offense. 27th, that's pretty far down there. Defensive rank though, 6th. Very good on defense. We've got team needs as wide receiver, but they've added to that. They have Tyreek Hill. They have Cedric Wilson. They have some other. They obviously have Jalen Waddle as well. They added Teron Armstead, which certainly helps along the offensive line from what they were throwing out there last season. But it feels like offensive line still could be the priority for them. I just don't know if there's a sweet spot player. Do you see any?
Yeah, so the thing is they have so many guys they've drafted already that they need to develop. They draft an offensive lineman. He could just get lost in the shuffle here because they probably have 6 guys they've taken. Obviously, you have your left side solidified in free agency that are going to be competing for center through right tackle that you draft another guy, especially at this point in the draft. It would be different if you're drafting top 10 to 15 where it's a guy you can plug and play. At this point, there's plug and plays, you're done. At the offensive line position, you're getting projects themselves. So I would probably lean elsewhere.
Yeah, offensive line, it's kind of how the Rams did it a couple years ago, right? You had a couple guys you could trust, Andrew Whitworth, Rob Havenstein, and then you just threw a whole bunch of mid-round picks at guards and centers, and you see what sticks. With the Dolphins, Teron Armstead at left tackle, Connor Williams at left guard in free agency, like you said. Figure out the rest, right? First rounder, Austin Jackson from a couple of years ago. Hey, go win a job, right? Robert Hunt, playmaking superstar, play guard, play tackle, right? They're stitching it together, but they do have players that should get at least a little bit better. And when you have the baseline of Armstead and Williams on the left side, it helps a little bit.
It is not offensive line with this selection. It's Channing Tindall, linebacker from Georgia. So, you looked at linebacker, it was sort of a position that they needed to address, not as dire as offensive line. But, Mike, what do you think about Channing Tindall?
This dude can fly. I mean, I don't care what the 40 says. Truly. He's the fastest linebacker in this class.
On tape, he feels like he is.
Yeah. I mean,
didn't he flash more than Quay Walker a lot of the time?
Yeah, flash.
Flash.
It's all flashes
for
with
sure.
Tindall. He is lost more often than not out there, unfortunately. And over the course of his career, he didn't have a single pass breakup or interception. He never got his hand on a football. He is a see something happen and get there as soon as humanly possible. And he gets there quick. I mean, this dude can really fly. He looks like the Terminator out there chasing down ball carriers. But after that, you're going to have to, the fact that he's a senior and still kind of like that is a little worrisome for me. That's why he was pretty far down the PFF board despite having, high-end athleticism.
We've got 3 picks left in the 3rd round. So let's take a look at the PFF big board. We haven't done this in a while, so let's refresh it here. Look at the top players that we've got available for the Kansas City Chiefs, the Los Angeles Rams, and the San Francisco 49ers. Sam Howell still sitting there on the board. Man, would not have thought that Sam Howell was going to be a day 3 quarterback. I really did not think that was going to be the case, but it could be a reality here if he doesn't go within these next 3 picks. Leo Chanel, did not see that one coming either. Those are the 2 that are probably the most glaring to me.
Yeah.
Me and Steve, we like Darian Kennard a lot, so I'm kind of shocked that he's not off of the board yet. I feel like there's a chance he could go off the board over these next 3 picks, but what do you think about the rest of the group there, Mike?
Yeah, I'm actually probably most surprised about Jamari Salyer. Like, I thought he was a guy who, multi-year starter at tackle at Georgia. He was keeping a 5-star recruit on the bench at left tackle there for the Bulldogs, last season. That I thought he was the most impressive interior guy at the Senior Bowl. I think he's very powerful with his hands. I'm surprised that someone, hasn't tried to make him one of their starting guards. Some of these guards that have gone before him are surprising to me.
The Rams in particular, almost certainly, the way they build their team, have to attack needs right in the middle here. And if they have a chance to get a starting guard, you mentioned, Zach Tom maybe being a, kick into guard type of guy. The Rams are probably going to try to grab a guard or a corner, somebody that could just step in and play. So there are a couple options there, at least for them, with one of these picks here.
We've got what are you laughing at?
The Chiefs pick.
Oh, is it already in? I didn't see it.
The PFF board strikes again.
Chiefs win again.
Oh my goodness. They are just staring at the PFF board.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It is linebacker Leo Chanel from Wisconsin. That means their draft haul so far, Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis, Sky Moore, Brian Cook, and now Leo Chanel. This your guy. Going to the Kansas City Chiefs. You're a Chiefs fan.
Yeah, this is actually one of the craziest drafts compared to the PFF board we've ever seen. I mean, they got 10, 11, 22, 36.
Eric's feeding him upstairs.
Now, he must be. This guy, I am floored he fell this far.
I am too.
Truthfully. I mean, as much as teams covet length, and he has 31-inch arms, which aren't even particularly short for the linebacker position. Micah Parsons was 31 and a half last year. So not too dissimilar. It's probably more the size aspect. Not many teams want a 6'3", 250-pounder. And last year he was actually listed at 260 pounds for Wisconsin.
He doesn't feel that. I mean, he plays powerful, but I mean,
he is.
He can move.
This is a horse. But he can move. His short shuttle was 99th percentile. His 3-cone was 91st percentile. His vertical jump, 41 inches, 97th percentile. 10 split, 99th percentile. 4.5, 340 at that size. I mean, he's like a poor man's Micah Parsons. When he attacks blocks, guys go backwards. He would line up. I have not seen, Seth, maybe you've seen this, but he would line up in short yard situations as a tilt nose tackle, as an off-ball linebacker.
I didn't even know that.
And he beat Tyler Linderbaum. He beat Cam Jurgens doing that. They did it against Navy the entire game, and he would just throw the center back into the quarterback. It was unbelievable to watch. In short yard situations, he would dominate. And he's just a unique dude that has done nothing in coverage, but highest run defense grade, second highest pass rushing grade last year.
He's way too good of a football player to go 103.
Yeah.
He is. He just is.
I think that's why he comes off the board here. They don't need linebacker, but they're just like.
Los Angeles Rams pick is in. They've had a long time to sit here and think about what they're going to do. It's Logan Bruss, the offensive tackle from Wisconsin.
Hey, they love Wisconsin linemen, man. They got the 3 now.
They the people in the chat wanted Jamari Salyer, but it ends up being Bruss.
For that scheme,
that wouldn't fit.
Bruss is going to be a better fit, a better athlete, a better on the move, and obviously they have David Edwards starting at left guard from Wisconsin, Rob Havenstein starting at right guard from Wisconsin. Yet another one. He's one of my favorite tackle to guard converts in this class, Bruss. kind of a later breakout. Has played guard though in the past.
If you're going to tap into one school to position group combo all the time in the draft,
Oh yeah.
Wisconsin and O-lineman's a pretty good one to consistently tap into, though.
Yeah, they've had some success there.
I mean,
and to me, he's a better athlete than the guys they have.
Everybody talked about the Rams strategy. Well, the Rams strategy worked. They haven't had a first-round pick since the 80s, right? And that's how they do it. But if you're going to let that strategy play out, you have to pick up starters, right? In the middle of, and you have to pick needs. But they do it at lower value positions. They find their guards, they find their safeties, they find their linebackers in the middle rounds, and they spend all their first-round picks on corners and quarterbacks and big-time players and Von Miller. And it is a fascinating strategy that is more than just, it's more than just giving up the picks, because you have to figure it out here on day 2 and day 3.
Final pick of the third round is in to the San Francisco 49ers, and it is SMU wide receiver Danny Gray.
Let's go.
Yep.
Love this pick.
So Ty Davis-Price, then they go Danny Gray. A little strange in the order, but what do you think? You say you love this pick. Let's talk about it.
Danny Gray, if he could have stayed healthy, another guy who got hurt at the Senior Bowl early on. If he could have stayed healthy at the Senior Bowl, I think he goes a lot higher than this. He ran low 4.3s. Of like the speed receivers in this draft class, this was my favorite one. Of kind of the guys who were just profiling speed wide receivers, because came from a JUCO, transfers to SMU, has some drop issues over the past 2 years, but goes to a loaded wide receiving core where they had other options there. He didn't get featured a ton because they had underneath guys. They had guys who went at that level, but he is a downfield, dynamic speed threat. Like, he reminds me, his tape coming out reminds me a lot of Darnell Mooney coming out. And, this is Divo insurance. Now, he's not Divo Samuel whatsoever, but they don't have a real pure speed guy in this offense right now. He could bring that to the table.
All right, there we go. Wraps it up, fellas. Wraps up day 2's coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. We'll pull up the PFF big board and see who's still going to be on the board, the best available for day 3. It's going to be highlighted by Sam Howell, sitting up there 34th on the PFF big board. Seth, what do you think?
I'm not saying I'm the biggest Sam Howell fan, but here's a guy who started from his true freshman year,
right?
Who brought up North Carolina not obscurity, but they weren't a good team before under Larry Fedora. He goes with Mac Brown. They're a really good offense, at least. 3-year starter. I don't know why he's a 4th-round pick. And I'm not saying, again, am I the biggest Sam Howell fan?
How much is the junior year pass game regression? The fact that he just morphed into one of the most difficult to tackle running quarterbacks last year out of nowhere. I mean, how much of it is just the lack of progression with Sam Howell?
There really is a lack of progression, I think, especially on the technical aspects of playing quarterback, in terms of his pocket presence, in terms of how he drops back in the pocket and uses his footwork that way. And not because they drop back with that open look, that's a different story, but just his feet in general can get a little jittery. That was what it was like in 2019, and it was like in 2021.
That's the thing. In 2019, you came out as a freshman, you're like, he's kind of got good feet. And then it's like in 2021, they're the same, you're like, he kind of doesn't have good feet for an NFL prospect.
That's the thing about Howell, too. As a true freshman, he was making legit NFL throws. Yeah. And you just don't see, not a lot of true freshmen play as well as Sam Howell did. But again, the progression wasn't necessarily there.
Well, with the 3rd round now in the books, I'm going to ask you the question. Some favorite hauls from day 2. I mean, you got the Eagles, Cam Jurgens. You got Nakobe Dean. I mean, I think that's an incredible haul there for them. Certainly, if Nakobe Dean can get back to health, you get that kind of a player. Then you get Jordan Davis, A.J. Brown, Cam Jurgens, and Nakobe Dean. That's an unbelievable haul. Anybody else really stand out to you?
I mean, Casey's haul is stupid.
That's your
haul. For that.
That's your haul.
That one was insane. I'm trying to think of the other ones after that, but I mean, how they hit compared to the PFF draft board was really, I mean, 4 guys in the top 40, and then 5 guys in the top 65. That was a haul.
Your Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You like them?
I like the draft.
Not bad at all, man.
Okay, all right. It felt like a very Jason Light kind of draft. So I'm sure he's going to be happy to hear you said that.
Atlanta. Oh, my God.
I was going to bring up Atlanta if nobody else did. Atlanta. Obviously, Drake London in the 1st round, but then Arlo Ebiketie, Troy Anderson,
I love
Desmond Ritter.
Atlanta might be my favorite day.
D'Angelo Malone. That's it. Those are good picks there.
Baltimore's day 2 was. They got.
Baltimore's good day 1 and 2.
David Ojabo, who, if he comes back from the Achilles, the David Ojabo we saw before, was a top 20 player on pretty much everyone's board. Travis Jones at 76. They hit kind of every position that you thought maybe they could hit, they hit, and with legit dudes at each one.
Dare I say the Seattle Seahawks? Dare I say?
I like
If we just like wipe pick
But
number one.
like Kenneth Walker's a
he's
good player.
Yeah, like, even
Kenneth
at that
Walker's a
spot-
good player.
Yeah, even
So
at that spot, I'm
Then
like,
getting Kenneth Walker, Boye Mafe, Abraham Lucas, I think that's nice.
I like
yeah,
it.
I think that's
getting
nice.
Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas was fantastic tackle haul. Like, what those guys, and again, we talked about their timeline is probably 3 years, so they can let those guys develop because they are coming from air raid systems. And what they could be in 3 years is two high-end pass protectors. That's how they move. I mean, Abraham Lucas had the 99th percentile short shuttle, a 98th percentile three cone. The guy can mirror edge rushers. This is you don't usually find athletes like that in the third round of the tackle position.
I like a lot of the ones you guys said. Definitely the Ravens. I think the Chiefs with you getting Sky Moore, first round prospect for us in the second. In the second round, Brian Cook, guy that could play at safety, and Leo Chanel. I mean, just make it work.
Sneaky, nice class here. The Houston Texans.
I got him right here.
Oh, say it.
Well, yeah, Houston Texans, because, okay, the Christian Harris pick is interesting.
Yep.
I'm not sure what he's going to be as an NFL player, but
Could be a Bronco.
love John Mechie.
Could be a starter. insurance.
Absolutely love Jalen Pitre. Two really good players that they get today.
Love it. Well,
Everybody got better today. That's it. That's how it goes.
Everybody
did the
drafted-
Bears get better?
oh yeah, wait.
We got our guy. We got guys that love football. These guys love ball.
They do love ball.
The guys who don't love ball probably going tomorrow.
No,
Is
you know
that
what?
how
I
it
shouldn't say
goes?
that about
Is
the
that how it
Bears.
goes?
The Bears took two really good
They
defensive
did.
players.
They did.
I just, like I said before, I wanted them to take
If you love ball, get Manscaped.
somebody else.
Do we
on
think
offense.
there's any more players on the Patriots draft board at this point? Do we think
Oh no,
are
they're
done?
traded. They're going all next year.
Well, how many picks
Yeah.
do they
They
still
had
have?
7 players on their board. They got 4 of them or whatever they got, and they're on to next year. We're on to 2023.
They have a
Patriots-
project guard. They have a one-trick speed wide receiver and a 5'8" corner. Is there 3 picks?
I don't know how updated this is, but even if it's old, they would have a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick, 3 6th round picks,
Oh, they have 7 picks left.
and then 1 7th round pick.
They have 7 picks
So
left.
they
and
better have somebody on their big board.
Yeah, they probably
It
do
better
for
be.
another,
It better be bigger than
another
Seth's
long
top
snapper.
15.
They'll have a few more.
We've been on this desk for a damn long time, so we're about to get off. But any final thoughts before we wrap up day 2's coverage here, of the 2022 NFL Draft, Mike?
Man, the quarterbacks was
Yep.
interesting. I mean, obviously,
wild.
we didn't like it. That was kind of the whole thing. No one liked any of them. We saw them as like all day 2 guys, and then pumped them up because they're still quarterbacks and they had tools. But the NFL just was not buying any of them as potential starters. And that, we said it too. Like throwing them into the Wolves day 1, I was not willing to do it with any of these guys besides maybe Desmond Ridder. And so NFL agreed, and day 1 picks or day 1 starters. First day picks or first day starters. So that's very interesting to see that the NFL finally
Maybe they're
When
coming
Renner
around to not forcing them. And maybe they've been hinting at us, the NFL, right? I mean, the Rams in the Niners a year ago were trying to move on from Jared Goff and Jimmy Garoppolo, who are good starting NFL quarterbacks, both better than any of the quarterbacks in this class. They were trying to move on from them to get better, right? To take that next chance with Trey Lance and the Niners, with Matthew Stafford with the Rams. This whole offseason, the arms race for the top quarterbacks and the top receivers. Maybe they were hinting at us, like, we're not settling at quarterback. We're not going to do it. We're going to wait until that guy is there for us.
What do you think, Seth?
I have to pee.
Okay. All right. Well,
that's where we are now.
before Seth pisses his pants, appreciate everybody out there watching, whether it was on Twitter or YouTube. We obviously had a blast here on the desk. We're going to be back with you for all of the coverage of day 3. It's 4 rounds and then some madness with undrafted free agents as well. For Mike Renner, for Seth Galina, for Steve Palazzolo, I am Trevor Sikkema. Thanks, guys, for watching. We will see you tomorrow for day 3.